All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's live commentary coverage of the 2024 Brickyard 400 in the next round of the NASCAR Cup Series season. As today we race at the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It'll be a fun race here today, to say the least, just with the prestige in all. And of course, with the NASCAR Cup Series return to the oval portion of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway after the last three races here being on the road course. So first time since 2020 and the first time since 2019 fans have been able to witness a race in person at the Indianapolis Oval today. So there's definitely a lot of hype surrounding this race this weekend, and following a fantastic NASCAR Xfinity Series race on the Oval yesterday, we'll see what today will bring. You can see the point standings up on screen, and we're going to go through some of my top favorites for the race win today. We'll go through the top 10 in the point standings, just as we have done the last couple of weeks with the predictions and how I feel about their chances in winning or not winning this race today. Once we get through the top 10 in the point standings, I will then just kind of go through the rest of my sleeper picks and or don't have picks before we actually go into the points talk discussion. So that is going to be the pre-race for today's race. And again, this new version of how I'm doing it as of the last couple of weeks. So coming into this race, Chase Elliott is the points leader. Actually, I have to spotlight the Fantasy League first before I get into these predictions. I was getting a little bit ahead of myself there at the moment. Alrighty. Oh, let's go into the Fantasy League. And you can join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win our regular season and or playoff championship. The points will reset at the end of the regular season, so we can have a possibility of 2 separate winners. So if you're not in the league yet, obviously you can qualify for the playoffs automatically. If you're just in the league when the playoffs begin, the points again reset at 0. We'll have 2 separate champions. And we can actually look at the Fantasy League right here on our screen. So let's go to that real quick. Coming into this weekend, Frank T26 is currently our points leader with 4,189 points, just a mere 6-point lead over Monster Jam X10 with 4,183. 41.56 for Troy the Great, Hercules Harrigan in fourth with 41.56. And Inside Uranus, who is the defending regular season champion, trying to go back-to-back, he is closing in. He actually won last week, and he is at 4,024 points in fifth. So that is the top 5, but man, it is very tight with those top 4 positions in particular. 5 races to go in the regular season coming into the day today. I'm sitting with 3,805 points in 12th, but enough about me, and more about how I feel these predictions are going to play itself out for today's race. The name of the league you'll want to join, by the way, if you do end up joining, is KRC League. It'll be KRC in all caps, space, capital L on League. So I just put that in the chat. And as you can see on our screen, the quick link section at the top of the page on NASCAR.com, there will be a Fantasy Live tab. If you're on the app, there will be 3 bars on the top left-hand corner of the screen there. Tap on that, and there will be a Fantasy Live tab that will be on the left side of the page. You'll click on it, so that's where you can enter the Fantasy League. And again, free to join. All you need is your email to sign up, and a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing, if you win the league championship the following season. So Chase Elliott comes into this with a mere 3-point lead over Kyle Larson. It's even tighter than the points battle we have in the Fantasy League right now. Chase Elliott's chances of winning today, I think, are pretty good. Hendrick Motorsports historically has had great race cars, no matter the style of race car. Gen 4, car of tomorrow, Gen 6. They have won in every type of race car here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This obviously being the first oval race with the next-gen car. They did not win any of the 3 races with the road course, both of the Gen 6 or the Gen 7 now with this next-gen car, but I do think that they can have a strong performance. All 4 of the race cars qualified inside the top dozen positions for this race today, and in particular, 3 of them qualified inside the top 5 positions, that being Chase Elliott, William Byron, Kyle Larson, each of those drivers starting 3rd through 5th in the race today. And for Chase Elliott, who starts in the 3rd place position, like I said, I think he's got a good chance of winning. He's been very consistent He was very fast at Pocono last week in particular. I'd say he probably had the fastest car of anybody in the field, but just never got the track position and actually didn't end up leading a lap. And obviously, with starting at the very front of the field today, they can maybe capitalize on track position early and try to stay in front of the field here. I think his strongest competitors are all going to be starting at the front of the field, so that's the only downside for Chase as far as winning the race, but I think he's a good pick for your fantasy team overall. My expectations for him, I think he'll run well, but I'm not going to put him in my must-have pick quite exactly because I do think there's stronger competitors, at least in my eyes, who could win this race today, but Elliott is definitely at the forefront of the guys who aren't on my must-have list, to say the least. Kyle Larson is on my must-have list for this weekend. In particular, it's mainly just because of how hot he has been as of late. Now, Chase Elliott has had good finishes this season, pretty much all season long. He's only finished outside of the top 20 one time. Kyle Larson in the last 6, 7, 8 races has been one of the 3 hottest drivers in the NASCAR Cup Series. 3 or 4 hottest drivers in the NASCAR Cup Series. And really, the 4 hottest drivers in the NASCAR Cup Series coming into great finishes in recent weeks, which includes Pocono last week, which I think a lot of the cars that you saw running up towards the front of the field for most of that race last week are going to be the front runners for the win today. Chase Elliott, even though he didn't lead any laps, ran top 5 for most of the day before the speeding penalty. Even with the speeding penalty, still came back to finish 8th. Kyle Larson is one of my must-have picks for today's race. He was leading before his speeding penalty at the end of the race, although he didn't rally to get a top 10 finish at the end of it. He did score a lot of stage points and was in the top 5 the entire race before that. Tyler Reddick is another one of my must-have picks. He's 3rd in the point standings coming in. He is probably the most consistent driver in the NASCAR Cup Series over the last 8 races. He has scored 7 top 10 finishes in those last 8 races so far this season, most of any driver in that stretch. And every single week, he just continues to chip away. Reddick was my pick to win last weekend's race. Like I said with Larson, he's a must-have. Reddick is a must-have. I almost took Reddick for the win today. The only reason I didn't, I took him to win last week at Pocono, and they weren't quite in front of the field. They ran top 10 the whole day. He finished 6th. He was 3rd at the end of stage 2, and I think he was just outside the top 5 in stage 1. Still got stage points there as well. So he was in contention if things went his way, but he wasn't really in contention for the race win outside of if somebody were to get in a giant wreck on a restart late. I wouldn't necessarily consider that necessarily in contention for the win. He does seem to have even more pace this week than what he did last week. Fastest in practice on Friday afternoon, qualified on the pole. Last weekend's race, he ended up qualifying top 5 after being fastest in practice. He wasn't quite on the pole after qualifying, but he is looking quick here this weekend, to say the least. And he was quick last week. I think he's going to get a top 10 finish. I have Larson getting a top 10 also. The only reason I'm not taking Reddick mainly is because they couldn't get ahead on strategy last week, and it's going to be a very similarly styled strategy race today. Similar race length with 400 miles, 160 laps. Literally the same exact race length as what we saw at Pocono last week. Both of them 2.5 mile ovals, relatively flat. Indy even flatter than Pocono, which is going to create even less passing opportunities this week than what we may have seen last week. And we didn't even see the race leader get passed outright during green flag conditions in last week's race. So the fact that that may not happen again this week, a lot of those drivers starting in the top portion of the field, I think, are going to be strong competitors for the win. Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and then Denny Hamlin is actually my race win pick this weekend. Went with Hamlin over Reddick. It was a coin flip between the two of them for me last week on my predictions, and they were a coin flip for me this week on my predictions. Now, either one I would have taken last week, I wouldn't have gotten the win. Would have boosted my average finish a little better if I had taken Hamlin, considering he finished 2nd, and he showed more race winning speed last week than Tyler Reddick in the race itself. So I'm going to go with that as being my reason why I'm taking Denny Hamlin to win this race this weekend over Tyler Reddick. There's very few drivers in this field that have actually won the Brickyard 400, and of all 4 must-have picks on the Fantasy League this weekend, none of them have won the race. And even Chase Elliott, who isn't a must-have, who I think can be an outside contender for the win today, also has not won here. So just because Hamlin has been close and has not broken through to victory lane, I don't think that really counts against him this weekend, because a lot of drivers have not won this race that are in the field today. Remember, it's been 4 races since we've even seen an oval race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and I'm not counting the road course as far as winners that are in the field today, which would include Michael McDowell, AJ Allmendinger, and Tyler Reddick. They have not won on the oval at Indy in the Cup Series. So as for Denny Hamlin being the third must-have pick this weekend, I'll jump down in the point standings a little bit while I was talking about all my must-haves. The only other must-have I would have that isn't one of those for your fantasy team today would be Ryan Blaney. Blaney's won 2 of the last 6 races in the NASCAR Cup Series. He's had 5 top 10s in the last 6 races as well. And that's not even counting, obviously, him leading on the last lap at Gateway and not getting the win there. If he had, say, not ran out of fuel on the last lap of that race, I know coulda, woulda, shoulda, he'd have 3 wins in the last 7 races so far this season, and that would only be 6 top 10 finishes in the last 7. So he is right there with Tyler Reddick as far as the most consistent drivers over the last several weeks. For Denny Hamlin, he didn't really show as much consistency in his race finish results, despite having good speed for most of the races prior to last week at Pocono. Hamlin actually went 4 straight top 10 finishes, or 4 straight races in a row without finishing in the top 10. Another reason why I didn't pick him last week. Getting that second place run last week gives me a lot more confidence in taking Hamlin. And Ryan Blaney, who had great speed, ran top 5 all last week and was able to execute by not speeding on pit road and ultimately just not have any issues the entire day, led him to win. The strategy at the end of the race was really good. I think Jonathan Hassler has definitely been very bold when getting Ryan Blaney track position on these style of racetracks over the last couple of years, and he seems to get good runs as a result of that. Blaney had raw speed last week that kind of helped seal the deal in the late going, because even though he had gotten ahead of Hamlin and I thought maybe Denny could be faster, Hamlin was closing on Blaney a little bit, but then Blaney just upped him even that much more and was actually able to extend his lead in the final 5 or 6 laps or so by a couple tenths of a second. Didn't let Hamlin get within a second of the race lead and get to his drafting range, I guess, on those long straightaways there. So I think Blaney definitely could be a contender for the win. So my 4 must-haves, basically, to kind of go through, and it really is tough to pick the winner of this race today because I think it's just going to be based off of who has the best track position. So that's why the crew chief comes into play. That's why I would put Denny Hamlin as my number 1. If I had to pick my number 2, I'd go Tyler Reddick just based off the speed. I think he's got the best pace so far this weekend, so I would take him for P2. P3, I would probably go Ryan Blaney, and then Kyle Larson, P4. It is also worth noting, at least for Blaney's sake, Ford has won the last 3 races at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Oval in the Brickyard 400. Not one at Indianapolis, again, being the 2018, 2019, 2020 races, the last 3 Brickyard 400s, Ford has finished with 5 or 6 cars in the top 10 at the end of the race. And Ford's had a lot of speed last week at Pocono. Logano had a top 5. Blaney won the race. Brad Keselowski had a lot of speed in the race, was running top 5 or right around that 4th or 6th place position quite a bit. Chris Buescher looks to have good long-run pace in practice this week. Same for Keselowski. I do think the RFK Fords looked a little bit better in practice than what the Penske Fords did, but I think they could all really have solid runs today. Cindric showed great pace in practice, but he didn't qualify well. He got into the wall in his qualifying lap in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. And I think he actually hit the wall again in turn 4 as well. So he didn't qualify as high, but if he can find track position, I think he'll have decent speed as well. Flat tracks have really been Ford's, forte when it comes to the next-gen car. I think that proved well last week. You know, we've seen that not only this year, but the last couple of years. It's the reason they've won the championship, in my personal opinion, at Phoenix, despite not having the greater overall season when it comes to the other manufacturers, but they were still able to get the job done. They had speed on the tracks that matter the most. So here today at Indy, crown jewel event this weekend. I would not be shocked if a Ford goes to victory lane for the 4th consecutive time here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And really, they hadn't been quick on the flatter racetracks, not only with the next-gen car, but I noticed even with the Gen 6 car in the later years, like 2019, 2020, hence the reason why Harvick won as many races as he did in those seasons, why Ford in general had won as many races. I mean, Joey Logano obviously had some good runs in those flatter racetracks. SHR's better races in the 2019-2020 season when they were struggling outside of Kevin Harvick. Harvick was dominating, but even Almirola had a top 3 finish here the last time we were at Indy. Cole Custer in his rookie season finished 4th at Indianapolis, and it's only start. Custer not in the field today, but again, Ford's very good at these flat ovals, so don't be underestimated if they go back-to-back here this weekend. As far as the other drivers in the top 10 in points, I'll spotlight Martin Truex Jr., but for the wrong reasons. He's one of my 3 don't have picks for this weekend. Actually, I only had 2, sorry. Usually I have 3 don't have picks, but I have 2 this weekend because it was very hard for me to pick somebody this week in particular to not finish inside the top 10 that I felt confident in picking. Martin Truex Jr. was one of those 4 drivers. He's finished 27th or worse in his last 4 Brickyard 400s. Now, he had speed in 2 of those races, both of them, though, with Front Row Motorsports, where he got in crashes after leading laps early, but got in a wreck on lap 16. As far as the Joe Gibbs racing years go, 2019, 2020, that's where the 27th place finish comes into play, and then he also DNF'd again in 2020. So, Truex has not had great runs here, and he doesn't seem to have great speed this weekend. Although the Toyotas as a whole seem to have decent pace this weekend through practice and qualifying, Martin Truex Jr. was lagging well behind those Fords. And he didn't have that great of a run last weekend at Pocono, all things considered. He was never really up in contention for the win. So with that being said, again, from last week to this week, that quick of a turnaround on a similarly styled racetrack, especially with these next-gen cars when they're fairly equal on similarly styled racetracks. We've seen that all throughout these first 3 years, 2.5 years with the next-gen car. I think Martin Truex Jr. is going to struggle this weekend. He qualified outside the top 10. He'll be starting 14th. He was 20th overall in practice, so I don't have very high expectations for Martin Truex Jr. The other don't have pick for this weekend's predictions is going to be Ross Chastain. Chastain qualified 28th, well worse than Martin Truex Jr., and he was 30th overall in practice. As for Ross Chastain, he's probably in the biggest dry spell in his Trackhouse racing career in the 2.5 seasons he's been there for. He's only had 2 top 10 finishes in the last 7 races, and he hasn't finished better than 10th place in the last 5 races. He had just that 1 top 10 finish, and it was a 10th place finish. 3 straight finishes outside the top 10 for him, and on a similarly styled track at Pocono last week, he ran outside the top 10 the whole day before wrecking late in stage 2 with an ill-handling race car. Didn't score any stage points and only got 1 point for his place finishing result, which was 36th. And Chastain struggling out of the gate this weekend too with speed on a similarly styled track, starting deep in the field. Track position's going to be huge, and he does not have that for the beginning of this race. So I have Ross Chastain as my other don't have. So Truex, Chastain, the don't haves, the must-have picks, Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, and Ryan Blaney, with Hamlin being the race win pick for myself today. Some potential sleep for a win, but I think at the very least they have a strong position in getting a top 10 finish at the end of this race. I got 2 of them. We got Ty Gibbs in the 54, who starts in the top 10 and qualified in the 6th place position. Didn't really seem to have great pace in practice in particular. On the 10-lap average, he was 11th, so a little slower there than when he qualified. But he did have decent pace last weekend at Pocono, not maybe to the extent of a Reddick or a Hamlin. Same for this weekend. Christopher Bell, even for that matter. But he does have some sort of pace that he can get a top 10 run at. This is obviously his first career start at the Indianapolis Oval, with it being just his 2nd season here. And we've seen young guns have really great runs in their debut at Indy. Cole Custer, as I just mentioned, finished 4th here in his rookie season. Tyler Reddick, a rookie in that race as well, also had a top 10 finish. Another top 10 finish, Kyle Larson, in his rookie season, got a top 10 here at Indianapolis in 2014. And we've seen it time and time again through the years in between there as well, where we'd see one of those rookies contend for a really, really strong finish at the end of the race. So Ty Gibbs, although he's not a rookie, he's a 2nd-year driver. Again, this is Indy debut, so I've got him getting a top 10 today. And Bubba Wallace has been very good at this racetrack too, so he's going to be another one of the sleeper picks for this weekend's race. Wallace has had a top 10 in his last 2 races here, 9th and 3rd. In 2019 and 2020, the 3rd place finish was in 2019, and the 9th was in 2020. Last week at Pocono, he finished in 10th. Although he didn't have great pace at the first half of the race, they really got to work on his car, and they were able to adjust it well to race in traffic, make passes, and ultimately end up finishing in the top 10 at the end of it. Here this weekend, he's got pretty good long-run pace. 10-lap average speed in practice, he was top 10. Although overall, he did not qualify in the top 10. He qualified 11th. It's still relatively close to the field. I don't think he's going to go out there competing for the win today, but I think he'll get another top 10 finish. Predicted him for a very similarly styled racetrack. They did great with strategy last week. Pulled that same strategy again here today. Now that they have track position, a lot better track position than they did last weekend. So I think all can be well for those 2 Toyota underdogs of Ty Gibbs and Bubba Wallace. All right, so sleeper picks for this weekend. Again, just to reiterate quickly, Bubba Wallace, Ty Gibbs. Don't have picks for this weekend to not get a top 10 finish. Martin Truex Jr., Ross Chastain, couple of perennial playoff contenders. Both winless this season, but both above the cutoff line coming into the race. And the 4 don't have, or must-haves this week. Usually I have 3, but I have 4 this week. Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney. I'm locking them in for top 10 finishes at the very least. And my race win pick again is Denny Hamlin. So that is the full-on predictions from the Brickyard 400 today. Yes, this race is on NBC. So local NBC affiliate is where today's race will be taking place. They do have NBC News coverage right now. And that's because there is breaking news in the United States, it looks like. I'm not going to go into that or anything. I'm not talking about politics on the channel. I couldn't care less, to say the least. But, yeah, Brickyard 400 coverage was supposed to start at 2 p.m. Eastern today, but it is not on at the moment. Let me check the USA Network just to see if they moved the pre-race over there. Yeah, so it looks like they have moved the pre-race over to USA Network. I'm not sure if the start of the race is going to be there or not.
Here in Indianapolis, it's that special sauce.
Looks like it.
I was able to walk out Gasoline Alley, nobody could tell me what to expect. I had to feel it from my side on the outside, and you start to recognize a facility that
Yeah, so it looks like you'll have to go to USA Network for the start of this race today. There's NBC Live breaking news report regarding the presidential race, so that is why the beginning of this race has been moved to USA Network. Now, I would assume that when they're done reporting this breaking news on NBC, probably in less than an hour or so, they'll move the race back over to NBC, but for right now, it looks to be on USA. So if you don't have USA, apologize for that. Sucks that that's the case, but we'll still have live commentary for the race right here on the channel. So again, you'll have to go to USA Network for the beginning of this race today. Kind of an early start here. They've already fired engines. So the green flag will get ready to drop here soon. Currently on the parade laps at the beginning of the race. Is it on Peacock? I have no clue if it's on Peacock or not. Weekly basis. I think it might be on the NBC Sports app at the very least if it's not on Peacock. But yeah, I don't know if it's on Peacock or not. Hopefully our raw feed will be up and running here soon. All right, so we'll go through the starting lineup for today's race then. Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin will be on the front row for this one. Reddick on the pole, fastest in practice. Hamlin still looking for his first win at the Brickyard 400. And last race here, 2020, he was leading with 6 to go. Blew a right front tire. We'll see what kind of a run he'll have here today. Chase Elliott and William Byron make up the all HMS row number 2 for this one. Row 3 for Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs. Larson's second race at Indy this season, of course, with running the Indy 500 in May. Ryan Blaney, Michael McDowell in row 4. McDowell winner at Indy last year on the road course, trying to get his first oval win this weekend at Indianapolis. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and John Hunter Nemechek will line up in row number 5, both impressive in qualifying yesterday. Austin Dillon and Joey Logano in row 6, one of the better starting positions for Dillon this season. And Logano still searching for his first career Brickyard 400 win. Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr., row 7, both still also looking for their first win at Indy. AJ Allmendinger with Harrison Burton in row 8. Row number 9 for Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell. Back-to-back top 10s in this race for Bubba. Corey LaJoie, Chase Briscoe will round out the top half of the field in row number 10. In row number 11 will be Noah Gragson, Ty Dillon in the 33 for Richard Childress Racing, a third entry this weekend for them. Chris Buescher, Todd Gilliland in row number 12. Daniel Suarez, Brad Keselowski in row 13. Keselowski, the 2018 400 winner. Zane Smith and Ross Chastain starting deep in the field in row 14. Row 15 will be Eric Jones and rookie Carson Hocevar, who was top 10 in practice overall yet on Friday. Almost said yesterday. Ryan Preece, Daniel Hemrick will be in row 16. Row 17 for Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Busch. Johnson, a 4-time Indy winner. Kyle Busch, 2 times a Brickyard 400 winner. Justin Haley with Cody Ware, the Rick Ware cars, back in row 18. Row 19 for Josh Berry and Austin Cindric, who struggled in their qualifying lap yesterday. And a tough weekend for Berry so far. Had a lap 1 crash, yesterday in the Xfinity race as well. BJ McLeod will round out the 39. So 3 non-chartered entries this weekend, those being BJ McLeod, Jimmy Johnson, and Ty Dillon. And again, that is the starting lineup for today's Brickyard 400.
Takes longer to roll, and the lap time is just about 3 seconds slower. And while that doesn't sound a lot, that does change the game quite a bit in terms of numbers. But one thing that doesn't change the game is this is a Brickyard. This is one of those races that is bigger than stage wins. It's bigger than points. And most everybody here will be thinking that way. Track position is going to be a lot harder to come by than even Pocono. So I imagine strategy will be ramped up accordingly.
If there's one thing that is in your control that could be a key to winning the race today, what would that be?
Just no mistakes. Yes, there's going to be a lot of strategy calls, but for us on the 11 car, especially when we got a car as fast as we have today, to give ourselves a shot to win most weeks, we just have to not make any mistakes. And while that sounds simple and trivial, this is at a sports top level. The greatest in the game play it every week, and that's hard to do. So the key for us will be to execute a clean race and give Denny a chance to win.
We'll also be embedded with Chase Briscoe and his race team today, and that's where we find Dave Burns.
So let's start with the driver himself, Marty. Indiana's own Chase Briscoe, a favorite son of the state, if you will. Born and raised 90 miles south in Mitchell, a small town maybe nearing 5,000 these days. He was raised on racing. In fact, his grandpa Richard was a sprint car owner. His dad Kevin won 150 times in a sprint car, and Friday night they returned to their roots at Bloomington Speedway. Chase raced his 410 winged sprint, and the next generation, 2.5-year-old Brooks, yeah, he helped out. Dad didn't win, but he saw Dad drive to a 6th place finish. Now a win today for this family would mean so much. Chase has some work to do starting 20th, but it's a possibility. Dreams can happen here, Kim.
Dave, it's been a tough start to the weekend for Martin Truex Jr., who's making what will likely be his last Brickyard 400 start. The team made an adjustment after going through tech that NASCAR did not approve of, so the team had their car chief ejected. They'll drop to their...
Now the reason to have them on the don't have list that I didn't mention.
Lost their pit stall selection, which is so key here at Indianapolis. So it's going to be an uphill battle. Crew Chief James Small said the first task for this team is to stay on the lead lap, and an early caution would be ideal for them.
Take a look at the playoff standings. 5 races remaining in the regular season. Everybody's name in yellow. They're locked in because of a win. And then you look at the points. Martin Truex Jr. In his retirement year is, I would say, comfortably above that line. But Chastain and Wallace, 27 points separate the two on either side of that playoff line. Let's listen in to the driver, the number 12, one of the Penske drivers here in Indianapolis. Very important as they get their pep talk.
All right, everybody. Good luck today. It'll be a long day. I don't know whatever comes our way. You make stuff a lot, so try to stay in the game. Like the job last week, try to keep rolling.
Talking about the win at Pocono a week ago, Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief, a Purdue grad. So he's got ties to the state of Indiana.
You know, we talk a lot about the return to the oval. We have to just remember this is the first time we've seen this style of NASCAR car, this next-gen car. A little different aerodynamics. They know how the car's going to drive, but how do they race? How do they work around one another? And you even heard Gabehart mention it to Marty. You know, all we have to do is be mistake-free. Then he followed up with, that's really easy to say, really hard to do. This track really kind of forces you into mistakes.
Yeah, the drivers, they don't know what to expect. They're going to drive into turn 1. This is the first time they've been around this many cars on this racetrack. That takes all the downforce away from your car. It is not going to drive as well as it did in practice yesterday, but they don't know how bad it's going to be. Because this is, as Steve said, this is the first time. So we're going to be seeing them learn on the fly who can make the right adjustments from a driver standpoint and also from a team standpoint to get their car and their driver where they need to be at the right time in this race.
It's important to do anything better than your competitors when you come to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We saw an emotional Tyler Reddick yesterday win the pole. He's in the 45 on the right side of these lines coming at you.
Working on trying to get a live leaderboard going here. NASCAR's website is being slow again with it, so I will try to look for that in a couple laps, but first going to bring you the start of this race as the pace car is already on pit road. Fans on their feet at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The 2024 Brickyard 400 is underway as Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin lead the field to the green. Reddick on that inside row for row one. Hamlin on the top as they run side by side through the first two. Now through the chute between turns 1 and 2. And Reddick will be clear through turn 2. Chase Elliott files in line to third place in front of his teammates William Byron and Kyle Larson. Larson side by side with Byron for fourth. And Larson clear to make the pass. Big block by Byron, but was unsuccessful in trying to pull down in front of Michael McDowell. McDowell beats Byron to the inside through turn 3. And McDowell is clear to move into the top 5 in the early lap. Opening lap of the race to be exact. Inside the top 10, Austin Dillon and Joey Logano battling for position. As they run side by side, crossing the Art of Bricks for the first time out of 160 times this afternoon at Indianapolis. Tyler Reddick from the pole leads lap number 1. Dillon clear in that battle for position with Logano. Logano took a while to slide down to that bottom lane behind him. Alex Bowman almost got to the inside of the 22, but not quite. And as you heard there on the pace laps before the start of the race, Martin Truex Jr. had to come down pit road for a pass-through penalty after failing pre-race inspection due to an unapproved change, or modification, I should say, to the race car. That has resulted in him having the pass-through penalty and starting at the rear of the field today. Should stay in the lead lap, though, with this very long Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Again, a 2.5-mile racetrack. To make a green flag pit stop for 4 tires and still get out in front of the leader, you're going to have to be within a couple seconds, but he's not changing tires or anything. He's just taking the pass-through on pit road, so Truex should be able to stay in the lead lap for at least a while. 50 laps in stage 1 in this race. 50 laps will also make up stage 2, with the final stage today being 60 laps. Those are the stage splits to make up the full 400 miles of 160 laps this afternoon. Brad Keselowski, rather that's Chris Buescher, the other RFK Ford, making a pass on the back straightaway on Chase Briscoe. And it looks like Gragson also got through. Tells me Briscoe did not get off turn 2 very well. He got passed by 2 cars on the back straightaway. A lot of passes being made in the middle of the pack, at least. Carson Hocevar slides underneath Suarez through turn 4, and Daniel Suarez struggling to get his momentum back. Loses a spot to Jimmy Johnson and Josh Berry, it looks like, on the front stretch as well. Johnson up a couple positions already. Outside the top 20 still. And Chastain now trying to battle with his teammate Suarez, who's struggling to get down to that inside line. Suarez finally able to get down to the bottom in front of Ty Dillon. Lost about 5 or 6 positions in the span of about a half a lap. I'll be circuiting around to lap 5, this time by as race leader Tyler Reddick is now working his way off of turn 4. Denny Hamlin only 0.3 of a second behind him in second place.
Denny Hamlin. Michael McDowell running in the 5th position right now, 2.4 seconds. Terrestrial on board giving us this vantage point from right above the splitter. Austin Dillon right on that front bumper.
One thing very special about this racetrack is this surface. It is so smooth. Jeff, you and I were out there earlier in the weekend. I mean, it feels like a freshly paved highway. It's not freshly paved. It's just so well cared for. No real bumps, no real ripples. Austin Dillon trying to figure out where he wants to run. Is it better to be a little bit higher, trying to get a little downforce off the right side of the vehicle in front of you, or run a little bit lower? And when I say that, Rick, I'm talking about 3 to 4 inches. You know, at 170 miles an hour, it's not a car width. It's inches that you're trying to negotiate at a high rate of speed. If you try to carry too much speed, then you do miss those marks.
Pass here, the 8, Kyle Busch. After starting pretty deep in this field, Kyle Busch qualified 34th. Wow. Getting out of the gas? Yeah, really working the throttle. See the challenge. Now here comes the run. Does he defend? Does he stay in line? Running along with Kyle Busch. Take a look at the progressive telemetry. We mentioned the speeds that you could see here. There will be shifting. Through the turn, 164 miles an hour. And down this front stretch, will he get to 200? 201 before he gets out of the gas. The draft, we talk a lot about the air for the downforce, Jeff, in the corners. But the draft on these cars is real. Like, that's 201 for a car back in traffic. I'm not sure you'll see 201 out of the leader. Faster through the corner with the clean air, but I'm not sure the top end speed on the straightaway would match.
Well, you can see him closing that gap. See the one car, also the outside, the 33 car. Ty Dillon underneath the one of Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain not with the pace we would expect of that car early in this race. And remember, he is in a tight point battle. He is right on that cut line, just ahead of Bubba Wallace, getting past again. Bubba Wallace is running 14th position. This is not the start of the race that Chastain needs.
Yeah, get past for 32nd. Trying, oh, that's a big block. We'll see what that silver and black 41 of Ryan Preece feels about that.
That shows you how competitive it is. He's willing to make that block and put himself in jeopardy for 32nd. And that shows you the intensity of this racing. You cannot give up any spot. You may not ever get it back.
Well, side by side here is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is trying to gain a spot. Make sure to switch over if you're
Interested in avoiding further trouble.
All right, so it sounds like they are just now switching over to NBC from USA Network at the beginning of this race.
Give up any spot. You may not ever get it back.
Well, side by side here is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is trying to gain a spot. Make sure to switch over if you're watching on USA to NBC.
I can tell USA Network's a little bit ahead of NBC because I just logged out of USA Network, went to NBC, and just saw the same thing that I saw there before they cut the commercial. It's a little bit more of a delay on that side of things. Tyler Reddick has led every lap from the very beginning of this race so far. I think I got to keep refreshing the page to get this leaderboard updated. Or this isn't the right leaderboard at all. Keep saying it's lap 1 of 160, which is not the case. They're at lap 8 at the commercial break. Let's go foxsports.com. Yeah, so foxsports.com's got something at least. Again, I apologize for there not being the live leaderboard available on NASCAR.com at the moment. It is not up for the start of this race. I'm going to keep looking throughout today's coverage. It will be available at some point. It always is, but sometimes not available at the very start of the race like this weekend. Again, it usually only happens like that with the Cup Series. We never have problems with it. It usually works every single weekend, too, for the Cup Series. It's just the Cup races, for some reason, it's not available on NASCAR.com at the moment. So pass for second place was made in the commercial break portion of this race here, lap 10. Chase Elliott moves to second as he had passed Denny Hamlin. We'll go through the full field running order here in the early laps of this one. So you got Tyler Reddick leading all 11 laps so far from the pole. Chase Elliott has moved to second. Denny Hamlin third, Kyle Larson fourth, Michael McDowell rounds out the top 5 and fifth. William Byron 6th, Ryan Blaney 7th, Ty Gibbs 8th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th, John Hunter Nemechek is in 10th. 11th is Austin Dillon, Joey Logano 12th, Alex Bowman 13th, Bubba Wallace 14th, Harrison Burton in 15th, Christopher Bell 16th, Corey LaJoy 17th, 18th for AJ Allmendinger, Chris Buescher in 19th, and 20th place is Noah Gregson. And 21st is Chase Briscoe, Zane Smith 22nd, Brad Keselowski 23rd, Todd Gilliland 24th, Carson Hocevar 25th, 26th for Jimmy Johnson, Josh Berry 27th, Daniel Suarez 28th, Ty Dillon 29th, Eric Jones 30th, Kyle Busch 31st, Ross Chastain 32nd, Ryan Preece 33rd, Austin Cindric 34th, Daniel Hemrick 35th, Justin Haley 36th, Cody Ware 37th, BJ McLeod 38th, and Martin Truex Jr. 39th.
Cars brought to you by customers get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speed 2. The world fits on the go with Extreme Mobile. Whether you're in the grandstands or above the French track, they do their own coverage. Brought to you by Shady Rays. Join the Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Shot it's Tyler Reddick, but up for second, where Chase Elliott was able to get by Denny Hamlin. Here's how he did it.
Yeah, a little bit of a run. You see the 11 move down to kind of block. But he just, I think that's enough. Almost like he was trying to give him the top. Afraid another car might go by as well. The 9 easily was able to clear the 11 off the corner. And really, the 9 looks pretty decent. He's now pulled up to within a half a second of the leader, Tyler Reddick.
Marty, is Denny saying something about this 11 and how it's handling?
Well, Rick, I go back to the comments Dale Jarrett had in the pre-race show. He said corner exit is everything here at Indianapolis, and that's where Denny Hamlin is struggling too tight, especially off turn 2. That's where his biggest issue is, and that's where the path happened on the backstretch for Chase Elliott to be able to get the second spot. Now Hamlin is trying to hold back here and hold on to the third spot. Brilliant Warren is sitting in 7th, and a moment ago, Rudy Teagle had an interesting comment here at Indianapolis. It's in.
Well, the way give anybody a vote from
Well, Jeff, why was it important for William Byron to know, hey, you can run closer to anyone in the top 10?
Well, a couple things. Number one, he needs to understand that everybody struggles with it. He's not the only one out there. It's the magnitude in which you're struggling. So the information to the team is, this is what my car won't do in this situation. And then the team has to go to work fixing it. And it's how much can you fix it? How much do you work on it? And that information is very difficult for a crew chief to understand, and it's impossible for the driver to understand what other teams are dealing with. And it's just, you're talking about a tenth of a second around a 2.5 mile racetrack that you're trying to gain. And you do that with precision, not by taking guesses.
We heard draft. Steve, explain a little bit more of the draft for us.
To understand the aerodynamics, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. This next-gen car has a wake like a boat, but it's much narrower, almost like a jet stream. So if you're trailing and you're looking for an advantage on the straightaway, you can get into that dirty air, that wake, and pull forward. But, Jeff, for downforce, you can move out to the left or even the right on this car.
Yeah, this car is very unique. It's different than any car NASCAR has ever had. Normally, if you move to the right like this on the car in front of you, your downforce got worse. But in this car, you get clean air, and the air runs underneath the car, and that makes downforce. So I think as this race goes on, we'll see the drivers with more options, trying different things, not just trying to get to the left of somebody, but trying to get clean air to the right.
So we're on board with Chase Briscoe in this 14, the highpoint.com camera. Right here, he wants to be in line, the strip lane, trying to draft up, get the advantage. But now into the corner, if the car in front gets all the way to the bottom, which he does, Briscoe has to be very, very careful. Now, I don't think the groove is wide enough to offset to the right yet, but later in the race, after restarts, this is an option to be to the right. It's more comfortable, I think, to be to the left. I'm just not sure if the groove is wide enough here in Indianapolis to allow that.
Dave.
Exit of the corner, he just left too. That's his big struggle right now. It is too tight. It wants to go toward the wall when he tries to put down the gas off the corner. But you guys were talking earlier about it's getting in a lot of spots. Chase Briscoe started 20th. He's only back to 21st. So when he got passed earlier, that wasn't big damage. His engineer, Mike, this morning, that's something Chase has really worked on. And last week at Pocono, we saw him do well at that. He got mad. He didn't get.
course, right when I got back to my seat is where we get a little bit of a freeze up.
Jim mentioned earlier Chase Briscoe, an Indiana native from Mitchell, Indiana, about an hour and a half from here.
So we're starting to see kind of some natural separation in the field, almost it's like we're racing the Tour de France. We have the leaders and the pelotons. You see right here, it's basically the front 8 cars. Last car in line, Ty Gibbs. Oh, here comes the next pack, led by Ricky Stenhouse. I think Stenhouse probably doesn't have the best car, and he's stacking traffic up behind him, Jeff. And that's another, say, 10 cars. The end of it being Corey LaJoy, then really the third pack.
Yeah, so now you see right here, a move being made. AJ Allmendinger being passed. Now, can other people get by AJ? If they can this third group run that second group down? That's the guy in the first car. If his pace isn't where it needs to be, it just drags everybody back. Jump.
And AJ does not like his car. He said, I have nothing to lean on. I'm wrecking every corner. When I try and turn the steering wheel, I have nothing to lean on. The security I had in practice is gone. And AJ asked, how long before we pit? And the crew chief told him, we're hoping for a caution. AJ said, it's a bad balance on his car. I am going to be the caution.
So, Jim, speaking of shooting, I talked to Billy Scott as we watch AJ Allmendinger trying to hang on to his race car there. The crew chief for Tyler Reddick this morning. He said, run, but I love the word you just used, the peloton. In fuel consumption, was AJ Allmendinger.
Like we mentioned, AJ did not have what he needed. He needed more security, and he just was wrecking in every corner. He felt like they're bringing him down 4 parts to their tires. A big adjustment for AJ and Sunoco Fuel.
You're absolutely right, Marty. Great update from Kim, but leading Rick, you're breaking that air first, so you are using more fuel. Not a lot here, maybe a lap or 2 laps more than your competitors.
And we tend to see that kind of same strategy in the Indy 500 anytime they come to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway every May as well. Lap 20, full screen commercial break on NBC now. Again, the race started on USA Network, but moved over to NBC about 8 laps in. Tyler Reddick is still your race leader and has led every lap from the pole through the first 20. Chase Elliott sits in second, Denny Hamlin third, Kyle Larson fourth, Michael McDowell fifth, Ryan Blaney sixth, William Byron seventh, Ty Gibbs eighth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth, and in 10th place is John Hunter Nemechek still. 11th for Austin Dillon, Joey Logano 12th, Alex Bowman 13th, Bubba Wallace 14th, Harrison Burton 15th. 16th for Christopher Bell, Corey LaJoy 17th, Chris Buescher 18th, Noah Gragson 19th, Chase Briscoe is 20th. Zane Smith 21st, Brad Keselowski 22nd, Todd Gilliland 23rd, Carson Hocevar 24th, Josh Berry 25th, Daniel Suarez 26th, Jimmy Johnson 27th, Ty Dillon 28th, Kyle Busch 29th, and Eric Jones 30th. Ryan Preeson 31st, Ross Chastain 32nd, Austin Cindric 33rd, Daniel Hemrick 34th, Justin Haley 35th, Cody Ware 36th, Martin Truex Jr. 37th, AJ Allmendinger 38th, and BJ McLeod 6 laps down in 39th. That rounds out the full 39 car running order, and again, lap 21 now in the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You're listening live on KRC. We'll take an ad break for the first time this afternoon and continue the live commentary coverage on the other side of the NBC commercial break. $66 votes so far in the chat poll for who you think is going to win the Brickyard 400 at Indy today. Your voting options are between Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, or somebody other than those three. And right now, other is leading the poll at 44%. 27% saying Kyle Larson will win, 15% say Denny Hamlin, and 14% taking Ryan Blaney. That is the voting options for this weekend. Some of the favorites for the race win today. And so quick shout out to those of you watching the stream that I have not been able to shout out anybody yet. This race started a couple minutes earlier than I expected. Dale Campbell, Robert Perkel, NASCAR Penske Cup Series Racing, Dan Bowers or Gene Huddleston, Mike G, thanks for tuning in. And Troy the Great, Delbert Wilson, also in the chat. Silent L Scribe, Frank Powers, Kyle Lance, Bond 1771, Ethan Chua, Jackson Thomas, Mark Witkowski, JD, Gerald Household, Alba Davis, Brett Whitesides, NASCAR Justin and Ash, Uncle Plain Guy, many others. Thank you for tuning in here on this Sunday afternoon for the this coverage of the Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis today.
There's full access to your channels. It's from your app store down there. All right, Steve, DraftKings Sportsbook. It's an authorized team operator of NASCAR. And this week, there's $150 in bonus bets instantly. All you have to do is download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Steve, you can hold the crown in our fantasy. So, talk to me.
Well, the live odds, these adjust as they run. You have Chase Elliott as the favorite, currently running second. Reddick, the leader, plus 450, so 4.5 times your money. Ryan Blaney, 9-1. Byron, 10-1. Logano and Bell, a little bit longer shots at 18-1. And Jeff, I don't know if we've seen who has the best car yet. Everybody's been very patient and been in line. Yeah, there's a lot of racing left to go. A lot's going to happen. Pit stops, strategies, all sorts of things, restarts. It's really easy to say right now. I see Denny Hamlin peeling off coming down pit road.
And so Denny Hamlin, who was running in the third spot, going to get that position up to come to pit road as we're about halfway through stage one. Marty.
Yeah, Rick, an interesting strategy call by Chris Gabehart, who did say there would be some strategy here. Again, just to reiterate, every team has to come down to road here and stage one and make a pit stop. What you have to wonder is this going to drag other teams down pit road. Terrific look at Chris Gabehart as he's watching his driver, calling him into the pit stop. It's in his car. He's got too tight. The longer they ran, and a moment ago, if you guys got to run it, his driver, who's run every lap to this point, we're about 15 laps from pitting. That would be 8 laps from now. See what do you think about this call by Chris Gabehart?
Well, I think it's going to bring a lot of guys in because at this point right now, you've burned the exact amount of fuel that matches the amount of time for 4 tires. So as we see Chase Elliott, Larson, when the tires are done, the jack drops, the car leaves. You don't have to wait on gas. If you ran longer, you would have longer pit stops, Marty, because the fuel required to fill your car up.
And see so much pressure on these pit crews under these flat stops to not lose any time. He went to his car than he thought it would. It was so good. The longer he ran, they're going to get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and fuel to make it to the end of here, stage one. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson here on the oval after running the 8,500 in the month. Said his car was too tight in traffic. They're going to get the fuel here they need to make it to the end of stage one and those fresh Goodyear tires.
Marty mentioned running the 5 running the Indy 500. Qualified 5th for the Indy 500, qualified 5th for this race. You see the 11 who had been to pit road is going to get back out in front of these cars.
I think the key to the 11 car here is that he got in clean air. When he came out on the racetrack, look, there's only one car in front of him, Martin Truex Jr., and he's way out in front of him. So he was able to get out, no car in front of him, make 2 laps, new tires, clean air, and those were the fastest laps he could make.
And that's not luck. That's part of the plan. Chris Gabehart, most of these teams have a predictor model to tell you where they'll rejoin the pack. Because, Jeff, to your point, that's as important as anything, right? We've seen guys, when they break traffic, they'll pick up a half a second. Just having a little bit of clean in front. There's Chris Gabehart at the bottom, looking on board.
Riding along with Coca-Cola on board of Denny Hamlin. All right, now, how does this play into Tyler Reddick's hand and their strategy? Do they have to come to pit road here quickly?
I don't know if they have to. Leading the race, he's running pretty good lap times overall. William Byron's, we're going to see. This is basically what it looks like. Byron's a lap down to the 45 currently. We'll see if these new tires work for the 24. He's definitely right on the bumpers. We see Truex now. Yeah, remember, Truex served a pass through Kim, so he was way behind the field.
Yeah, Truex just... They did make a slight air pressure adjustment, Dave.
Well, but Ryan Blaney, they should road. He said it gains help in the exit turn, so they'll give him an adjustment for that, send him down his way.
So this right here is what we talked about. So when William Byron, he came out behind the 45 car. He does not have clean air. He can go no faster than Reddick right now. So getting behind him versus in front of him is a big difference. And the big loser so far, Chase Elliott.
Steve, tell us what was going on there, why he got that infraction.
So it's interesting because you have to use the warm-up lanes to turn 1 and turn 2, which I think Chase Elliott did. The question did he come too far to the right? It was under.
Yeah, he was.
You could make as big an arc as possible. The argument might be that he actually entered the racetrack itself. Once you get to that second white line, if we back that up one more time, between the two corners, there's 2 white lines on the racetrack. One is kind of the top of the access road. The other one is the apron of the racetrack. Marty.
Well, Steve, this team has been flawless on pit road for a long time. They got a speeding penalty for the first time in 90-plus races in history. And this is what Alan Gustafson wants clarification on, Steve. Right here, he wants to know, was it when we came up in the center of the corner? And right now, they're telling him it was in turn 2. That's where your bloodline penalty came from. But Alan Gustafson still wants to talk to officials to understand why that happened.
So turn 2, this is turn 2. The 9's clearly on the access road. Does he slide across the grass? No. That looks good to me. The only thing that could be in question is between turns 1 and 2. Now, from races past, don't believe that the 9 did anything different than I have seen. I've seen cars make the big arc, but the argument could be made that crossing over that second white line, you are now on the racing surface. So if you rejoined the race before the exit of turn 2, we'll get some clarification from NASCAR, but either way, penalty served from the 9.
I'd assume that's why he got the penalty.
So I agree exactly with Alan Gustafson. What is the clarification? You can hear he's not mad, he's not yelling. He needs to understand because the verbiage of how it reads is you have to use the access lane before you can enter the track. Now, I think the 9 has done what we have seen in years past. NASCAR obviously not agreeing. Marty.
And Chase Elliott's hot, as you can imagine, Steve. He said, I studied the sheet they sent to me yesterday. I did exactly what they told me I could do. So they told me right now to stay below the white line on the outside right there. Trey Poole, spotter said stay below that line. Chase Elliott did it that time. But Chase again saying, I did exactly what NASCAR said I could do on the sheet yesterday. I followed it to a T. He is really insane.
Well, you actually asked this question this morning because we've seen multiple times how this happens. And NASCAR felt they had communicated with the drivers to tell them what the rule would be. Let's listen to Chase Elliott.
They got out there yesterday. They knew exactly what they tell us to do.
Yeah, so NASCAR is saying that all 4 have to be below the second white line. You cannot access the racetrack.
Well, the verbiage of the sheet he's referring to is the handout, and the exact term is you must use the access road until the exit of turn 2. That's what's printed on the sheet. So NASCAR feels when he goes driver's right of the second white line, he's no longer on the access road. That would be how they officiated this situation.
In all fairness, Chase Elliott was the only one that did that, so yeah, you know, like I get there's a lot of Chase Elliott fans out there maybe upset with this decision by NASCAR and maybe blame NASCAR's inconsistency with the call, and I kind of get that to a certain extent, but because we've seen instances like that in the past, but he was the only driver that had this blend line violation penalty and did what he did, which was come above both white lines on the inside of the track in the chute between turns 1 and 2. Didn't stay completely on the access road. All 4 tires were above that white line too, so it wasn't like, you know, it was close where he only had his right sides above it or something. Like all 4 tires, this entire car was above that second white line on the outside of the track. So blend line violation penalty for Elliott. He was running in second place before green flag pit stops began. Quite a few cars still have to make a pit stop yet in stage 1. We've only seen about half the field or so pit. First place of those that have made pit stops already would be Denny Hamlin in 20th. So the top 19 cars ahead of Hamlin have yet to make their first and only pit stop in stage 1 so far. Caution free to this point, 34 laps in, only a 50-lap stage, so getting to the end of that fuel window for those that have not pitted yet. Our top 10 in the running order has Tyler Reddick in the lead, Michael McDowell second, Ty Gibbs third, John Hunter Nemechek fourth, Joey Logano fifth, Bubba Wallace sixth, Christopher Bell seventh, Corey LaJoie eighth, Noah Gragson ninth, and Brad Keselowski 10th. So that is the top 10 on the leaderboard on KRC. We'll take another ad break. You're listening live. Yeah, Reddick definitely staying out in that clean air for right now. Wonder how much track position he's going to lose with this strategy call of staying out as long as he is. But again, he's not the only one. There are 19 cars on the racetrack that have not pitted yet. As a result of that, everybody from... Well, it's hard to tell who exactly is all in the lead lap or not. At least on Fox's leaderboard. Try to look to see if the raw feed's back up and running again for NASCAR.com. Wait, Noah Gragson on the pit road from the top 10. 9th place of those that haven't pitted yet. Fuel window right around 40 laps, so expect a lot of other cars pitting here over the next several laps. Denny Hamlin now in traffic after already pitting as he gets by Ty Dillon on older tires ahead of him. Clears him for 15th place into turn 1. So he's making his way through some of the traffic of those that have stayed out. It looked like right sides only for Noah Gragson. After staying out as long as he did, Ty Gibbs is now on pit road.
You're gonna have to do it every yellow when everybody's on the road. Might use more stops. See how it cycles through and see just which pit call works the best, Marty. Here comes Tanner Gibbs. You're gonna see everyone who wins. So Briscoe made the call to leave him out long and stay true with 14 laps to go. Next pit road will be Tyler. The interesting part about having different range is the range to the so we'll see if Danny Hamlin will hold the lead or it'll be Tyler Reddick to make it down pit road.
The gap right now, Hamlin is 41 seconds behind at the 35. You can see Tyler Reddick on pit road now. He will give up the lead. Michael McDowell is in front of the field here at Indianapolis. Marty's coming to you.
Yeah, and Billy Scott just told Tyler Reddick a moment ago, who, when you lead every lap, Rick, as you can get, did not have any complaints about the race car. But he said, we're going to do 4 tires here. You're going to have to wait on fuel. You see Denny Hamlin coming through turns 3 and 4 right now. This is a long pit road, Steve. I don't see how this works out that the 45 will cycle anywhere close to where Denny Hamlin is, because he's already on the front stretch, and Reddick's going to have to wait on fuel and now left side tires as well.
Having a Denny Hamlin bottom of your screen is going to be the leader of this race when this cycles around.
Just went by, as a matter of fact, before Reddick was even able to get off of pit road. Now he still has to take the access road.
The difference, though, is Tyler Reddick's car is now full at lap 38. Denny Hamlin's was full at lap 24. So that means under yellow, back to my point about caution flag pit stops, Reddick might be able to do something then. We'll just have to wait and see how it works out. But Hamlin doing a nice job, but now he has a mirror full of Kyle Larson, Dave.
Michael McDowell assumed the race in the 34 car, but now he comes to pit road. His car early on was loose, the driver's opinion. Free and clean air, so possibly going in the right direction. You do want it to be a little bit up here. Got him around.
And why does everybody not come right away? Because you're looking for that good break, and that good break would be a yellow. If you're one of these cars that don't have track position, and you get that yellow, you can pit under yellow. Unlike some other tracks, you don't stay on the lead lap, right? Most people, when they pit, lost a lap to Tyler Reddick.
It's a very difficult pit road to get to. You have to carry as much speed as possible. Joey Logano locking the front tires up to get down to pit road speed. That doesn't matter much under this situation, but if you get in there and you're trying to do a quick fuel only, not change tires, that could put you in a position that you have to, because you may have flat spotted those front tires. In this situation, they're going to change them anyway. But later in the race, if you're trying to play that strategy, the driver's going to have to be a little more careful.
Remember, pit road speed's 45 miles an hour. It's like coming off of an interstate, going right into a neighborhood where you've got to back it down immediately. And that's what these drivers are having to do on the pit road.
Well, the two of us and Cindric was unable to get down to speed. He was too fast entering pit road, so he'll have to do a penalty.
And he had a good race car in practice. Ended up getting in the wall in qualifying, had to start in the back, and that's Indy. You know what I mean? You start making mistakes and it compounds on you. Well, let's make it up.
Let's not forget, that's really where Kyle Larson's Indy 500 got away from him. Was pit road speeding down. Looked like he was going to have a top 10 run. Larson looks really good on this run. He's run the 11 down, kind of with a little bit of clean air and through traffic. Dave.
Where LaJoy on giving up the lead, and they were calling for two right side tires only to be changed on Christopher Bell's car. So Chris is complete for Bell. He now leads. Back out. No, here it is. To the line, and will they change this to two? That was the plan. Bell said his car was just a little bit bad, type-wise, in turns 2 and 4. So he's changing his lines a little bit. The key here, don't slide your tires, so you have to change them less as well. He didn't do it. Right's open.
It's really about your position on the racetrack. You know, with cars in front, it's hard to make lap time. Jeff and I keep watching timing and scoring, and the fast car almost keeps rotating around through the field.
Denny Hamlin right now is 4 seconds, but he is the first behind Keselowski, who hasn't been to pit road yet. Here at the Brickyard 400. And Keselowski now is on pit road. Jim.
He's in his box. Keselowski's saying it's good and clean air, but he is struggling in dirty air. It's like, they did tell him you're going to be waiting on fuel. Hopefully we'll be able to leapfrog some of the guys who spend longer on pit road at the end of this stage. And you see him right there, waiting on that fuel.
Only 9 laps to go in the stage. And race leader Denny Hamlin has a 2.6 second or 0.2 of a second lead over Kyle Larson, running second right now, just in front of Blaney.
Side-by-side commercial break on NBC. A little NASCAR non-stop action there. Our live leaderboard is up and running. Again, apologize for it being down at the start of the race. Now, I didn't check it from like lap 10 to that point. Around like lap 35, 36 when I got it up on here. So sorry for not checking it a little bit sooner. I was honestly just trying to wait it out because it was down at the beginning. We've had this issue in the past. You know, no matter how many times I refresh it or log out of NASCAR.com, log back in, it's still down. So back up and running at this point. Denny Hamlin has cycled to the lead following green flag pit stops through stage 1. We're down to 8 laps to go now in this first stage of 50 laps. Behind Hamlin in the lead, you got Kyle Larson in second, Ryan Blaney third, William Byron fourth, Tyler Reddick fifth, Michael McDowell sixth, Alex Bowman seventh, Ty Gibbs eighth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth, Noah Gregson is in 10th. So that is the top 10 as we run in this Brickyard 400. Gregson took right side tires only when he just came to pit road to leapfrog into the top 10, so we'll see how that works out for him. But as far as I know, I think everybody else for the most part took 4 tires. Might be a couple cars varying in the leaderboard that maybe took right sides only, but doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. 7 laps left now. Stage 1 at the Indy 24 running of the Brickyard 400. No cautions to this point, so we're looking at the stage yellow again at lap 50, potentially being this first caution of the race. First 2 stages, 50 laps in length. Final stage, 60. And through every stage today, you will have to make a pit stop at some point in time for fuel purposes. Good to see that the tires are holding on throughout a longer green flag run like this at the beginning of the race as well. A lot of those drivers, half the field, in fact, were able to go a full fuel run on their tires without having an issue. There were very minimal tire tests that were had about a month ago, leading to the start of this race here this weekend. Of course, it's the first next-gen race that we've had on the oval at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but good to see at least the tires holding up. And a little bit of fall-off at that. Fastest lap for Denny Hamlin today at 49.974. He's the only driver to run a sub-50-second lap time in the race. That lap was set at lap 26 when he had clean air following his 4-tire pit stop in the middle of stage 1. The last lap he just ran was a 51.859. So about a second and a half of fall off, which is another reason why Tyler Reddick, who ran the full fuel run out compared to Hamlin, Larson, Blaney, again, half the field, splitting the stage in half, 25-25. Those drivers were able to cycle out ahead of Reddick. Reddick running about 2 to 4 tenths of a second faster lap than the leaders, though, and he's now 7 seconds off the lead, though, behind Byron for 4th, where Reddick is in 5th place. He's 6 seconds behind Willie B. It's the top 4 all within 1 second of each other, and very tight at the front of the field as they battle for the stage win.
It seems to be a little bit more advantageous to kind of do it at the end of each stage and one in that final stage. We'll just have to see how the 45 plays it. It's going to be a very complicated kind of mess of traffic with fuel load. We've seen 2 tires and 4 tires. This is one of those chess games, right? Because we're just got to cover it as it goes because the crew chiefs themselves have a plan. The question is, what is their plan? Where do they think it's going to pay off? Are they looking for a great caution or a lucky break, or are they just trying to gain some track position currently where they run in the race, Marty?
Good eye, Steve. I just checked in with Billy Scott. And I think folks sitting at home might have been like, why are they taking so long on this pit stop to make sure it's full for Tyler Reddick after having the best car early in stage 1? And Billy Scott told me we're trying to eliminate a pit stop for the rest of the race. So by his math, Steve, hitting at lap 37, 13 laps after Tony Hamlin, he can then go to lap 77 range, then to lap 120 range if it stays green like this, and only do this race in 3 stops. You like that call?
Well, I'll let you know when I see where the yellows come out.
If it's the winning call.
I like that he has a plan. So, yes, I do like the call because he said this is what I'm going to do, and I'll adjust if the yellows come out. I know Billy Scott has plan A, B, and C, so I don't hate the plan. I think it's a good idea to try to do something different. All right, the 6 of Brad Keselowski also has a penalty. Let's listen to it.
Second violation. They say you crossed over the outer white line and
This is going to be very controversial. NASCAR sent me the latest email they sent the teams, and it says stay off the racing surface. And you may swing wide beyond the white line on the acceleration lanes between 1 and 2, but stay off the racing surface.
So there, the 6 has just got its right side tires on what we would call the racing surface, not the racing line, but the surface.
I don't know if I would call that the racing surface. That's the problem with that update.
But isn't that white line that signifies the apron of a racetrack?
Yeah, but it hasn't for 14 years that we've run the Brickyard 400. I've seen drivers go out there all the time. So, to Jeff's point about controversy, now he sees some big smoke out of the back of the 17 of Buscher.
Oh.
The point is, Rick, I agree that if the line is going to be the reference point, then let's reference the line in the update. So we'll have to see if this information gets handed to all the other drivers, Jeff.
Yeah, just make this write the rule in black and white.
Yeah.
You can't go above that line, and then there's no question.
Agreed.
This is a vague rule.
So again, the 9 was penalized first.
Well, look at
the car in the front here.
Yeah, well, look at the 5 behind. So the 9's there. He got penalized, right?
Definitely above.
5 behind. He's on the white line, I guess. Not in the racing surface. Just make the rule. You can't go above the white line, and everybody understands it.
We see the 11 on this, the final lap of stage 1, and the gap has closed now. Here comes Larson in the 5. A playoff point on the line if you win the stage. And great entry through the turn 4 turn for Denny Hamlin, and he'll come to the green and white checkered flag. Denny Hamlin is going to win stage 1 at the Brickyard. Denny's first stage win here at Indy, and his 6th stage win already of 2024. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 9th, and Noah Gragson rounding out the top 10, all receiving stage points. Denny Hamlin looking for his first ever Brickyard 400, the crown jewel that he has not been able to win yet. And he takes stage number 1, the first step on his way to victory lane.
So Denny Hamlin going on to win Stage 1 in the Brickyard 400 today at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson second in the stage, Ryan Blaney third, William Byron fourth, Tyler Reddick fifth, Michael McDowell sixth, Alex Bowman seventh, Ty Gibbs eighth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth, and Noah Gregson top 10, as Gregson was in 10th. So 1 point per position there. Again, stage points on the line for those top 10 finishers at the end of Stage 1 and Stage 2. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in to this stream here this afternoon for live commentary coverage of the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson's got the in-car cam on YouTube today. Yeah, I never know who has that on a weekly basis. Obviously, with streaming the race here, so I'm never like on it physically. Nor do I think I can actually show the footage of that without getting copyrighted for it. Don't want to risk it there. So race flying by, obviously, with no cautions outside of the one we're under right now, which is for the stage yellow at lap 50. Drivers having more control of their cars, and I'd say that is probably due to the fact that they are shifting more often than not in turns 1 and turns 3 on the racetrack. Downshifting specifically in those corners, going from 5th to 4th, and we saw that in practice from time to time. Qualifying, pretty much everybody was in 5th gear all the way around the racetrack, but there was no draft effect causing an increase in straightaway speed like we're seeing in the race of over 200 miles per hour. Qualifying, some of the faster speeds, corner entry, turn 1, turn 3, were about 194 to 196 miles per hour, so over a 5+ mile per hour increase in speed there. Reason why we're seeing more downshifting in the race. And again, we did see this practice in some drafting aspects when cars were in traffic there for the 50-minute session on Friday afternoon. Be interested to see this race on 3 stops. Quite a few others going to come to pit road more than likely. And this is going to split the field again. So varying strategies at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today. Very similar to that of Pocono last week. Difference here, we did not get a caution in the middle of Stage 1 like we did at Pocono a week ago. So maybe it makes the strategy play for the drivers deeper in the field a little bit harder and trying to gain track position in that aspect. We'll see if Stage 2 goes caution-free.
Car. Just sitting after Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll see who makes it home. It's going to be led by the Hamlin again for his stop, but he's leading on the cars, Dave.
Ryan Blaney came out lap 27, Rick, coming out of 3rd place now. And on that stop, he took 2 tires. So no doubt there'll be tires here for Blaney. His car was just a little bit free at the end there. He said, I'm faster than the guys in front of me. They're just doing a good job of protecting the 12. Very confident here.
Dave, a playoff point in the bank for Denny Hamlin, top right of your screen. Chris Gabehart said we're going to restart about 10th to 15th. Tell me what you need for traffic. He said, I need to be freed up, especially on throttle. Meanwhile, William Byron said the handling was much more manageable. Rudy Fugel, though, going to free him up as well. And Kyle Larson said, I, too, could stand to be a little bit freer if I'm going to be in traffic. And they told him you got to wait just a little bit on fuel, some 2 tires, some 4 tires, and Rick also some cars who stayed out.
Yeah, 7 cars stayed out on the racetrack, so differing 14 teams. So Marty and Dave are joining the cruise.
All right, so Stage 2 going to begin on the other side of this commercial break. As of right now, we are again at the end of Stage number 1 here today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for this NASCAR Cup Series Brickyard 400 Sunday afternoon. Tyler Reddick will be the leader when we get back to racing here on this next restart. We'll have to wait for our full leaderboard to line up. Again, a mix of drivers staying out that went all the way through the full fuel run in Stage 1 as we went caution-free there. I do think it's going to be very, very difficult for these drivers to be able to make it on 3 stops without any additional yellows in this race, outside of the 2 stage yellows that we know that were guaranteed. So it will make fuel mileage very, very big for Tyler Reddick. And I think it's going to be even harder for him because he had nothing but clean air the entirety of his fuel run, being the leader, as he went on to lead the first 38 laps of this race before coming onto pit road. So he's going to be a couple laps short pretty much all four quadrants or all four quarters of this race if you go 40, 40, 40 all the way through, because obviously he didn't make it 40, about 37 coming to 38. So 37 full laps. It's going to be tough. So top 5 on the restart is going to be Tyler Reddick in the lead, Michael McDowell in second, John Hunter Nemechek third, Joey Logano fourth, and Corey LaJoie fifth. That'll be the top 5. Then Denny Hamlin, who won the race off pit road, going to restart back in 10th. Top 9 cars stayed out of the pits to leapfrog in the track position strategy here in the early going of the Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis today. We'll take another break and continue our live commentary coverage on the other side when we begin stage 2 here shortly. You're listening live to the Brickyard 400 on KRC. When we get to the end of stage 2, 3 things are going to happen. 1, we'll have the diecast showing as we usually do at the end of stage 2 in these live commentary streams. 2, we're going to close that poll that is open in the chat where you can vote for who you think is going to win today's race. That always closes at the end of stage 2, so you'll have about 50 more laps there. 74 votes have been casted so far. 39% of you saying that somebody other than Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, or Denny Hamlin will win this race. Those were the top 3 cars at the end of stage number 1. So it's going to be hard to kind of overthrow those 3, but 39% of you taking somebody other than them. 28% for Kyle Larson, 18% say Denny Hamlin, and Ryan Blaney getting 15% of those 74 votes so far. Update on the spotlight drivers from the pre-race predictions, where they are all running right now. Again, Hamlin, Larson, Blaney, all must-haves. Of course, the reason why I have them in that chat poll as well. They were 1, 2, 3 at the end of the stage. Tyler Reddick was 5th. Those were the 4 must-have picks for this weekend. Sleeper picks, Ty Gibbs, Bubba Wallace, both going to restart in the top 10 and 8th and 9th here, so far so good there. And the don't have picks to finish outside the top 10 in this one. Martin Truex Jr. and Ross Chastain are both well outside the top 10, with Ross Chastain back in 32nd and has been around 30th most of this race. Martin Truex Jr. had the pass-through penalty at the beginning. He wasn't really able to gain much track position, but at least was able to pass a few cars before the end of the stage, plus gaining a couple spots on pit road just moments ago.
This week, Dave. Well, let's stay with the racing family's theme. Richard Boswell, the crew chief for Chase Briscoe. His dad, Dickie Boswell, was a very famous short track racer. You've carried on the tradition then from the pit box here, but it looks like you've got a big challenge. The car started 20th, and Chase hasn't made a lot of progress. You took 2 tires that time.
Car driving good for him so that he can be a little bit more aggressive with the car and his inputs, and try to do a little bit of strategy there with some right sides. And a lot of people were thinking the same thing, so didn't gain a whole lot, gained a little bit, but made a pretty big adjustment. Right side tire should tighten us up. We made a wedge adjustment to help tighten us up. So hopefully that gets the car where he needs it, and we can be a little bit more aggressive from here on out.
All right, go forward to stage 2. We'll keep track of the 14 here. DJ, you're from a racing family too, obviously. What are you looking at?
Yeah, what I'm looking at now is you're going to people maybe if that first stage might have seen with the different strategies. Now the drivers are really going to earn their keep trying to get through this, work through traffic if they want to get to this trophy behind me and get their name on there today.
And they'll be up there with you in victory circle. The cars get lifted up, elevator, a lift that takes them up there.
Yeah, so DJ mentioned it. You see McDowell, the front of the pack. He hasn't been there all day. Pit strategy, Gilliland, all those guys, they pitted earlier. They didn't pit this time. They did that to get the track position. We don't know what kind of cars they've got, but they're starting in front of this pack.
7 cars stayed out on the racetrack, a different strategy. It's Reddick, McDowell, Nemechek, Logano, LaJoie, Kyle Busch, Todd Gilliland.
Just to add a little flavor to it, there's several there to just put 2 tires on as well instead of 4. So there we go right there. That's that mixture.
You ready for a little bit of a brain cramp? I got one more for you then. Let's go. The 1 of Chastain. The 43 of Jones came and topped off at 1 to go. So with 45 to go in the stage, with maybe 1 more yellow, they might not pit at all. in stage 2. So other than that, Rick, it's pretty straightforward. Just, everybody's doing something. We just don't exactly know what all the somethings are quite yet.
Well, that's why we have you up here, Steve, so you can spell out all the strategies and say the pros and the cons of why those are happening. The magnitude of this racetrack, it is so big. I mean, its full facility covers 560 acres, but it's difficult for one spotter now because they're not on top of the pagoda to spot around the entire race. So there's 2 spotters for these teams, and we are going to be with Chase Briscoe and his team. Joe Campbell and Justin Bolton are taking care of the spotting duties. We're going to listen to them on this restart.
So make sure you're leaving yourself room, not driving the bumpers, getting way too tight and having late lifts.
Ooh, a little last-minute coaching. I like that. Don't get too close. Late lifts. He means don't drive in, get arrow tight, have to lift on corner exit. That's where you're going to lose most of the time.
So Briscoe restarts 23rd. We're going to listen in.
Going. 3 green here. 20.
In front of him, we saw that 84 of Jimmy Johnson get out of line. He made it 3 wide at one point. There's A.J. Allmendinger in the 16 moving to the inside.
It's a battle trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack. You can make the top work for a lap or 2, but when these cars build speed, it's hard to make that outside work.
Oh.
A.J. Allmendinger, it's rough down there. The car is bottoming out. That's what that smoke was flying out from underneath it. Everybody trying to go with him.
Out on the straightaway. We see the 71 of Zane Smith right behind that 16. And now Mark Truex Jr. putting Zane Smith on the outside. Trying to break the draft as they go down the front stretch.
So John Hunter Nemechek was able to get to the lead on that restart ahead of Tyler Reddick in the 2nd place position now, and he's already 1.1 seconds ahead of Reddick. Kyle Busch is in 3rd place, 1.8 seconds off the lead. Corey LaJoie in 4th, 2.8 seconds back. Michael McDowell rounds out the top 5 on the restart. He's 3 seconds off the lead. So great restart by John Hunter Nemechek. I saw him make a huge dive on the inside of Reddick going into turn 2 after Reddick cleared him initially off the exit of turn 1. And the pass was made successful, so I'm not sure exactly what he did to make that move. Maybe backed up turn 1 a little extra and found the hole to the inside and was able to cross him over, but great job by John Hunter. And Nemechek qualified inside the top 10 this weekend and ran top 10 all the way through the first stage. A couple of drivers taking right sides only actually bumped him just outside the top 10 by the end of stage 1, so he didn't get any stage points there, but obviously staying out of the pits when he did. Was able to restart 2nd, capitalize to get to the lead from the front row, and he's pulling away from Tyler Reddick. So great speed out of that 42 car so far this weekend for Legacy Motor Club. Maybe he could be a surprise winner here today if we do end up seeing a surprise winner to lock themselves into the playoffs. Didn't take much of a look at the point standings coming into the day. Talked about it very briefly in the pre-race, but we basically just kind of blew through all my predictions for the race. More than anything there, so we'll highlight those point standings right now. first we'll start off with the actual playoff standings. The drivers who are locked in with a win would be 3 wins apiece for Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, and Christopher Bell. 2 wins for Ryan Blaney, and then 1 win apiece for Alex Bowman, Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, Joey Logano, and Austin Cindric. So 12 different drivers with a win. 4 spots open on points for these final 5 regular season races coming into this one today. The drivers who are above the cutoff line of points, the 4 would be Martin Truex Jr., Ty Gibbs, Chris Buescher, and Ross Chastain. And Ross Chastain is the final spot above the cutoff line by 27 points over Bubba Wallace. Over 1 full race worth of points out behind Wallace would be Chase Briscoe, then Kyle Busch, and Todd Gilliland. So that would be the top 20 in the point standings there. And again, the first 4 in, first 4 out on points. The battle for the regular season championship is even tighter. 20 points separating the top 4 in the standings coming into this race today. Chase Elliott was the points leader, only 3 points ahead of Kyle Larson, 15 points ahead of Reddick in 3rd, and 20 points ahead of Denny Hamlin in 4th. Hamlin won stage 1, Larson 2nd, Reddick in 5th, Chase Elliott 0 stage points. So that gap between 1st and 4th is even that much tighter here as we began stage 2 moments ago. And for Denny Hamlin, that was his 6th stage win of the season, 3rd most in the series after he had won stage 1 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today. But again, to reiterate, the top 5 in the running order following this restart, John Hunter Nemechek out in the lead, Tyler Reddick in 2nd, 2 seconds back, and maybe saving a little bit of gas is why Nemechek's checking out from him. But either way, John Hunter is pulling away, using that clean air to his advantage, so we'll see what kind of strategy he'll pull off here in stage 2 to try to get himself the best starting position possible for when stage 3 begins. So with Reddick in 2nd, Kyle Busch 3rd, Corey LaJoie 4th, and Michael McDowell 5th. Again, that is your top 5. Lap 12 in stage 2 right now out of 50, and lap 62 of 160 overall. Denny Hamlin, who was the first of those on 4 fresh tires on the restart, is still the first of drivers who had taken 4 fresh tires during the stage end. He is in 8th. Now, Bubba Wallace also pitted from 9th place, but he took right sides only. So Wallace actually the first of those at least that have topped off on fuel during the stage end. But again, Wallace took right sides only. Hamlin took 4. Wallace in 6th, Hamlin 8th.
The guy who's up front with anyone before the green flag driver. Actually, he was the honorary pace car driver to start the Brickyard 400. Want to get a few updates? We're 13 laps into stage 2, and we'll start with the.
Well, Rick, we had talked to Richard Boswell about Chase Briscoe and tried to get him strategized to the front. Well, the second Corey LaJoie, he started 19th. They took 4 tires on lap 40. That's the only time they pitted. I'm not sure, Tim, which car that is, but it's getting very close to the front. He's now 4th.
Number 5, Super Duper 18, Nick Newman. This tallest driver, the strategy we're on is low risk, is what they told Kyle, Marty.
Jim, what a shot in the arm for Legacy Motor Club. John Hunter Nemechek up front, yes, on strategy, but clearly has the pace as well. This team has struggled transitioning to Toyota, but leading laps at Indy where the boss, Jimmy Johnson, had so much success, that certainly helps. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick sitting in 2nd right now. Billy Scott told him, let's save fuel as much as you can under that last caution. See, to your point, I just checked in with a moment ago. He said, I think we are still on target to eliminate a stop in this entire race. And then 1 point of the final time.
Well, there's no yellows, a big advantage. Remember, it's 160 laps, so break it up at 40s. 40, 80, 120, 160. So if they're going to 78, still looking for some yellows, Rick. I think the end of stage 2 will be those yellows. They're trying to weave this together, but it's not easy. It's right on the edge of their windows.
Reddick running 2nd right now to John Hunter Nemechek out front of Brickyard 400.
So Nemechek leads this race. We'll go through the full field running order this time. So again, John Hunter Nemechek leads 2.6 seconds ahead of Tyler Reddick in second. Kyle Busch is third. Corey LaJoie fourth. Michael McDowell in fifth. Bubba Wallace up to sixth. Joey Logano seventh. Denny Hamlin eighth. William Byron ninth. And Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10. Ryan Blaney in 11th. Ty Gibbs 12th. Todd Gilliland 13th. Carson Hocevar 14th. Christopher Bell 15th. 16th for Harrison Burton. Jimmy Johnson 17th. Chase Elliott 18th. Alex Bowman 19th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 20th. 21st for Noah Gragson. Martin Truex Jr. 22nd. AJ Allmendinger 23rd. Zane Smith 24th. Chase Briscoe 25th. 26th for Austin Dillon. Ryan Preece 27th. Ross Chastain 28th. Josh Berry 29th. And Daniel Suarez 30th. 31st is Justin Haley. Daniel Hemrick 32nd. Eric Jones 33rd. Last car in the lead lap, Ty Dillon at 34th. Brad Keselowski a lap down at 35th. He had a speeding penalty or a blend line violation penalty back in stage 1 after his green flag pit stop. Austin Cindric had a speeding penalty on pit road, too fast entering. He is 36th. Cody Ware 37th. Up in smoke for Chris Buescher towards the end of stage 1. Didn't get a report on that, but he is 2 laps down. Still on this racetrack and in the race. And BJ McLeod, who started the race today, ran 15 laps before pulling behind the pit wall and into the garage, where he has been retired from the race. So BJ McLeod will finish 39th. Again, only completing 15 laps for him. So that rounds out the 39 car field. Our only caution, lap 50 for the stage end. Ty Dillon got the free pass during that caution. Most laps led to this point. Tyler Reddick from the pole has led 41 laps and led 2 different times. 13 laps led for current race leader John Hunter Nemechek, second most in this race. Denny Hamlin, who won stage 1, ended up leading 11 laps in that stage. And through the cycling to green flag pit stops, we saw Michael McDowell lead a lap, Brad Keselowski lead a lap, and 2 laps led for Christopher Bell. In total, 6 different drivers have led at least 1 lap in the race, and we've had 7 lead changes so far amongst those 6 different leaders. So that is the current race statistics to this point, and we are under caution during this full screen commercial break, so the yellow flag is out. Our average race speed right now is 152.35 miles per hour. And we are just over an hour after the start of this race officially today. Again, caution for the second time.
NASCAR Drive, that is your live race day. Indianapolis. And we want to thank Shady Rays for today's coverage. Now, caution has come out. We saw 15. And it looked as though Cody Ware had a tire going down. Sure enough, the carcass is now off the car.
Yeah, another flat left rear. We've heard the 17 has had a couple of these. This is another Ford. And then the actual tread of the finally comes.
Buescher had a flat tire at the end of stage 1 then.
Before we see wear issues here, just seeing left side more air means more speed, but you can't get too low. And we see blocking at this racetrack in every form of racing. And right here, Joey Logano got blocked big time by Bubba Wallace, and it's got big. Right along with Joey. Well, it's a good thing he lifted. Yeah. But good thing he came out of the gas. It was going to get ugly. And Joey had some words.
I like that. We'll give him one chance. Little affirmation, and let's get back to racing. Don't egg it on. I say it tongue in cheek, but I do believe there are some radio conversations where I feel like, you know, they could put the fire out, or they could kind of stoke it. And sometimes I think they'd be better off to put some of these fires out.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know, to be honest, Bubba don't want to be down there doing that either. But if you let one guy by, you may not ever get him back. So you're just going to block.
One could turn into 7, honestly, with what we've seen.
Sure, a little hand gesture. So now 6 of Brad Keselowski will be back on the lead lap. So he was one of those drivers that was penalized for pit road exit, not using the warm-up lane correctly. This, you asked, what do you do for strategy? I mean, I really think this throws a little bit of a wrench at Nemechek, Reddick, Busch. You know, they really needed to run like the 78 we heard, which is only 9 more laps. I just don't think you can stay out here, run 9 laps, and then pit. That doesn't work. Here, Pocono you might be able to because you wouldn't lose a lap, but here you're going to lose a lap to anybody that pits here. So that kind of, you know,
how right do you want to be? You know, at some point you have to say, okay, we've hit a little construction on our road trip. Now what's plan B? And I think that's going to be the choice for the 42, the 45. I expect to see a very busy pit road. Everybody needed to stop, or everybody except for maybe Chastain, who topped off, to make it to the end of the stage. So I expect to see a very full pit road.
But this works for them because they have the track position, and if everybody else is going to come, then they're going to keep the track position as long as pit road, their crews do okay.
Well, they need a lot of fuel. So remember, fueling is slow on this car versus tires. So I believe the guys that all pitted at 52 have the opportunity of right sides. These front guys are going to have to put almost a full tank of gas in right here. So this is that fuel tax. They've kicked the fuel tax down the road, and now they're going to have to pay that tax on this pit stop.
Kyle Busch stays out, and a long line of cars coming at you, Kim.
And Kyle Busch elected to stay out. Crew Chief Randall Burnett said we're going to do something a little bit unconventional. We only have to make 2 more stops. We have to make it to our window, so I'm going to keep you out. This does throw a wrench in our plan, but I think it's going to work, Dave.
Corey LaJoie told his team just need a little bit of front turn for better balance. He took 4 tires on the first stop. Does this give them the opportunity for 2? No, it looks like 2 more coming over the wall for Corey. Marty.
Dave, another example that clean air is everything. John Hunter Nemechek out front there leading 14 laps. So the car felt pretty good on that run. They're going to go with 4 tires as well. And see Tyler Reddick here. And next road.
Race on pit road. Again, the caution coming out as Cody Ware's left rear tire went down, and that tire carcass came off onto the racetrack. Caution comes out. We'll have a restart. Kyle Busch will be up front.
So Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, a few other cars stayed out of the pits entirely with this caution coming out. And I'm sure for Wallace, the hopes in which why he stayed out is because Ross Chastain is so far back in the field, try to capitalize and get some stage points. He didn't score stage points in stage 1, so we'll see if he can do that here through stage 2, having this track position. By pitting now, more than likely these drivers are going to be able to make it all the way to the end of stage 2 on fuel. So it throws definitely a wrench in some of these teams' strategies, having to call an audible with bringing their teams to pit road here where they weren't expecting to want to pit in about a 9 to 10 lap stretch or so. So under this caution, we'll take another ad break here before we get back to green flag action. Again, you're listening live on KRC to the Brickyard 400. Also, shout outs to those of you that I haven't shouted out yet through the stream. Now, William Wiley watching. He's been here for a minute. Same for Kyle Sharp, Hercules Harrigan also in the chat. Time running out to vote in the poll for who you think is going to win the race today. 84 votes have been casted so far, and it's getting tighter between the top 2 voting options. 37% taking somebody other than Blaney Larson or Hamlin to win the race today. 31% taking Kyle Larson. 19% have Hamlin, and 13% of those 84 votes currently taking Jimmy, or rather, I said 84, so I was thinking Jimmy Johnson. Currently taking Ryan Blaney. RFK cars are 2 and 3 laps down. Yeah, not a good day for RFK Racing. Flat left rear towards the end of stage 2 for Buescher. Put him a couple laps down. Keselowski with the blend line violation had to make the unscheduled pass-through penalty towards the end of the first stage as well. Now, with this debris on the backstretch from the left rear tire of Cody Ware's race car going flat and the carcass coming off, this allows Keselowski to get the free pass position, as he was the first car lap down at the time of the caution. So Keselowski is back on the lead lap now. And for the first time today, Kyle Busch is leading, so 7th different driver to lead in this one, as he was the first of those that stayed out of the pits. It looks like the top 5 cars stayed out of the pits here, and from Joey Logano in 6th on back, they all hit pit road. Corey LaJoie might have just hit pit road too, but he didn't take 4 tires, I don't believe.
Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, and then eventually landed at Stewart Haas Racing. When I asked Mike what his most seminal moment on pit lane had been, well, he said the 2017 Kurt Busch win at Daytona. There he is. We NBC you, Mike Cook, right in there. Now, Tony Gibson, the crew chief, he got a lot of credit for having such great celebration, but Mike was right there. He said it was a fantastic win, best win so far of his 6 in the NASCAR Cup Series. Now, his best celebration may happen yet this week, though. I know Charlotte, 6 years old, is waiting at home to go on a Disney cruise with Dad. He's coming home. Wife Meredith will join, and they will have a good time with some of their days off coming up, Marty.
Dave, Joel Bunyan is the jackman for Denny Hamlin, and he has one of the most unique paths to NASCAR. He was actually a running back at Northern Illinois in an amazing junior season, 1,300 yards and 18 touchdowns, top 5 in the nation over guys like Derrick Henry. He spent time on several NFL practice squads, including the Green Bay Packers, where he was actually able to score a preseason touchdown and do the
Go, Pack, go.
For real. Yes, that is real, folks. And I asked him, how was the conversion from being an NFL and college running back to NASCAR? He said, all technique when you're a jackman, but that thrill of the car coming down pit road is exactly my number being called in the red zone.
Well, Marty, we documented how Kyle Busch stayed out. Here's Randall Burnett, the crew chief's explanation to his driver.
Sort of heavy along.
Marty, to add to that, he gave his driver the directive, save hard. I need you to keep the lead, but maintain the pace. Easier said than done.
And Jeff, as it shoes, Kyle Larson comes down pit road. Let's check and see what's going on with the race team. And I'll check in with Chris Daniel. Chuck, they wanted to make sure the right rear for Kyle Larson. Man, pit road at Indianapolis has not been kind to Kyle Larson. Also, the 24th down. The first problem came down pit road, but yeah, Kyle Larson had the speeding penalty in the Indianapolis 500. Here he is making sure all the lug nuts are tight here in stage 2.
It's unfortunate or fortunate if you can kind of get on this different strategy. Let them a few laps away from their pit window, so they need to go and go hard. They need to go as fast as possible to kind of gap this field because they're really the only car that still needs to come to pit road. So if he loses this lead and falls back into traffic, the whole strategy goes apart because he'll lose a lap on his pit stop. So it's very important for Kyle Busch. Now for the 5 and those other cars, you have to ask yourself, if we get a quick yellow right here, can he leapfrog onto what Kyle Busch is trying to do, right? Can they start saving some gas? And I really think that's why you saw more than just the 5 on pit road. I actually thought the 5 might have been a strategy call until I started looking at the right rear lug nut. It was obvious to me there was another concern that Marty covered for Kyle Larson.
Yeah, the crew chief on the 8 car, Randall Burnett, he recognizes the situation they're in, Steve. They just haven't had pace. They just have not had winning speed for several months, really this year. And so he's like, hey, we're not going to win. We're not going to get done what we need to do, just do what everybody else does. So let's just do something different and see what happens.
And last week we saw really in focus with Todd Gilliland. We were embedded with him at Pocono, and he is the other car on the front row. I thought it was just Busch. I was wrong. At 38 as well will have to come to pit road. So 2 of them almost need to work together. Like they need to get single file and get this figured out. But Jeff, your point is exactly right. You have to look at the facts. The facts are you're way behind in points. You got to try to get a spark.
And the big picture for Kyle Busch is a 42 race winless streak. That's the longest he has ever gone since he has been in the Cup Series without getting a win. The 2-time.
All right, here we go. About 27 lap halfway mark in this one as well. Green flag is back in the air. Todd Gilliland, Kyle Busch on the front row for the restart. Both staying out of the pits on much older tires than the rest of the field. Mainly 2x2 into the first turn. Kyle Busch easily pulling clear with the race lead. Gilliland not able to get to second place in line. He'll drop in line in front of Chase Elliott in third. Bubba Wallace gets to second. Big dive by Denny Hamlin to the inside of Reddick in turn 2. Had to lift and come back up the racetrack a bit. And Ryan Blaney gets to the outside of the 11. Contact back straightaway. Car in the wall. Coming back down the racetrack. Getting clipped and harder into the inside wall. It's William Byron with a nasty impact. After going 3 and nearly 4 wide on the back straightaway, fanning out, moves were being made. A.J. Allmendinger also involved in the incident, along with Byron. who went for a wicked couple of shots to the outside wall and then back down across the track to the inside retaining wall.
AMR safety crew to get to William Byron. Over the radio, William Byron has talked to his team already. There's the AMR safety crew getting to William. We talk a lot about, the fame of this racetrack and the historic nature because it is front and center. But you've mentioned it a few times, it's just overall speed. We've seen over 200 miles an hour, football field a second at the end of these long straightaways. And it's not very wide. I mean, you look, there's a little bit of grass, that soft wall, so you can get more than one hit, right? You can get the outside and inside wall.
These restarts, we see how important track position is. And that means on these restarts, that's your time to get it. That's your chance to go make something happen.
Good shot there of seeing William climb out of the car. Here's how it happened.
Oh, somebody got into the right.
No, behind him. It looked like there was two
Or
cars
12,
two cars or three cars, three wide. Let's take a look right here. You see. Oh, you're going to see it right here. The 21, 41, and 24. So the 41, if we back that up and watch that one more time, the 41 is trying to get three wide between the 21 and the 24, trying to make it three wide. I don't believe Harrison Burton or William Byron knew that they were three wide. This will be a great look right here.
Oh, they're hitting each other there. So he's in his right rear quarter panel. You're right. It was just everybody on three cars. Here you go. Here's a great shot of it, Steve. So stop it right there. Stop it right there. So the 14 car, they're touching those two cars, the 24 and the 14. They're hitting each other there. It's still contact, and here comes the 41, and he makes contact. It's just those three cars trying to go in the same spot, but it started with the 14. Of Briscoe
pushing and shoving, and the 21 of Harrison was exiting the corner like he was too wide. He doesn't know that the 41's in there. So, this is what happens when everybody tries to fill that hole. But, Jeff, to your point, on board makes a difference. Let's see what happens to the 14, why he loses pace. It was crazy. I think he went down to third gear.
Yeah, that's where it all started. Was he lost pace? It's just tight racing. At the end of the day, it's what we said earlier. You just gotta push and make everything happen.
Right, so it's easy to say, okay, who's at fault or what's the cause? Well, the 41 going three wide is the cause of the accident, but I don't blame Ryan Preece because if you don't try to go in that hole, what do you say, Jeff? You're never going to go anywhere, right? You could argue that it's too early in the race. You could argue all these things, but the racing in the back of the pack is so aggressive. You almost just have to make some stuff happen. And you see right here, the five-time Brickyard winner himself, he knows this place, and you see his frustration, and he sees it as why is this happening back here? But these restarts, if you watch 20th to 36 on every restart, I can't believe we ever have green flag racing. I can't believe they make it back around.
And we hear that the 21 of Harrison Burton also went to the garage. And if that's the case, he would have been on the DVP and he would be out of this race if they were behind the wall.
And the fans on the hill going to go take a close-up look.
Everybody running to go see the 24 car getting pulled back to the garage through the backstretch entrance through the infield area.
24 is not going to make it to victory lane in successive years as far as year increments. Jeff Gordon won in 94. He won again in 2004. He won in 2014.
and the 24 will not go back to victory lane in 2024.
So back to the road trip, back to that fuel strategy. Now they ate, I think he's so close, he's going to have to come to pit road this time. I would imagine we're going to see other people follow. Bubba Wallace, the 38 of Gilliland, for sure. It's kind of a split decision because most of the field were only on pit road 5 laps ago. Some may stay out. They might be sick of being back in that traffic and say, let's cycle to the front. The 8 of Kyle Busch, this is good for his strategy, but he's going to have to sit on pit road for quite a bit of time to put fuel. Yeah, look at this. It's going to be a busy time on a narrow pit road.
How many decide to not come to pit road? Quite a few, as a matter of fact.
38 doesn't think he can make it. So when he goes back on the racetrack, Kyle Busch lonely on pit road.
Yeah, long ways back. Kim.
And Randall Burnett told his driver, we are within our window, so we need to take the opportunity to come down pit road. They are going to have to wait a little bit on fuel and make sure it is full. Kyle Busch just saying the back end still a little bit out of the racetrack as they put 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel in that Chevrolet, Dave.
So the 34 Michael McDowell was already on the, I believe, Steve, I'm right on this, make it on one more stop with the laps left here. And so they will top it off here again. So it was in the back. They could already do it. That'll be a little insurance. Marty, first let's go to you.
Well, Dave, after the issue on the last stop for Kyle Larson and his race team to check the right rear, then they changed left side tires. They bring it down pit road. Really not much to lose here, Steve, for Cliff Daniels to come down pit road here. Pack it full of fuel, 84 to go. In theory, they could do it in one more stop, but their biggest concern is that they are buried way back in traffic after that issue on pit road.
After seeing that big wreck, back in traffic does not make your stomach feel better if you're a crew chief on top of the box.
Kyle Larson definitely doesn't like pit road here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This was the reason for the caution. Big hit for the 24 of William Byron. The 16 caught up in it, as well as the 21. All 3 of those cars are off the track and out of the race.
Byron might be a little lucky in the sense that he had clipped the 16 when he came back down across the track after hitting the outside wall, because he would have hit that inside wall a whole heck of a lot harder than what he already did if it wasn't for the slight bit of contact, which kind of spun the car around out the front of the 16. Would have taken just a fold. You know, we've seen head-on impacts into inside safer barrier walls, concrete walls in the past before. From turning sharply from the top of the track all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, especially with the grass there on the back straightaway too. That car wasn't going to slow down whatsoever. So at least it slowed down the impact some by hitting the 16. Unfortunately for Allmendinger, it has taken him out of the race, and obviously Harrison Burton also done for the day following this crash. Free pass with this caution coming out is going to go to the 2 of Austin Cindric, who had that speeding penalty during his stage 1 green flag pit stop. So now Cindric is back on the lead lap in this race. That'll put 33 cars on the lead lap when we get back to racing. So again, BJ McLeod, William Byron, AJ Allmendinger, and Harrison Burton are all done for the day. And of course, the 16, 21, 24 all involved in this incident, which is the reason that they are done. A mechanical failure of some sort for McLeod dropped him out of the race on lap 15. So Bubba Wallace is going to take over the race lead for the first time now after Kyle Busch pits from the lead. Wallace trying to get stage points here in stage 2 as he was 27 points below the cutoff line of Ross Chastain coming into the race today. Chastain back in 19th, really about as high as he has been in the running order today. Still outside the top 10 after not getting stage points at stage 1. Wallace didn't either, so that's good for Chastain. But a couple of bad weeks in a row here for this one car when it seemed that, I'd say most people, at least on the internet, seemed that there wasn't going to be a points race. We had 6 races to go. 54 points was plenty good for Ross Chastain, that it was going to take a win for somebody else to get in. But Bubba Wallace, after a top 10 at Pocono, a wreck from Chastain scoring just 1 lone point last week with no stage points there. Might go no stage points 2 weeks in a row. And another poor performance by pace standards for that one team for Trackhouse Racing. And this has been probably the biggest dry spell that Chastain has had in his Trackhouse stint in the 2.5 seasons there. Only 2 top 10s in the last 7 races. And 4 straight finishes outside the top 10 coming into the race. So they're definitely sliding in performance. I was looking at it earlier, too. Chastain only has 2 top 5 finishes so far this season. A lot less than what I would have imagined on paper for him to have.
I just don't see. It's just I think if the 41 could do it over again, he would shift probably the 24, try to get behind him. He tries to squeeze between the 20, and he takes 3 parallel lines and turns it into a Y basically with the front 2 connecting. It ended the day for the 21 as well. We didn't really see him get towed in. He was able to drop it in, but with the damage to the right front, day over for the 21 and the 24.
And the 16 is out as well.
Oh, good point. Yes.
This extended aerial coverage of the Brickyard 400 is brought to you by Shady Rays. Just a partly cloudy day here in Speedway, Indiana. As field
22 laps to go in stage 2 this time by, and we will be 2 laps shy of the halfway mark in this 160-lap, 400-mile race. Chase Elliott outside of the front row. Wallace, remember, took right sides only last time he was on pit road. And also has not pitted at all during this stage, so trying to stretch the fuel window to the end of stage 2, I'd assume. And I think he can make it with these cautions that we have seen. We'll see if he holds on to track position as he's door-to-door. Almost allowed for Logano to get by the 38 car on the outside, and I think Logano actually is still on the outside. Yep. Through turn 4. Joey pushing hard. 3 wide off the exit of turn 4. Hamlin going to try to go underneath both the 22 and the 38. Corey LaJoie to follow, but he gets blocked by the 38 of Gillen. Hamlin clear both the 22 and the 38 above him. Hamlin is up to 3rd. LaJoie overdrives the entrance to turn 1, and he's going to lose about 4 or 5 plus positions through the chute in 1 and 2 now. Reddick, Blaney get by. Christopher Bell to the inside of the 7 also, and I think I saw the 42 of Nemechek also pass by the 7 of Corey LaJoie. Stenhouse, 3 wide to the bottom, gets by both Bell and LaJoie, who are side drafting each other down the back straightaway. Stenhouse qualified top 10. Top 10 through stage 1, and he's back up in the top 10 tonight now. Good day for Ricky. Now LaJoie almost bounced off the wall in between turns 3 and 4 in the short chute there. After running on the outside lane all the way through turn 3. First he was outside of Bell, and now he's got Chase Briscoe underneath him with Martin Truex Jr. drafted behind the 14 in the inside lane. So Bubba Wallace was able to hold on to the lead on the restart. Elliott gave a great effort on the outside lane through turns 1 and 2, all the way down the backstretch, but then Bubba Wallace won that battle on the inside lane. The clean air is going to matter on the 23, having slightly older tires than the 9 and the 11 in 2nd and 3rd place behind him. Gilliland even older tires than that of Wallace in 4th, but then John Hunter Nemechek in 5th on back, all in the same set of tires that both the 9 and the 11 are on. Great day for Nemechek so far in the top 5. He might have race-winning pace today. We'll see when he's actually up there with the 9 and the 11 at the front of the field. More than likely when we begin stage 3, but that 42 car is able to keep up with him. He could be in contention for the win. Kyle Larson trying to get his track position back following a blend line violation penalty. Or sorry, no, he didn't have a blend line violation. It was a loose lug nut. So loose lug nut, or a potential loose wheel, caused him to make an extra pit stop during the stage 1 break. So that is why Larson's at the back of the pack, currently 23rd, about mid-pack for him. 23rd of 33 cars on the lead lap for Larson, and again, he was 2nd place at the end of stage 1 initially. Truex working his way through the running order. Highest he's been today, in 11th now, as he passes Chase Briscoe through turn 4. 9/10 of a second lead for Wallace, as he was a couple tenths quicker than Chase Elliott that last lap. Wallace didn't hold on very well in traffic on those older tires, as he was holding on for dear life in front of Logano Hamlin earlier, but now that he has the clean air advantage out in front of the field, he seems to definitely be running quicker lap times. And the old saying that clean air is king seems to be the case yet again here today at Indy. I'm sure Elliott's going to try to make another run after him at some point in time here. Again, Wallace leads. Elliott is second. Denny Hamlin third. Todd Gilliland fourth. John Hunter Nemechek in fifth. With Joey Logano sixth. Ryan Blaney seventh. Tyler Reddick eighth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth. And Christopher Bell in 10th. Martin Truex Jr. is in 11th. Chase Briscoe 12th. Corey LaJoie 13th. Ty Gibbs 14th. And Ross Chastain is 15th. 16th for Ryan Preece. Noah Gragson 17th. Alex Bowman 18th. Carson Hocevar 19th. And Zane Smith in 20th. Josh Berry 21st. Kyle Larson 22nd. Daniel Suarez 23rd. Justin Haley 24th. And Brad Keselowski 25th. With 26th place being Austin Dillon. Ty Dillon 27th. Kyle Busch 28th. Michael McDowell 29th. Austin Cindric 30th. And Jimmy Johnson 31st. 32nd for Daniel Hemrick. Eric Jones last car in the lead lap in 33rd. Well behind his teammate Nemechek, who's in the top 5. Chris Buescher is 2 laps down at 34th still. Cody Ware 2 laps down at 35th. And then all out of the race, the final 4 in the leaderboard, 36th through 39th. Harrison Burt will finish 36th. AJ Allmendinger 37th. William Byron 38th. And BJ McLeod 39th. I'm going to rewind the race broadcast just a quick second. They interview William Byron out of the Infield Care Center, so I'll let you listen into that. That happened moments ago.
Valvoline, Chevrolet. Yeah, running there on the right strategy, top 2 or 3, and get back there in the pack and get wrecked. So, appreciate everybody. Valvoline, Chevrolet, great car. We'll go on after the. Or he came up in front of me and choked me up, and we're just back there at the spice.
There you have it, Marty.
We'll advance back to live portion of the race now. I just wanted to rewind that about 40 seconds ago or so you can listen into that interview. Again, Byron exiting the Infield Care Center following his hard crash. Couple of big impacts at lap 73. Currently lap 86 at this point. Just over an hour and a half into this race. 133.090 mile per hour average race speed to this point. And the last accident you saw was the second caution that we've had for any sort of an incident today. The first was the left rear tire going flat on Cody Ware at lap 68. And our first overall caution was the stage yellow at lap 50. So 2 cautions here in stage 2. None through stage 1. And stage 3 will be starting here soon as we're down to just 14 laps to go in the stage. Todd Gilliland on pit road.
Fresh Goodyear tires there. That fuel right there.
So now we see the 38 lead.
Gilliland racing his way off pit road, trying to stay on the lead lap. It'll be interesting to see when he gets up to speed on the backstretch if he will be able to stay in front of race leader Bubba Wallace or not. So he was able to go much further on fuel than those that had pitted, obviously, during that last caution. Both at the tail end of the field, and Kyle Busch included, who pitted from the lead initially. Gilliland was on that same strategy as Busch until he stayed out a couple extra laps on this restart. Ran himself in the top 5 before that. Ryan Blaney made a pass for 5th as well on John Hunter Nemechek. He was 3rd at the end of stage 1, so he hasn't really been back in the top 5 since until now. And Gilliland will go a lap down, unfortunately for himself. He was not able to keep close enough pace to the race leader at the time of his green flag pit stop. So Gilliland is going to go a lap down. If he cycles through in the middle of the pack, though, he should remain the first car lap down to the end of the stage. Unfortunately for Chris Buescher, as he's not going to be able to get a free pass at the stage end to get a lap back, so he'll still be 2 down. As I don't think anybody else is going to lose a lap here unless they have to make... And they're much further back in the pack than that of Todd Gilliland when he pitted, so I'd imagine that Gilliland should get the free pass at the next yellow or the stage end, whatever comes first. Stage end could be the next yellow, as we're only 12 laps to go in stage 2. Bubba Wallace leads by 1.2 seconds over Chase Elliott still. 1.6 seconds back is Denny Hamlin in 3rd. Joey Logano 4th, 2.5 seconds off the lead. I mentioned Ryan Blaney made a pass for 5th moments ago. He's 3.9 seconds behind the race leader. John Hunter Nemechek is 4.9 seconds back at 6th. Tyler Reddick 7th, 5.2 seconds off the lead. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up to 8th now, 6 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. in the top 10 for the first time today, 6.7 seconds back at Christopher Bell, rounds out the top 10 in 10th, 7.3 seconds off race leader Bubba Wallace. 5 Toyotas, 6 Toyotas, 2 Chevys and 2 Fords in the top 10 positions in the running order. And in the top 5, you got 2 Toyotas, 2 Fords, and 1 Chevy. The lone Chevy is Chase Elliott in 2nd. Toyota splitting the top 3 positions, and then the Fords are 4th and 5th. As we continue our live commentary coverage here on KRC of the Brickyard 400 2024 edition, we'll take a break and get you to the end of Stage 2 here on the other side. Don't forget that if you are in the fantasy league, that the field will lock. Your starting lineup locks up at the end of Stage 2, so it looks like you have about 10, 11 laps to go in Stage 2 to be able to place your finishing starting lineup. I actually missed my lineup again here today, but my team from last week would be my team this week, and they're actually doing really well right now. Considering that I was probably going to keep most of the same players anyway, considering that Pocono and Indy are similar tracks. The only downside is that I didn't have my bonus picks taken on the head-to-head battle, so I'm not going to get any sort of bonus points this week, but might score decent points, all things considered, with the starting 5. They keep running the way they are now. I think they're all in the top 10. So NASCAR Nonstop commercial break is over, and you'll get to listen to more of the on-air race broadcast here on NBC.
Ashley Furniture, 27 spots gained since the start of the race for Mark Truex Jr.
Again, he had the passing penalty to start off this race. Josh Berry has gained 17. Wallace, who is out front, 16 positions since the start of the race, and he is the leader here at the Brickyard 400.
Yeah, he's the leader, and we've talked about his point situation. You know, if he can get these 10 stage points, that helps him a great deal. Battling Christopher Buescher. And also Ross Chastain. So just any points you can gain is going to matter. There's a lot of racing left in the regular season. You've got to get points when they're in front of you.
So if you look at the last time, the 23 and the 9 were on pit road, lap 52. This isn't a, hey, you know, what's their strategy? When are they going to stop? Everyone's kind of on the same plan now, but the difference is Wallace and Elliott got up there by not coming to pit road, which means they have less fuel in their car. I say that because as we ride on board with Bubba Wallace, we have not seen his right hand come off the wheel. Watch his right hand right here. It stays. I don't know if he's staying in 5th gear or just running hard throttle, but a lot of conversation on the radio about saving gas. See right here? High gear the whole time. He's running 5th gear all the way around the track, even off from wide open throttle down the straightaways. I think it's fuel conservation for the 23 and the 9, Marty.
And Steve, after that penalty in Stage 1, Chase Elliott, as you mentioned, finally on the same strategy as everyone else, but you also talked about that fuel tax you mentioned earlier. Chase Elliott mentioned the same thing to Alan Gustafson on the radio a moment ago.
I think we got to even fuel deal later.
One time, let's divide it between these final 2 stops.
18 laps. Allen's less than everybody else. That's going to take 3 seconds. He doesn't want to have it all on one pit stop because everybody's going to be on his rear bumper. So we go back on with Bubba Wallace. Another way to help that is watch that green. That is not a telemetry issue that he's not wide open, Jeff. He is literally running part throttle.
That's what we talked about in the Kyle Larson conversation. How do you save fuel and pads cars, right? Well, here, you know, he's 3/4 throttle. He doesn't have to be wide open. He can run down the straightaway. You mentioned it, Steve, not ship. Look at the brake. Almost zero brake. Keep the car free rolling so you don't have to build that speed up. All of those things allow you to keep maximum speed without using as much gas. And that's what their goal is right here. And, by the way, lead the race doing it.
It's great to have the progressive telemetry helping us see what it looks like to save fuel, Dave.
And his crew chief, Booty Barker, said, hey, driver, we see what you are doing. You are doing a great job, so achieving those goals there. Remember, these are the first laps that Bubba has led since Darlington back in May, and they're important because, as you mentioned, he's in that points battle trying to get above the cut line and a point situation, 27 behind Chastain as he came in to make it into the playoffs. But this is the way you really make the playoffs. Keep your car in front, win the race, be the 13th different winner
2024. What a competitive season. And we would love to cap it off today and be that 14th or that 13th winner.
And that win would absolutely turn the playoffs kind of upside down.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace coming into this race was on the outside looking in. He with 27 points. Being shown as the leader would put him 13th in the playoff standings. If he could go on to win the Brickyard 400. Now, coming up on 4 laps remaining in stage 2.
Team that's really executed, I think, the best of almost everyone. The 42 of John Hunter Nemechek. He was on pit road at lap 70 like everyone else, but he took 4 tires. So he has fresher left side tires. I'm going to assume maximum fuel. Maybe everybody thought they were full, but if not, the 42 has more fuel, or at least equal to. You know, Legacy Motor Club has kind of needed a shot in the arm. It's been a little bit of an uphill transition at Toyota as they figure out the tools and the technology. We see their owner, Jimmy Johnson, in the field. They have taken on the task of running a third car sometimes. That takes effort, you know, from an organization. And John Hunter, we see him jump over into Xfinity and drive those Joe Gibbs Toyotas on Saturday. Man, he's lights out. That's the guy we know. And I think this right here he is running legitimately 6th in the Brickyard 400. And not by luck or even by strategy. If anything, he has had the best strategy or the most amount of tires.
We're seeing, is that Logano that chose to come to pit road?
All right, so this is the question. Can you stop before the end of the stage and not lose a lap? We watched Gilliland.
It's going to be tight.
Able to do it, but they had a slower pit stop because they filled their car up with fuel. Let's see what the fuel requirement is on the 22, whether they maybe only take 2 tires or just short the fuel, Marty.
So see the time requirement behind the leader was 4 seconds for joining the course. So choosing needing to differentiate themselves in some way from what the will do. And they actually called Chase Elliott to pit road. He will probably come next time, Steve, because he's going to be close enough to the leader to be able to do that. But 4 tires, fuel here for Joey Logano. We expect Chase Elliott the next lap.
10 seconds. They didn't wait on fuel in that car, so as we see the 22 leaving pit road, no one else joins them on the pit lane. They're going to stay on the racetrack. Let's see what Logano looks like relative to the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Here's 22 on that warm-up lane. This is going to be close. Here's Bubba Wallace at speed. You definitely can't run the warm-up lane as fast as you can run turn 2. Bubba is going to come off from turn 2 with a huge head of steam.
I think he'll be all right. Yeah, he'll be all right.
By Joey on pit road, team making the pit stop, no mistakes. You can see he's only a second and a half, 2 seconds in front of Bubba Wallace. Any mistake on pit road, Rick, and it doesn't work. You get passed by Bubba Wallace. So great execution by everybody.
And this was really impressive. Pit road speed 10 miles an hour slower this year. So all the data, Rick, everything you knew from years past, kind of out the window.
Now remember, they had to come in that last lap because pit road closes with 2 laps to go. Now it's 1 lap to go. So they came in when they had to, were able to execute. They're going to stay in front of Bubba Wallace. That means...
All right, so we're on the final lap of stage 2 here. Bubba Wallace is the race leader by about 9/10 of a second over Chase Elliott. So he should be able to hold on pretty easily here, win stage 2. It'd be the first stage win of the year for the 23 team. And that would be 10 points in the stages today to 0 for Chastain after coming into this race, minus 27 points. So that is huge. Wallace off of turn 4 right now and coming to get that green-white checkered flag. So Bubba Wallace first in stage number 1, Chase Elliott second, Denny Hamlin third, Ryan Blaney fourth, John Hunter Nemechek fifth, Tyler Reddick 6th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 7th, Martin Truex Jr. 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 10. Again, 6 Toyotas in the top 10 positions, 2 Chevys, 2 Fords on the manufacturer side of things through the first 2 stages now. 1 point per position paid towards those regular season standings for the top 10 positioners. And if Wallace does qualify for the playoffs, this will be a playoff point for him as well. But getting those 10 regular season points was huge for him more than anything here. So he can grow a step closer to, for himself, hopefully making the playoffs. So we are 250 miles into this 400-mile race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today, the Brickyard 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series. You're listening live on KRC. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content. Time to end the chat polls. We're at the end of Stage 2. 99 votes were casted. 39% of you taking somebody other than Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, or Ryan Blaney to win today. So we'll see if your vote will be correct at the end of the race. 29% had Kyle Larson, 20% with Denny Hamlin, and 11% of the votes going to Ryan Blaney. And again, 99 votes were casted total in that poll. An update on where all the pre-race prediction drivers are running from the end of Stage 2 as well, and where they are right now. Sleeper picks, Bubba Wallace wins the second stage. Ty Gibbs in 13th outside the top 10, so 1 for 2 there. Don't have picks 1 for 2 right now as well, with Ross Chastain 12th and Martin Truex Jr. in 8th. So those were both to finish outside the top 10 of the prediction list. And 4 drivers on the must-have list to get top 10 finishes this weekend. Denny Hamlin 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Tyler Reddick 6th. Hamlin was my win pick, by the way, as well. And Kyle Larson back in 20th after making the extra pit stop at the end of Stage 1. So didn't get much of that track position back for him. So 3 for 4 on the must-have picks from the end of Stage 2. And where we would be running currently. Alrighty. So again, end of Stage 2. We should be seeing quite a few pit stops coming up here. This stage yellow was our 4th caution of the race. Again, took place at lap 100. Or lap 101 under the caution currently. I'm not sure how many cars are actually going to pit here. I don't know how much longer Wallace can go on fuel. I think he's got a lot less than that of the other cars running behind him. Because Wallace stayed out of the pits when they all pitted during the stage. So I imagine Bubba's going to pit. I don't know how many other cars behind him are going to pit. So this will be interesting.
Yard 400. Now we're seeing
more cars pitting than I expected.
And Bubba Wallace with that stage win, the 10 points in for stage win that you talked about. Bubba said finally on the radio. Then they got back to focusing. He made it all the way on fuel, which was great. The car balance is good. He was instructed to go on the jack. Looks like they only take 2 here. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney, his car was a little free, half number loose. A little bit on the exits, Marty.
And during that caution, there was not a word spoken between Chris Gabehart until Denny Hamlin, until the very end when he said, stay out here. They last pitted, and we can do something. He comes in second, now has to stay on pit road and take fuel here. The pace still in the 9 car, Rick.
17 cars stayed out on the racetrack as we get ready for the restart and the final stage.
All right, so there you have it. 17 cars staying out of the pits. A lot more pitted than I expected behind the 23 of Wallace. It's going to be interesting. Obviously, those who stayed out are going to try to make this race a one more stop. They'll have to pit towards the shorter portion or beginning portion of Stage 3, hoping to at least make it within the fuel window. And everybody else could just kind of push hard to the end because they'll easily make it on one more stop, as they can maybe split it in half, or they can choose to pit maybe even just a couple laps behind everybody else so they don't lose too much time on those older tires like we saw all the way back at Stage 1. I think the best strategy, though, is those that stayed out of the pits and are going to try to stretch it on fuel, because some are going to have a lot easier chance than others. That's why I'm also surprised at how many cars actually hit pit road there behind the 23. I think Wallace is actually fortunate because he was the 3rd car out of the pits. So he'll be about 20th, but I was thinking he was going to be like one of the only cars down there, and he was going to be like around 30th, so he probably saved himself about 10 positions. We'll wait for our full leaderboard to update entirely. So we can see who's going to be at the very front of the field for this next restart. But it does look like Denny Hamlin, John Hunter Nemechek more than likely will be the front runners. And fantasy lineups locked at the end of stage 2. And unfortunately, I did not take William Byron out of my lineup. I didn't even set my lineup today either, so I'm not upset about it considering I was 12th in points anyway. It's like the 5th time I forgot my fantasy lineup this season. Oh well. Yeah, Byron wrecked out. It's not going to be a good points day for me. Hopefully for those of you in the chat, it'll be a good points day for you guys. Currently, Dark Crypto has the most points of anybody currently running in this race. In the Fantasy League at 211 points. If it were to end right now, obviously that will change as the running order continues to change through the rest of this race. So we have not seen the final pit stop yet.
Here at decision to stay out there, and what's the plan from here?
It's tight, but in very tight situations, I have a play that it's almost always right. And it's the Brickyard 400. Conservatism isn't going to win, and I'm here to win. So that's what we're going to do.
And DJ Chris Gabehart did tell me this morning, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win this race. When he says it's tight, he means they're trying to do it on one more stop, but it's really close to do that.
Oh, I love that strategy. Come here to win. That's exactly what you want to do. You want this trophy. We had a great moment earlier today. The guys that were a part of that first Brickyard 400 in 1994. Great to catch up with some of them. Of course, I see Jeff Burton every week. That's Todd Parrott on the right. Jeff Gordon, the winner of that first race there at the Brickyard in 94. So it was a lot of fun to catch up with. And Rick Mast was also here, one of the drivers, and he was the winner for the first Brickyard 400, Jeff.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to catch up and kind of everybody spent about 15, 20 minutes just talking about it. Was a lot of fun. It's always an honor to stand with those guys.
30-year anniversary. And celebrating that as we get ready for the restart. John Hunter Nemechek and Denny Hamlin making up the front row. Steve, who has the advantage now? Let's get ready for the final stage.
Yes, I like the 11 and the 42, but you could hear the concern and the question mark and the wheels grinding for Chris Gabehart during that interview. So the fuel's going to be a real big conversation. The 45 of Tyler Reddick had to come a second time down to pit road. Looked like they had some sort of issue with the left front. So he started the race with the best seat in the house. He's going to start here with 57 to go all the way at the back.
2 by 2, and the final stage is underway of the Brickyard 400. Restart for Denny Hamlin. And here comes the 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Denny's worried about fuel. When does he start saving? Right now?
Well, I think you need to run a couple laps and let everything get strung out and see who you're racing with, because you're concerned about these guys in the back. You see the 77 teammates from Spire side by side at the bottom. Joey Logano pops down there, I think, as well as Blaney. That's the idea. So if you're good on fuel, I saw smoke up there.
And the 19 into the wall. It looked like the left rear tire went down.
Contact with Larson. Oh, and another wreck. That's just a chain reaction. It's so difficult to see at this racetrack in front when things start happening. Everybody's single file. It's very difficult to know what's going on.
It looked to me like the left rear tire blew. We saw that little bit of smoke for the 19.
Yeah, they made contact. It was 3 wide for a moment.
Let's listen to the 19 radio.
One car just shoved me out of the way.
One car. Ross Chastain. Truex are running inside the top 5. Chastain's running 6. Jeff, let's look.
Yeah, see, watch down the back straightaway. They're all contesting this spot. Larson trying to make a move here, contact, and then Right here, that puts them 3 wide. Chastain tries to roll behind them, and the contact's there. With Larson, I don't know.
I think the one car all the way back that hit him on the straightaway, I believe the 19 now has a tire going down. Unless that's the contact with the 5, I don't know.
This wreck is because of the contact with the 5.
It's never good when we have to dissect which contact caused the wreck.
Yeah, see, he's in there, and he's got good pace. He's able to keep pace, and then there's contact here. Right there is contact. And that gets him up the racetrack.
Yep.
And now he's along for the ride. I'm not sure tire's down.
Yeah, so he said the one car, so I was looking
at the one.
Well, I was looking at Chastain, but I'm with you, Jeff, right? That the contact that we saw is with the 5, then the 4 kind of gets turned around.
Got a lot of damage to the front for Josh Berry.
They're 3 wide here. Chastain lifts. He doesn't want to be 3 wide on the outside. Rolls in behind. There, they make contact. The 19 and the 5 make contact.
Yep.
I don't see where Chastain ever make. Right here, they make contact.
Yeah, a lot going on for sure between the 5, the 19, and the 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 wide down the straightaway at Indy, and you know, it's going to happen, but things happen quickly, Rick. A lot of times when you're in the car, you're not completely sure what happens. Let's ride along with Larson.
Contact there. More contact.
Yeah.
You're riding along with Kyle Busch.
Yeah, I don't think that 19 ever had a tire down. I just think he's out of the groove.
Got off the racetrack, and then behind them. Let's listen in on the 19 radio again.
Trying to hold on to it with the one car there. I don't know. He thought I was trying to hit him in the side, but I was hanging there.
So I think he's referring to the backstretch. So if we went back on board with Kyle Larson, I'm talking way back on the straightaway, there's contact between the 19 and the 5. And, you know, if you're on board with the 5, it feels like the 19's coming over. When it sounds to me as Truex say, hey, let Larson know, you know, the 1 was running me down there. Truex still hasn't really referenced the 5's contact in the corner, because I see it how you see it, Jeff, right? They make contact, and the 19 goes up the racetrack. Poor Josh Berry, he just, in the stack-up, turned around and knocked the nose off it.
Yeah, a lot of times drivers, in the heat of the moment, speak with emotions, right? And he was mad because of contact on the back straightaway, and that's what he's talking about, you know, because he thought like that's the cause of it. Well, let's ride through this entire restart, or this lap, which is always crazy. See right here, yeah, there. So now Chastain in that red car on the outside doesn't really have any momentum. Truex muscling his way to the middle. Just aggressive racing. I mean, that's really all it is. See right there, Truex he's muscling his way to the middle, and Chastain's like, you're not taking the middle. And Kyle Larson's like, what is happening? Why I can't get running through the grass?
Grass is coming, guys. I need to get up the racetrack.
What we say, racing happens.
That's it. Racing happens.
At high speeds here at Indianapolis. That was the 5th caution that came out. The 19 involved, as well as the...
When we're young, we're told anything is possible. But only a few of us go out and prove it.
Anna Hall, it's chasing down history.
Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
You can only get Wendy's new saucy nugs at Wendy's. So if anyone ever tries to tell you they have saucy nugs at home, you might want to see what else they're hiding. If that person lies. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
If this is your idea of ladylike, you're going to fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing.
When my doctor gave me Breztree for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztree gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztree more than prescribed. Breztree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if there's breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling.
I had to go feed the dog. Sorry, I was away for a second. So still under caution, obviously, from the accident following the race start. I didn't get to see a replay of that, but I had the audio playing during the course of the caution for you guys, so hopefully you didn't miss anything there. Josh Berry obviously going to be done for the day following his impact into the turn 4 wall. Free pass at the midst of the caution goes to Cody Ware, who was 2 laps down. So now Cody Ware going to be 1 lap down when we begin this next race start. And Ty Gillen got back on the lead lap with the free pass at the stage 2 end. Flat left rear tire for Truex, of course, the cause of the initial caution as well.
Hamlin will bring the room to see if he can achieve the Richmond races in 2024.
He's running 4th now. Good strategy. He's on those need to stop one more time strategies. Chase Briscoe doesn't get to the track or anybody sees this 14 car without the work of Todd Cable, his hauler driver. There's Todd. He also catches the right front on race day when it comes off the race car. Todd told me he'll drive about 60,000 miles in a year with that hauler going from place to place to place. And he learned it from one of the best. His dad, Tony, was a NASCAR official on pit lane, but he also had another very special job. He drove the Cup Series hauler. Yep, those 60,000 miles that the series would need to have all their meetings in, etc. Tony did that. And then Todd got racing in him, and so he joined SHR. One of the very famous haulers that he drove was Danica's number 10, that GoDaddy hauler. And, of course, working with your dad, who could have it better? There they are working together. And one of the NASCAR races, Tony's still with us. He's 80 years old, living the good life, according to Todd. His hardest thing now, the biggest stress, where do I eat dinner on any given day? So glad to have them in the family. And, of course, his job, so very important to this 14 team each and every week.
60,000 miles a year these hauler drivers put in.
Those guys they really are the heartbeat of race teams. They do such a great job of getting precious cargo up and down the road, and they also are more than just that. They're part of the race team. You heard he catches tires, and they're a very important part of the race team, and they do such a great job, and they go unnoticed quite often.
Marty, the 11, does this help their fuel strategy?
Well, when I sat down with Chris Gabehart to do that interview a moment ago, he said, I think we're going to get an early caution in the stage. At least I hope we do. And the answer is, Steve, yes, it does get them what they need to be able to connect it on just one more stop left in the race. But your phrase, fuel tax, it's very popular here on pit road, Steve. They will have a very long pit stop on that final stop of the day to make sure it's packed full of fuel. But Hamlin has the track position he needs right now.
Well, the advantage for Hamlin is when I look around, all the cars around him hit it on the same lap. So even if they're a little better at saving fuel, you're looking at a gallon or two. That's not going to be huge to kind of leapfrog. His big pressure comes back. You have cars that pitted around, lap 102 from 15th on back. Blaney, Gregson, Kozlowski, and those. And then we have a whole nother group of cars like Reddick here, the Xfinity Mobile onboard. I love this camera on the spoiler cam. The good news for Reddick, the spoiler's still there. The bad news is the track position isn't. He's back at 28. He's pitted a couple times. He has a lot of fuel on the car, so timed caution. I mean, there's still opportunities, but, in a race where you wanted to keep control after leading early, he's kind of lost control of the race all the way back at 28.
Pace car coming to pit road. We'll have 51 laps remaining in the Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis. Denny Hamlin and John Hunter Nemechek on the front row for this go around yet again. They were on the front row of the last restart as well, and the wreck happened further back in the pack in turns 3 and 4. Great restart by Denny Hamlin, getting well out ahead of John Hunter Nemechek before entering the first turn. Single file through the top 3 positions in the running order. 2x2 on back, hard crash, turn 1. Multiple cars in the wall. I believe Joey Logano is one of them, and Jimmy Johnson as well. Couple of former multi-time NASCAR Cup Series champions, Johnson and Logano, in the wall in turn 1.
Yeah, third restart accident today.
Yeah, it's just, you can see how important track position is, and you have to get it all these restarts. It just puts you in a position of doing things you don't really want to do. You may want to lift and you can't. You may not want to put it 3 wide, but you have to just to see what happens. There's a lot of 3 wide guys blocking. It's 77.
The 12. 12 was sideways. Looks like he hit someone.
Yeah, but watch right here. See that in 3 quarters of the way back, Hocevar in the middle trying to make it 3 wide. They're coming to the corner. Everybody's got to start slowing down and trying to get to their line. Blaney doesn't know he's there, pinches him off. That's where it starts.
That was Austin Dillon's view, vantage point.
It's big impacts for Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano. Here's Joey Logano's ride. Let's listen. Yep. It's before you know it, in many cases, and that's what happened there. Joey's pointed the wrong direction before he even knew why or what happened. It's frustrating. This race means so much. And just a victim of other people.
Joey climbing out of the 22. He'll go with the AMR safety crew for the infield care center from that last accident. Both drivers have been checked out and released now. Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano will have to go to the infield. Well, looks like Jimmy Johnson might drive it back to pit road to see what he can salvage of this. Four-time winner here at the Brickyard. 50 to go in the race, will be 49 to go, and pit road is open this time around. Just don't know. Man, I don't think you can risk. Man, if you're Hamlin, Nemechek, I don't think you're inside the window. The question, who throws a Hail Mary? Who says, man, we're going to keep getting these accidents, and I want to be the first guy to pit road. You're looking at, 6-7 laps outside their window.
Yeah, some of those cars have made contact. The 12 of Blaney, how bad is it? Do we have to pit? He doesn't really want to pit, but they need to come in and look at the fenders, make sure it's okay. There were some other cars that made contact. Those are hard decisions, Steve, for crew chiefs and drivers.
Pit road's still closed.
I will tell you that if I am, not this guy, I think he has position, but when I look at the back half of the field, right, people that have kind of gone away, like Bubba Wallace, 22nd, maybe pit from 22nd. If you fill it up with gas right now, you would only need a splash, or maybe you wouldn't even have to come again. Marty, hearing anything on pit road?
Well, I was going to say, you got to think about Tyler Reddick. They just pitted a moment ago. They're way back in 27th. I think Billy Scott is considering it, but I want to go back on the 11 pit box, Steve, and say, what is this moment like as a crew chief here? You're right, they are short on fuel, and I've heard crew chiefs say, I'm working on strategy. Cliff Daniels told Kyle Larson that a moment ago. What are these moments like? What's the communication like for, in essence, a head coach like Chris Gabehart?
Well, the key is that you have had to talk through what we think our projected fuel numbers are, how much we think we can save, what are those real numbers, how many yellows away we are. That's really what I'm wanting to know. I'm wanting to know from my engineer right now, when we pit with 48 to go, how far short are we running normal? How far short are we saving the best we can by not shifting?
and then I can decide from a crew chief standpoint if I'm willing to risk it. That choice, it's kind of like going for it on fourth down. That's not the engineer's choice. That is yours. That is the head coach's choice. Your job, your career, your name is at the top of that. You have to make the toughest decisions, but you have a lot of people on your team feeding you with information. Dave.
Steve, we saw that the 12 of Ryan Blaney was in and around that incident. Here was his radio, because obviously strategy is involved here at the end. Here was a radio discussion with crew chief Jonathan Hassler.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know what you want to do here, but I think my tires are fine. About 4 or 5 laps earlier than what I wanted to come to the fuel. So if you thought you had any issue, I'd be okay to try to gamble on tires now.
But Blaney assured him, I think my tires are fine, so they are, at this point, staying out.
Guess what happens if you wait until you feel, I don't know if it's Blaney, but right in front of him, the 8, Kyle Busch, Randall Burnett has already made a couple really aggressive calls today. He's sitting here at 10th. So I'm not saying there isn't a pathway for it, but he's at 10th. He's kind of at the back of the low fuel guys. He's going to have a slow pit stop. I mean, I would probably come if I'm the 8. At this point, Jeff, you talk about trying to make something happen. They're nearly 100 points out of the playoffs. So let's see who's willing to gamble. Yeah, I think this is hands been played by Denny Hamlin. This is it. 48 to go. When he crosses the start-finish line off pit road, they're going to try to find about 12 or 15 miles of this gas tank, Dave.
So Chase Briscoe was told, you're going to have to wait because we got to get this packed full of fuel. So Richard Boswell making the gamble here to bring his driver out of third place down to pit road, fill that car full of fuel, give him fresh rubber, Marty.
And that caution would have bought these teams that came to pit road a little more insurance, like Denny Hamlin and his race team. But Chris Gabehart told me earlier, and he said it on the air, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win the Brickyard 400. I'm not worried about points at all. All I want is a trophy at the end of the day. So 4 fresh Goodyear tires, fuel, but with 48 to go, likely not to the end of the race unless they get another caution.
And you see Denny needing more fuel. How many spots it cost him on pit road?
Restarts have been difficult. This most recent one saw the 84 involved. And now we'll have another restart. We return to Indianapolis.
All right, so a lot of cars coming onto pit road here, topping off on fuel, and those drivers going to try to extend this fuel window to the end of the race. Furthest we've been able to see some drivers under green flag conditions go right around 40 laps, so they're going to look to be, by the time we restart, 5, 6, 7 laps short on gas to make it to the finish. So they're definitely going to need some cautions. And they're thinking with the way this final stage has started, and really the middle going of that second stage as well, the first half of stage 2, very caution-filled also. And they're going to try to win this on a fuel mileage race. But everybody who would have stayed out, obviously, definitely going to have to pit before the end. And they're thinking that the drivers that pitted now aren't going to be able to make it. So that will put them in the best position to potentially win this race. So definitely flipped strategy again. It looked like everybody was primarily going to be on the same strategy for the most part, with it being a one-stopper to the finish when we began this final stage. But back-to-back cautions on the first lap of a restart has put us into a fuel mileage race for certain drivers in the field that are going to be contending for this race win. And a lot of the faster cars in the field are going to be on this fuel mileage strategy at that as well. We were supposed to have a fuel mileage race at Pocono last weekend when the final stage had began, or at least the way the cautions laid out in the final stage, but then we ended up getting a couple more, which extended the fuel window enough to where everybody was easily able to make it to the end. Ryan Blaney went on to win the race. So here today, are we going to see that same thing happen? Or are we going to go green the rest of the way to the finish, and then we're actually going to see a fuel mileage race like was expected last week? So roles can either be completely reversed here, where we do see a full fuel mileage race to the finish, or we're going to get more cautions. Drivers who haven't pitted yet obviously are still going to have to pit regardless, whether we stay green or get more yellows, but the cars that did pit already will be able to make it to the end. But they're probably going to need more than one more yellow if they're going to want to extend this. They're definitely not going to be able to save 6, 7 laps under green flag conditions. This is a 2.5 mile racetrack. I mean, that's 4 laps is 10 miles here. Here's 6, 7 laps short. I mean, you're over 15, 16 miles short. That is a lot. Save some in the draft, obviously, running part throttle and all that, but you're not going to save 6 whole laps under green. One caution would make it really close. Two should be good. But if we stay green, I don't think they're making it. So we'll have to see how this ends up playing out. 47 to go under the yellow currently. Appreciate everybody tuning in so far this afternoon. We'll take an ad break before we get back to this next restart in the final 50 laps of the Brickyard 400. You're listening live on KRC. So we'll be restarting this time by. And as we're getting to the restart this time by, they're on the back straightaway currently. Didn't get to that diecast showing during stage 2, and all weekend during these live commentary streams, we've been doing diecast showings of former Brickyard 400 winners. This is a Casey Kane Brickyard, 400 winning paint scheme. He had the same paint scheme when he won at Indianapolis in 2017 in the Brickyard 400. That crazy 14 caution race. Don't think we're going to see that many yellows in today's race based off the way the first 2 stages went, but this is a diecast with that same paint scheme. Now, this diecast itself, but this is a Casey Kane Farmers Insurance number 5 for Hendrick Motorsports. Oh my gosh. There we go. That's the first time I've dropped it on one of these diecast showings so far. But yeah, this is the paint scheme here. Nothing broke. We're okay. Car's intact. My laptop's intact. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. So, yep, there we go. Casey Kane diecast for today's diecast showing. A little late on that, but I wanted to get it done while we were under caution yet again in the late going. All right, front row for the race start. We got John Hunter Nemechek and Ross Chastain, who started very deep in the field today. Nemechek, the control car in the inside lane. Green flag back in the air at Indianapolis. A lot of split strategies here up at the front of the field. A lot of cars up here that haven't been here all day, excluding Nemechek, who has led laps. But it's Ross Chastain on the outside of the front row taking the lead into turns 1 and 2. Tell you what, all those points Bubba Wallace scored today through the stage. Winning stage 2 is going to get nullified if Chastain just goes on to somehow win this thing. 3 wide back straightaway. Chase Elliott underneath of both Justin Haley and Carson Hocevar. Haley getting way out of the gas, letting several drivers go. And racing by onto the inside. Chase Elliott was able to get to 5th place right behind his Hendrick teammates of Bowman and Larson in 3rd and 4th. Hocevar in 7th, sliding in line behind Noah Gragson through all that on the restart. 45 laps to go for Ross Chastain officially at the line. See more Chevys now in the top 10 on this split strategy all of a sudden than what we've seen in the top 10 at once all day today. 0.2 of a second lead here early going into this restart for Chastain. And again, everybody that is on the strategy of staying out of the pits here knows they have to pit one more time to the end anyway, so they can just go, push the issue. And all the drivers trying to save here to the end of the race, they're going to be backing way up and also hope for a yellow or two to make it to the end. All the evasive moves going on the front and back straightaway in this restart, we could see another caution. A lot of 3-wide racing to the back straightaway, trying to get organized to at least side-by-side into turn 3. For the most part, they did. Briscoe running side-by-side for position pretty deep in the field. All the way through 3 and 4 that last time by. Again, these are the first laps Ross Chastain has led in the race today. All the different fuel strategy games being played, we have seen a total of 10 different drivers lead at least 1 lap in the race, and we've seen 14 lead changes amongst those 10 drivers so far. Stenhouse with a massive block. Looked like on top of Brad Keselowski in the 6th. In the short shoot of turns 1 and 2. A little bit of contact was made. Door-to-door back straightaway. Stenhouse still hanging on that right rear quarter panel. Keselowski in that outside lane. Now will cover the bottom behind Keselowski in front of Austin Dillon to keep from losing multiple positions. As we've seen a lot of drivers do today, you get stuck on the outside, you lose a lot of momentum, and it's so easy to lose 4, 5, 6 plus positions. It's hard to get that momentum back up, secure yourself in line in the draft, and that's why a lot of blocking has been going on down these longer straightaways and through the chutes of both ends of the racetrack. So the fuel window may be open this time by at the line to make it to the end if anybody wants to pit. Problem is, though, you pit this early in the run now, you're not going to stay on the lead lap to the end of the race. Most of them. Maybe the front couple cars would be able to stay on the lead lap, but that would be about it. And even then, you have to execute flawlessly, obviously not speeding on pit road. Pit stop's got to be pretty tight. We saw Joey Logano from just a couple seconds off the lead back in stage 2. Pit early. He stayed on the lead lap, but he was only really about a second or second and a half ahead of Wallace and the rest of the leaders at the end of stage 2. Fortunately for Logano, that strategy not going to work out today as he got caught up in that last incident on the restart. Both Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano are out of the race, so following that wreck that took place back on lap number 109. So with those 2 more DNFs that have now given us 7 drivers that have DNF'd so far in this Brickyard 400 this afternoon. 31 cars remain on the lead lap. The only car on track not on the lead lap would be Chris Buescher in 32nd, who's 2 laps down. So Ross Chastain a 1/10 of a second ahead of John Hunter Nemechek, front of the field. Nemechek has had great pace for most of the day today, and he's really spent a large majority of the second half of this race in the top 6 positions. All in race pace, nonetheless. And he's done a great job keeping that track position so far. And all these drivers towards the front of the field really wanting this race to stay green to the end. That's going to be their best opportunities to win this Brickyard 400 today. Maybe there is a chance we could see an upset winner. Coming into this race, I didn't see there being any sort of opportunity for somebody new to win this race that hasn't won yet of the 12 drivers who have won a cup race in 2024. But right now in the running order, 1st, 2nd, 6th, 7th, and 10th have not won a race yet this season. So half the top 10 drivers have not won. Half of them have. Chastain with a 2/10 of a second lead. So Alex Bowman sits in 3rd then. Kyle Larson 4th. Chase Elliott would be 5th. And Noah Gragson now 4th. Hocevar 5th. Reddick is 6th. So I believe from 2nd place, John Hunter Nemechek is on pit road this time by. Trying to short pit with the fuel window being open. He's one of the few that more than likely can stay in the lead lap with making a stop here.
10th position, Justin and Springs. Did not finish top 10, Dave.
Bowman also in.
Bowman. Fire and smoke in the cockpit earlier, had electrical issues going on, but now it's been up on a race. This will be his last stop for Alex Bowman, Marty.
So as soon as window opened, Bayshore called John Hunter Nemechek down pit road. Not if they had terrific strategy today. They've had pace as well in this Legacy Motor Club Toyota. John Hunter coming down pit road. Steve, the window just opened to make it to the end of the race as you see 39 to go.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you sit there and you wait on fuel. They do a nice job. You have to get it full, but they will lose a lap, I think, to some cars. He is only a couple laps away from pitting. I think the 9 is the car that really everybody should be concerned about because he can run quite a bit farther on fuel. They do a nice job. They stand.
Yeah, so Ross Chastain just pitted from the lead that last time by at the line as well. Kyle Larson's going to come by on the back straightaway. He's going to lap John Hunter Nemechek. Nemechek throws a block, but Larson gets around him. Larson trying to catch the 48 of Bowman to put him a lap down as well. As Bowman tries to get the speed into turn 3, the 48 and the 5 run nose to tail. Bowman has fresher tires, so when he gets up to speed, he should be able to stay in front of the 5 of Larson. We'll have to see for Chastain as well.
Miles per hour, Ross.
We see how Brim 200-300 front lockup.
There's a lot. Now remember, Ross Chastain had a lockup on pit road in practice on Friday as well. He did that a couple different times. Kyle Larson pits from the lead now.
left rear tight on the 5 stop, so he had to come back down pit road to make his stop of the day. And also, Ty Gibbs has radioed in now a couple of times. He is near the line in the playoffs that he has an engine issue in the 54. Remember, last week at Pocono, they lost an engine for Ty Gibbs after starting up front in that race. And today, another engine issue possibly for Ty Gibbs. At this moment, plus 29 above the pit line for Ty Gibbs. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of the race. Meanwhile, here comes Chase Elliott down pit road. We'll see if they have a little bit quicker pit stop than everybody else. We're talking about the small advantage they had over to at 102. They last pit at 106. But going down to the road, hit a caution, Rick, maybe on the racetrack. Mark Truex Jr.
Mark Truex Jr. up toward the wall, and the 9 was on pit road already, so when pit road closes, he's already there, and he can do his stop.
Yeah, and he shouldn't lose his lap now because the rest of the field has slowed down. The 45 of Tyler Reddick, same situation. So you just have to be scored to the pit outline or the start-finish line, depending on where you're pitting. I think both of those cars are past the start-finish line, so the pit outline will be what matters. There's the 9. He scored. That'll be the lead lap for him. 45 of Tyler Reddick has also scored, lead lap for them. So with Noah Gragson leading the race, the 9, the 45, and all the other cars we saw on pit road will remain on the lead lap.
Big advantage for them. And
All right, so Noah Gragson, the leader at the time of the caution here. Martin Truex Jr., cause of the yellow, as he had spun, it looks like, in turn 3. Left rear tire coming apart. Second time a left rear tire's gone flat on the 19 of Truex, causing a caution in the second half of this race today. Really in the final stage entirely, because that was the incident that ended up stacking up the field and causing Barry to get hooked into the wall as well. That was the first caution of stage 3. So Truex has a left rear going flat for the second time in this stage. Here's Jimmy Johnson outside the infield care center.
Contact from the right side. You got to turn give them a great run. They've been such great supporters for me. We just had a very solid performance. So from 33rd, almost in the top 10. And unfortunate, just some aggression on this restart, I guess, here on the screen. And I got right reared and around I went. But, we'll be back. So happy to see some Legacy Motor Club cars running up towards the front. John Hunter's doing a great job. The Family Dollar Tree vehicle. And we'll see how he finishes.
No luck for 4-time Indy winner Jimmy Johnson.
I had a conversation with Jimmy this morning about the race team he's part owner in, and he was talking about the changes they're making, the effort they're putting in. They're not where they want to be, but he feels like they're going to get there, and they're committed to making the changes. And he was really excited about it. I mean, he was telling me that, he's spending a lot of time, more time at the shop. He's spending more time in planning and organizing and making changes.
So it looks like Hocevar's actually scored as the race leader, not Noah Gragson at the time of the caution. Gragson has scored second, so Hocevar leading for the first time today. Ty Gibbs is on pit road after a reported engine issue for what is now the second consecutive week for the 54 team.
The 11 team of Denny Hamlin trying to come and check and see what's going on and diagnose the issue. So this moment, and it sounds terrible when it leaves pit road, they're plus 48 above the cut line, but not much you can do when the cylinder starts to go down here towards the end of the race, Steve.
No, there's really no fixes unless you're looking.
I just saw some black smoke out of the left side pipes of the 54 also when he was leaving his pit box there, so I'm sure that that's not good. Not used to seeing black smoke coming out of the pipes of the car leaving the pit box. Here's Joey Logano outside of the infield care center from his crash.
One more time here. It's like Hocevar sent it down the center, and just stuff that we know late. It's like something he's done a lot recently, and unfortunately, it's caught up to me. It's like Jimmy and my left rear and knows our shell pins on Mustang on the wall. It's a bummer, you come here to Indy once a year, and all you dream of is kissing the bricks, and our team gave me a really good race car, and we were the leader of our strategy, and that's kind of all you can hope for, right? Is get to the lead of your strategy, and we were going to have a shorter pit stop. We were trying to gain some spots on the restart, as a lot of guys were kind of staying out trying to connect it. We can have a shorter stop than them, and that was when we were going to cycle back up to the front, hopefully, and we never got to see it through.
So unfortunate for that Penske driver.
Well, now Gregson scored the leader. So, yeah, I was going to say on our leaderboard, Gregson was out in front, then Hocevar. Now it looks like it was Gregson based off time and scoring. So, not sure what the issue is. Trying to get that resolved. And this is a caution all those drivers that had pitted well before the window opened during the most recent caution we had was hoping for. Gives them an opportunity to save more fuel, as we are down to just 34 laps to go in this race. And again, under yellow. Entirely, this is our 7th caution of the day and our 5th for incident, not counting the stage yellows at lap 50 and lap 100. Entire top half of the field has not pitted since about lap 10. Well, some of them lap 102. That'd be Gregson, Hocevar, Kislowski, and Hemrick. And then lap 112, 113 for everybody else in those top. It's like 21 positions outside of the 4 I already named. I'd imagine all those cars will be coming to pit road as it opens this time by 33 laps left at the line. Well, not everybody.
Zane's jumps to mind. So it'll be interesting how it plays out.
And for Noah Gregson, the biggest complaint all day has been just so tight. They have not been able to turn. So 4 fresh Goodyear tires on the fuel, and Noah Gregson completing his stop, Dave.
Perfect. Good for Hocevar. He brings it to pit lane, though, because he has to have fuel. They're going to put tires on it as well. We saw how aggressive he should be on restarts. It'll be fun to watch him coming from the back. 2 right sides.
The reason for this 7th caution was spent by team of Martin Truex Jr. It's a good start with 32 to go.
About 30 laps or so left in this race. When we get back to green, I believe Ryan Blaney is going to be the leader as he had stayed out of the pits. So maybe those drivers that did pit last at lap 112, 113 are going to try to continue to stretch this to the end of the race. That would have been the second to last caution we had seen. So they had a couple caution laps after they had pitted to save gas there. And obviously all the yellow flag laps from the Martin Truex Jr. incident in turn 2, I believe, is where that took place. I said turn 3 initially. No, yeah, it is turn 3. Okay, so I had it right the first time. Seeing the replays, and then it kind of looked like turn 2, but I had it right the first time. It was turn 3, where the left rear tire had gone flat for Truex, causing the yellow. 30 cars on the lead lap. Free pass under this yellow goes to Justin Haley, who had actually made a pit stop under green flag conditions, but was a lap down when the caution came out, but he was the first car lap down, so now he's back on the lead lap. And in 30th. So a few more drivers pitting there. So the caution really looks to have hurt John Hunter Nemechek, Ross Chastain, some of those drivers that pitted before this caution came out, thinking that they weren't going to be able to make it to the end. Carson Hocevar just pitted under the yellow. Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson pitted before the caution. Because now they're at the back of the field. Very few cars hit pit road during this yellow. And now they're well outside the top 10 again, with a lot of drivers trying to stretch this fuel window to the very end of the race in front of them, with the caution laps that we see at hand. This is going to hurt Chastain mightily if he can't get into the top half of the field, because Bubba Wallace is back in the top 10 and 8th on our leaderboard. Chastain 25th now with all this strategy play going on in the final stage. And again, he was already outscored by 10 stage points. Had a 27-point cushion coming into the race today. Had a 54-point cushion going into last week's race. Lost 27 points, so it was cut in half. And it may get cut in even more than half again from that. I'd argue Wallace having a much better day today than what he had even last week when he finished 10th, because he did get no stage points last week, 10 this week, and he's in the top 10. So One thing that could hurt Bubba, though, is if we end up getting another new winner, and that would push the cutoff line even further back. Although Chris Buescher, who is only about 20 points ahead of Chastain in the standings, no stage points for him today, and he's 2 laps down in 31st after he had a flat tire late in stage 1. He's been 2 laps down really ever since. Even with all these cautions, he's been unable to get in the free pass position to get any of those laps back, and largely due to the fact that he is 2 laps down and not 1 lap down. It's just so much harder to get your laps back, to get back on the lead lap when you're 2 down versus 1 down. Even on a track like Indy where we don't see a lot of lap traffic.
Flying at 4:30. Sun countdown to green.
At 5:30 on USA and 6 o'clock, Cup Series racing. Marty.
Rick, Denny Hamlin sits in 5th, and Chris Gabehart wanted to reset the playing field for his driver. Listen.
I'm not entirely comfortable yet, but I think I could make it saving if needed. And one more time here, I'm good. So I want to ball. I don't want to go out back. Great.
I wanted the ball. He has promised to be on offense all day long. Chris Gabehart so far has delivered on that. He has his driver in a good position. Hamlin is close on fuel, as you heard him talk about, but he also has some drivers to pass as he sits in 5th, Rick.
Blaney, that's what I needed to know. Blaney is on the same strategy that you're on. We don't think Hemrick and Keselowski can make it. They're on a big gamble here. You need to find a way to get in front of that 12 car.
I'll add Zane Smith to the outside of Blaney on the same strategy as well. Now, the 12 car might bring up some bad memories for Hamlin since it was just a week ago where he couldn't get by the 12 in the closing laps at Pocono.
But Hamlin's got 4 tires. Blaney didn't take any.
Situation from Gateway where he might flag. Should save as much as he can. As we get ready for the restart, it'll be 31 laps to go. Keselowski in the 6 drifts up the racetrack in short suit. He takes the lead. And here comes Blaney.
Zane Smith in that 71 car, he went to the bottom and got in front of the 11 car.
So Hemrick trying to hold on to 3rd right now, but that fight between Hemrick and Smith, 3 wide behind him. They were all able to get through. And Keselowski, not worried about saving fuel right now. He's trying to pull away. Four spots, the 47th, Ricky Simpkins Jr. Has Suarez on his outside. Big aggressive move. If Tyler Reddick tries to go by, we hear him shift.
Reddick last on pit road at 124. Fuel's not a concern. It's just speed, pace, aggressiveness. Try to push the cars. Don't allow them to run their own race. He's doing a nice job right now. Up into the 13th spot, looking at Suarez.
Keselowski last pitted on lap 102. No way he could make it to the end on that amount of fuel. So is he running hard so that he makes everybody else run hard?
Running hard and probably putting his last set of tires on closer to the finish. They know they're upside down on strategy. Maybe they'll get a caution where half the field will pit so he can kind of leave pit road with track position.
Jim.
Yep, Steve just called it. This team is banking on some kind of caution in the next 29 laps. They cannot make it on fuel by the math. Maybe if we get additional cautions, they'll have the opportunity to get fresher tires than anybody else, or even if we get a string, depending on how they roll this gamble. stay out and stretch that fuel even more. I don't even know if that's an option, Steve. How many caution laps would they need?
I think it's really outside of reach. I mean, they would need 20 or 25 yellows by my math. I spent some time with McCall earlier. Although you see Brad half throttle down the straightaway, saving all he can, because even if they come to pit road, you want to put less fuel on board. When I was talking with Matt, he seemed upbeat. You know, it's been an up and down year. They did get that win finally for Brad as an owner driver, but he's like, man, every decision I make is the wrong one. If we pit, the caution goes the other way. If I stay out, the caution doesn't come. And I know what he means, Jeff. You know, a lot of these gambles are calculated, but they're still a gamble. And some days it's like, no matter what you do, you're on the wrong side of the coin flip.
Yeah, as we follow along with Brad looking at that telemetry, he's saving fuel in a different way. He was actually wide open leaving the corner, but then he would run halfway down the straightaway and then have a bigger lift. Completely different style of saving fuel.
Look at the pace of the race. It's a half a second slower than what we were running earlier on basically the same amount of tires. So, you know, and that's because Brad can save because Blaney wants to save. Blaney can save because Smith wants to save. Like, if the guys controlling the race are all patient, then it works. You just need somebody to kind of push the line along.
What didn't work was that restart for Denny Hamlin. You know, he needed to get, and he did not need that 71 of Zane Smith to get between he and Blaney. Now he doesn't have one car to go through. He has two cars to go through.
Fifth gear all the way for Denny Hamlin. The shifting has stopped. Watch down into turn 3. Lift nice and early, but he seems pretty content at the pace that they are running, Marty.
And look how much he's out of the throttle. Yeah, once that restart did not work out a moment ago for Denny Hamlin, Steve, Chris Gabehart told him on this lap coming down the front stretch, I need for you to start saving for me. Remember, they are right in the line after 112.
And the reason you save now is any fuel you use right now is just wasted. Where's he going to go? I mean, maybe you can get by Hemrick. You're not racing Hemrick. Hemrick has to come to pit road. The next position for Denny Hamlin is Zane Smith, 2 spots in front. What? It's just not worth it to try to push those guys.
Yeah, and Christopher Bell behind him is not going to push him because he's saving fuel as well. Gilliman behind him is saving fuel. So all of these guys they got to end this together.
When is that magic number of you got to have the green light to go get them?
So for Hamlin, I think it's when Hemrick leaves. So there's no reason to push the Smith if Hemrick's still in your way because you don't want to burn fuel passing the guy that has to pit anyway. So I think he's going to run and run and run until either A, he saves so much that Gabehart kind of unleashes him and says, we're definitely good to go. B, you get a yellow that forces you to save enough gas. Or C, you get Hemrick out of the way where you can then go get the positions that matter. If we vacation together, Rick, and we're all going to check a bag, that's fine. If we don't carry on and I check a bag, we're going to be mad when we get there, right? We all have to have the same plan.
The problem with Hemrick, he could go past lap 150. So that's not enough laps for then Hamlin to try to go up there and catch Blaney.
That's why he's saving now, because I don't think it's hurting him to save. I don't think he's losing time or position.
So the guy that is not saving, Kyle Larson, he pitted on lap 123, and he has been passing several cars, and he is about a half a second a lap faster. So that's a guy that can mess his strategy up if he could make some passes, and if he could get up there, then he's going to pick the pace up of everyone. Right now, though, he's having trouble getting by Priest.
There's your answer, Rick, right? To Jeff's point. Hamlin needs to go when he has a chance to pass, or when you're going to be passed. Yeah. You're going to have to finally go.
Dave.
Ryan Blaney is in second. He is on the lap 112. Last pitting plan. His crew chief is Jonathan Hassler. Yes, that's champion crew chief Hassler. He's from nearby Green. He says he's doing really well, the driver, as he talked to him over the radio, on the fuel saving. So just a little bit to save, and they'll get there. He believes they can do it, Marty.
Dave, while we're talking about all these drivers saving, they called it a Sunday drive a moment ago. But, Jeff, there's a lot going on behind the wheel. Yes, Denny Hamlin trying to save fuel right here, but Chris Gabehart told him just a moment ago, he said, listen, whatever you do, I need you to save me that fuel. Do not let it hit you back. You just the volume. So saving fuel will also keep you track of these things, Jim.
And for Zane Smith in the third position there on that 112 plan that Ryan Blaney is also on, and a great gamble by crew chiefs. They gambled back in Nashville, got career best finish for Zane Smith in the Cup Series of second. And Steven's been honest. He said there's challenges he did not expect being a younger, newer crew chief with a younger, newer driver. Stuff he took for granted when he was with Kevin Harvick, and he spent so many years with that Ford team. But he said he has learned so much, and it has made him a better crew chief.
It's a great update by Kim of what it's like to try to figure this out as you go. And as we see Brad lead and Blaney, look how close the cars are. I mean, Brad has stacked this field together.
And we saw a big run by Denny Hamlin, and he decided not to make the move. That's to save fuel, right? He's letting Emmerich kind of pull him along around this track.
Well, they're running 52-second laps. Look at the total speed. They're down almost to 160 miles an hour in the middle of the corner. Let's look at top speed from the leader. I'm looking up here at the top of the pylon. We saw nearly 200 miles an hour earlier in the race. I bet you don't see 194, 193, maybe not even 190. They're 2 seconds slower than these. It's a narrow racetrack. They are just stacking the air up, not letting anybody move.
And you would think that would be advantageous for a guy like Kyle Larson, who is on the gas trying to go, but we haven't seen him make a lot of moves.
That's right.
He is up to 10th.
Keselowski is the Pied Piper, leading everyone around Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Keselowski leads, but more than likely going to have to pit for fuel to the end. Same for Daniel Hemrick. Kyle Larson on the outside of Austin Cindric trying to make a pass for 9th place. So Larson is putting pressure on these leaders. They have to try to push harder. They're just not pushing harder at the moment. Larson isn't there yet, but he's getting there. And Larson, although trying the outside to pass Cindric, was not able to complete the pass, had to lift and drop back in line behind him on the backstretch. Tyler Reddick is also right in line with Larson on the same strategy of trying to push hard at the end. They're plenty good on fuel. We'll go through the full field running order then with 20 laps to go in the Brickyard 400. Again, Brad Keselowski leads, Ryan Blaney second, Zane Smith third, Daniel Hemrick fourth, and Denny Hamlin is fifth. Christopher Bell sixth, Todd Gilliland seventh, Kyle Busch eighth, Austin Cindric ninth, Kyle Larson 10th. Tyler Reddick 11th, Bubba Wallace 12th, Ryan Briggs 13th, Daniel Suarez 14th, Chase Briscoe 15th, 16th for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Corey LaJoie 17th, Chase Elliott 18th, Austin Dillon 19th, and Ross Chastain is 20th. 21st for Noah Gragson, Michael McDowell 22nd, John Hunter Nemechek 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, 25th for Cody Ware, Carson Hocevar 26th, Alex Bowman 27th, Ty Dillon 28th, Ty Gibbs 29th, and Eric Jones last car in the lead lap at 30th. Chris Buescher 31st, Martin Truex Jr. 32nd, each off the lead lap. Down of 34th, Josh Berry 35th, Harrison Burt 36th, AJ Allmendinger 37th, William Byron 38th, and BJ McLeod 39th. That will round out the full field running order. Most laps led in this race. Tyler Reddick led 40 laps from the pole. Stage 1 winner Denny Hamlin has led 21 laps. Bubba Wallace, who won Stage 2, has led the second most laps in the race with 26 laps led. Brad Keselowski, the current race leader, has led for 17. And Ryan Blaney has not led yet, although more than likely will be the leader once Keselowski has to hit pit road more than likely in the final 10 laps of this race. And it'll be a fuel mileage race for everybody in the top 6 positions right now, excluding Hemrick and Keselowski, who are well short on fuel to make it to the end. Larson's up to 7th. He would have 4 cars in front of him of those trying to save gas to the end that is going to be very close, if not will be able to make it. Larson trying to push the issue also with those slightly fresher tires on this strategy as well. He was fast all day. He had been put behind a little bit with an unscheduled pit stop during the Stage 1 break, but he's trying to come back after finishing second in that first stage. Reddick also right there behind Larson. Same strategy as Larson, trying to push the field forward. Looks like Kyle Busch is actually able to get back by the 5 and the 45 who were racing each other on the front stretch, and they cost each other more time because now there's another car in the fuel-saving mode that got back around him. In front of him, he needs to pass that are all trying to save gas. Busch had to push a little harder, obviously, in that moment. And maybe Busch feels he's good to the end. He's going to start pushing harder, which is why he passed Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick back. So we'll see if Kyle Busch is going to try to pull on a little bit of an attack here with Christopher Bell in front of him as well next. 17 laps to go at Indy.
Marty. Time running out at Indianapolis, and yes, it's been Kyle Larson, also Tyler Reddick towing him through the field as well. But before this restart, Chris Daniels told Kyle Larson, go on offense. Listen in.
But we are right now over 1 lap to the good on fuel to the end of the race. And as it stands right now, a lot of those things they are lap shivers. If we're to green offensive thing, we're going to help.
There he goes for another pass. Now up to 7th for Kyle Larson. Steve, are they in the best spot? Obviously, as Cliff Daniels told him, we're 1 to the good. Don't worry about fuel. We can run hard to the end.
They're obviously in the best spot for fuel, but, you know, the pace has dropped so much that I just can't believe that Blaney, Zane Smith, and Denny Hamlin, I believe they can make it to the finish. So if 2nd, 3rd, and 5th can make it to the finish, then for Larson, he's got, and Bell, while Bell's on the list as well, you know, I know that you would think with a slower pace he should be able to overcome it, but he hasn't really. He's passed a couple. We'll see if he gets by the 20 or the 11. I think the 11 is really the benchmark for the 5. If the 5 can get by the 11, then we'll see how much pace 12 has up there with a lighter fuel load.
Well, Denny's not going to let the 5 by him.
You say that
Those two don't play well together on the racetrack.
well, I don't know if I would say the word let, but you know, he also can only drive to what he has, as we see now with 15 to go.
You see everybody's blocking the bottom, taking that away from Larson.
Oh,
Larson's
boy.
To the point where I'm going in here, and whatever happens, happens, and that's what you have to do. Now Larson's to Hamlin, and those blocks, Larson's just not having it, and he is driving it deep in the corner, putting those guys in a bad situation. I think it's a different ball game right now. I think Larson is in control of this race.
Radio to Hamlin, that's enough. They've seen enough. They've told him to go. At this point, they know he has to keep the 5 behind him. So now the 11 has this trouble. Can he just turn the wick up? Right now, off the pace, he just doesn't have the speed. Hemrick is a problem in front of him. You see Chris Gabehart, he knows the 5 is the race. You see him reach up on the radio, talking to his driver. We have to make it happen. I agree, Jeff. They know the 5 is in control. If you let him go by you with more fuel, you'll never get another chance to get back by him.
Look at this. Look at Larson once again. Late move. That was a little too late. Hamlin knew it. Larson's not going to take it. You can see what he's willing to do.
How can Denny defend, right? I mean, what else can he do?
All you can do is try to get as low as you can. If you know he has a run, like right here, you're looking in the mirror. See right there? He's like, all right, take the outside. And look at Larson. He's like, nope, I'm coming on the inside. Hamlin missed the bottom. Now Larson tries to drive. Can't get there. But see how early Hamlin had to enter the corner? Larson was able to stay out later, get to the bottom. Later, that means he
As they go into turn.
13 laps to go. Kyle Busch also just made a pass on Christopher Bell for 7th. Now he's in line behind Kyle Larson, who's still trying to get by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Good run for Kyle Busch today in a much-needed situation. Larson in the chute between 1 and 2 is going to pass Larson, passing Hamlin through turn 2. He got underneath him in the chute between 1 and 2 and clears him off the exit of the corner. Hamlin trying to get his momentum back, and now here comes Kyle Busch. Hamlin going to try to play a little defense on Busch. Low entry to the corner. Busch towards the outside, really trying to arc off turn 3. Hamlin holds on in front of the 8. And Tyler Reddick is in line behind Busch. He was able to get by Bell after following the 8 car as well. So Kyle Larson into the top 5. He has passed Denny Hamlin. Now he's going after Daniel Hemrick. Larson on the move, and Hemrick's got a big run after Zane Smith. Hemrick to the inside of the 71 for 3rd. Larson gave Hemrick a huge shot into the first turn. Hemrick clears Zane Smith for 3rd place. Now Larson trying to get by Zane Smith for 4th. And the only other car in the strategy of drivers who could make it on field to the finish would be Ryan Blaney in the 12, because we know that the 6 of Keselowski and the 31 of Daniel Hemrick still have to pit. Blaney knows this, and he tried to pass Keselowski, but ran out of real estate into turn 3. Meanwhile, for 4th, Larson is there as he clears Zane Smith with ease. Hemrick is quickly pulled to the back bumper of the 12th car of Ryan Blaney. Blaney has to be on the attack. Keselowski down to the inside of the racetrack. And this is to break the draft from the 12th of Blaney. 11 laps to go at the line. Zane Smith with a big block on Denny Hamlin as he tries to hold on to the 5th place position. Hamlin can't make the pass. Busch trying to build momentum back up now to get around the 11 car as he gets closer there. Larson's within 0.8 of a second of the race leader, Brad Keselowski. Blaney trying to stay in the draft on the straightaway, the 6th, keep his speed up there. Has to make sure he doesn't lose too much momentum if he tries to pass the 6 car again, because if so, and Hemrick gets underneath him, that will open up a huge opportunity for Larson to get by Blaney as well. 10 laps to go in the Brickyard 400 this time by. Larson pushing the issue on drivers up at the front of the field that are trying to save fuel to the finish. Hemrick has dropped well behind the two Fords in front of him. Larson's going to go for third. With that being said, into turn 1. Move was made a little late. Larson couldn't make the pass. The sooner the 31 and the 6 pits, the better of an opportunity it's going to be for Larson. Because he may not have to just go out there and just flat out pass the 31. But the longer they stay out on the track, that's going to build a little bit of a buffer between himself and Blaney. Keselowski in an accordion line all the way down the backstretch, snaking back and forth, trying to break the draft from the 12 again. To go this time by, and I would assume the 6 will stay out again, considering all the breaking the draft moves he was making on the back straightaway. I mean, how much more gas does the 31 and the 6 actually have in their tanks? They're just going to run it till it's dry and hope for the best? Are they that close, or are they a handful of laps close that they'll end up hitting with like 4 or 5 laps to go? We'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. Right now, they're working their way off turn 2. And we'll have 8.5 laps left on the backstretch right now. This thing is heating up. As a Ryan Blaney fan, I can feel the intensity for the second consecutive week. This is a lot more pressure-packed than last week. Larson to third. Into turn 3. Easily makes a pass on Hemrick. Had a big move. Hemrick wasn't going to throw too much of a block. Now Larson is behind the 12 of Ryan Blaney with 8 laps to go this time by. Blaney lost a little ground through turn 4 on Keselowski. Larson's got a run at him on the front straightaway. Hemrick is going to pit from 4th place. 8 laps to go in the Brickyard 400. Something happened on NBC. Did anybody else get their screen blacked out on NBC, or is it just me? What is going on? Is NBC having a power outage? Oh no. There's no audio either. We have lost. Oh, okay, we're back. 7 to go this time by. Larson's still behind Blaney. We were blacked out for like a lap there. Well, we are back. That scared me for a moment. I thought we were going to miss a crucial point of the race here. Can't get any more crucial down the home stretch. Blaney needs this clean air fast. That's probably going to be the best thing for him, to get up off the exit of the corner as best as he can to stay in front of the 5 of Larson. The draft is keeping his straightaway speed up, so there is that, but he's hurting so much in the middle of the corner, so he really has to execute here. Larson arcing the corner off a lot more on entry, and he's able to stay slightly lower off exit. You're not going to get a lot of clean air on the nose at Indy. It's a one-groove racetrack, but that's about as much as you can do in this situation if you're Larson. He's got slightly fresher tires than everybody that had stayed out a little longer on fuel. He's got fresher tires way more than that on Ryan Blaney, because Blaney, the last time he was on pit road, went fuel only. That's why he was able to cycle ahead of Zane Smith, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, and those guys on this strategy. Reddick, I guess, on the same strategy as Larson, but Busch, Bell, all those cars that were trying to save fuel at the beginning of this green flag run, that's why he was in front of them to begin with. A great restart after taking fuel only. Tires have been holding on well for most of these drivers throughout the race today. 5 laps to go this time by. Brad Keselowski, though, is still the leader here at Indianapolis. He's the 2018 winner of the Brickyard 400. We saw Hemrick, who pitted the same lap as Keselowski, pit under green already in the closing laps of this race. Brad stays out this time by. Does he have enough to make it to the end? And if so, maybe Blaney will have to push the issue to try to get by the 6, but I don't think he's going to push it yet. He's probably going to hope that he runs out of gas, but if we get to a lap or 2 to go, I think Blaney's going to have to try to force the issue and see if he can get around the 6. It may cost him a spot to Larson, but at that point, it might be what he's going to have to do to win. Keselowski's doing a good job maintaining a gap over Ryan Blaney. Couple car lengths down the back straightaway. Larson closer to Blaney than Blaney is to Keselowski on the turn 3 entry. Slightly wider lane on entry into the corner for Kyle Larson. If he can get off turn 4, he's closing in on the 12. 12 carries a lot of speed through turn 4. Keselowski stays out of the pits again. 4 laps to go in Indy. We're 10 miles away in this 400-mile race from crowning the winner. Larson is closing on the back of the 12 car. It's as close as he's been to the back bumper of the 12 since getting to 3rd place by Daniel Hemrick. Off of turn 2. Top 3 within 0.4 of a second of each other. Zane Smith, Denny Hamlin, 4th and 5th are more than 2 seconds off the race leaders. Something would have to go way wrong for them to have a chance. Larson, late dive into turn 3, but he couldn't get to the inside of the 12. And Larson looked like he slipped the tires in the center of the corner. He tried to get it to stick as deep as he drove it in. That was never going to happen. His hope was that he got to the inside of the 12 at least and could have stayed door to door with him through the chute of 3 and 4, but that didn't happen either. Now he's having to regain the momentum, get that ground back made up, as Keselowski stayed out of the pits that last time by again. 2.5 laps to go this time by off the exit of turn 2. And Blaney on older tires, I don't know if he's going to have enough pace to get by the 6 in that situation. He's just trying to hold the 5 back in case the 6 runs out of gas. How does Brad Keselowski have this much fuel in the car? And can he make it to the finish? Larson again closing on Blaney in turn 3. He got close to the back bumper. Not as close as the lap before. Oh, trouble! Kyle Busch is in the wall in turn 3. Caution's out for the 8th time. And this is going to put us past the scheduled distance. We will be headed to overtime. Oh, man, that's a tough break for a caution if you're Brad Keselowski, who was 2 laps away from potentially making this race on fuel to the end. You would imagine with the extra laps, he's definitely not going to make it now. And Ryan Blaney is going to be much closer to not making it as well as Zane Smith, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell. Busch was trying to make a pass for 6th on Denny Hamlin into turn 3. He made contact with the 11, overdrove the corner slightly. Around goes Busch into the wall. Another crash for him in the last couple months. This time battling for 6th. 5th place, rather. Hamlin in 5th right now, so battling Hamlin for 5th. Hamlin was able to somehow keep control of his race car. I don't think he got up into the wall either, but Busch obviously hard into the wall at the right side of his car. Yellow flag is out in the Brickyard 400 with 3 to go. Again, this will put us past the scheduled distance and we'll have an overtime restart ensuing.
Because it's entering that low, it's just behind.
Ay, ay, ay.
Stopped.
I don't know if Brad's going to make it, personally. I'm surprised he made it this far.
Last on pit road about 102. We thought about 32, maybe 33.
It's like 58 laps.
I mean, it is 50 second. 3 to 1 on your cautions, meaning you can run 3 cautions for the price of 1 green flag lap. That's 47 total laps in the fuel tanks.
How? How?
It's just question always the this track, can you fill pickup up? Can it accelerate? This is the track we see stack ups all the time.
Pit road is open. Let's see if anybody takes it, has to take it.
Well, I think at this point, you just got to ride it out.
Oh, you see right here, Denny Hamlin. So they must have not been comfortable with their fuel savings, and Zane Smith. So these guys are on pit road 10 laps after Brad Keselowski, and yet they're coming to pit road now, Kim.
Including
Wow.
Zane Smith, they told him we do not have enough. In fact, I think we are 2 laps short with the additional laps that we put on it. So you see the gas go again for Zane Smith.
Chris Gabehart makes the call to bring Denny Hamlin down pit road. Kim, he said a moment ago, I don't think we can make it. I don't think we're going to have a choice. We're going to have to come down here 4 to go. Denny Hamlin, who's had one of the better cars today, led 21 laps at this point. Gonna have to pit to make sure they can make it to the end of the race. Right side tires and fuel.
8 of Kyle Busch on the inside of the 11, drifts up the racetrack and spins around and into the outside wall.
I really wish that, because if Brad might have been able to make it. I don't know. We'll never know. He's staying out of the pits right now. There's no way we get back to racing. Keselowski's going to make it on fuel, but he's going to try. If he doesn't come to pit road in the next couple laps before we go back to green, it was just a single car incident, not a lot of damage up there on the outside of turn 3, so I'd imagine we'll get back to racing here in a couple of caution laps from where we're at right now. Blaney pretty tight on fuel too, but if Brad's out there, I would imagine that Blaney's going to be good, which shocks me. The Zane Smith, Denny Hamlin came to pit road right then on the same strategy the 12 was on. Again, 10 laps later, they pitted than the 6 car. Now, granted, green flag laps, it was really only a couple more green flag laps, but still, I think there would be a huge or better chance that they could make it than the 6. Again, he's gone 42 green flag laps. It's about the end of a fuel run, but he's got so many extra caution laps than that as well. Here's Matt McCall, crew chief of the 6.
We're short. Sometimes jam. Sure.
What are you telling your driver?
Just ask him. I mean, there's nothing else we can do about it now. We've committed. We've laid the groundwork. And we're going to make it to 160. We're going to need a couple more. So let's go, guys.
All right, we'll see what happens with this team.
Oh boy.
All right, Steve, let's talk about fuel in the pickup.
Let's talk about how these fuel cells work, right? We heard about it, so we're inside the left and right. There's 2 pickups.
I just hope he doesn't run out of gas on the restart and cause a giant stack up. I'm really hoping if he runs out, it's going to be on the straightaway after everybody's up to speed. He can get to the bottom of the track. It's not going to cause an incident here. That's all I really hope for, at least in Keselowski's sake, for fuel purposes. And the field is getting the 1-to-go signal right now. Keselowski takes the inside. Ryan Blaney will be on the outside of row 1. I like being in a lane that Keselowski's not in. The only problem is the inside has been so preferred all day long on not only the restarts, but more than a lap into the restart. You know, how many positions is Blaney at risk of losing? We've seen drivers on the outside of the front row lose multiple positions at a time all weekend through the Xfinity race yesterday, the Cup race today. He's got a fast car, Tyler Reddick, behind him that's going to end up pushing him on the restart, but Keselowski's also got a fast car of Kyle Larson behind him on the inside. So here we go. A 2-lap overtime shootout in the Brickyard 400. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. We're at 70 likes currently. Subscribe for more NASCAR content if you haven't yet. We have live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for NASCAR Truck Xfinity Cup Series races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying, with an extra 50 minutes of practice for the Cup Series on Friday afternoon this week. And we ended up actually having an extra live commentary stream this weekend in particular. So we are sitting at 5 of them so far this weekend, and appreciate everybody that's been here for all 5 and all season long, really. All right, so top 10 on the restart. Brad Keselowski first, Ryan Blaney second, Kyle Larson third, Tyler Reddick fourth, Christopher Bell fifth, Todd Gilliland sixth, Austin Cindric seventh, Bubba Wallace eighth, Ryan Preece ninth, and Daniel Suarez is 10th. That is the top 10. And again, we are restarting this time by, as the field is in the chute between 3 and 4. Pace car coming to pit road off 4 this time by. And again, Keselowski, light on fuel. Blaney, light on fuel. Keselowski much lighter on fuel, you would think, than the 12. If the 12 runs out of gas before the 6 does, then this is just ludicrousy at this point. I don't even know what to think of how this is going to go. My mind's already boggled at how far the 6 has gone. That one caution we had earlier, I would imagine, would have helped the 12. I'm surprised the 71, the 11 just pitted, but oh, the 6 is coming onto pit road. Oh, that hurts Blaney because now he's on the outside of row 1 on the restart and on older tires. Green flag back in the air. So the 6 was supposed to be the control car there, but now I don't know who it would have been. But we're racing. Through turn behind him. Few cars up against the outside wall. Nemechek, who's had a great day on speed. Hemrick in the wall. Heavy damage to Denny Hamlin. He has wrecked out of this thing. Chase Briscoe, hometown driver here. Alex Bowman in the wall. Hemrick's done. Window nets down. Same for Nemechek. Hamlin's going to have too much damage to continue. And Bowman's window nets down as well. As the caution flag is out for a second time late in this race. A second overtime ensuing.
NASCAR's going to work on this lineup. But then what happens is when the 6 pits, that moves up and let the 5 start on the front row.
That's correct.
Oh!
Big contact in 1.
That's a big shot. I think that's the 42 right there, the white car.
I think Nemechek blocked Hamlin into the wall on the... Sorry, Nemechek threw a bad block on Hemrick, blocked Hemrick into the inside wall in the front stretch, and then they went straight up the track, and unfortunately Hamlin and Bowman were innocent bystanders in that crash. Same for Chase Briscoe. Big hits.
Nemechek glanced off that inside, the barrier in between the road and the outside wall.
Yeah, so here comes Hemrick. And, yeah, he just... Hemrick couldn't get slowed down like Nemechek expected that he could. They were on corner entry as well.
Yeah.
Which makes it even that much harder to gauge it.
You see the red on the NBC logo. The cars have been stopped on the front straightaway.
Glancing blow off that inside wall.
And the red flag, I don't believe, has anything to do with fuel load. That NASCAR's not really ever done that. Just this track is so narrow that they have to get the cleanup underway in turn 1 with all the cars sitting down there.
Due to the breaking news today, the NASCAR Cup Series race on NBC will be available on USA.
Oh, that's tough.
Of this race from Indianapolis. You see the red flag.
That is tough. So it sounds like in 4 more minutes, top of the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, the finish of the for the local news, except on the West Coast. So if you are a West Coast viewer, it does sound like this race will continue on NBC, but anybody outside of the West Coast, the race will be headed to the USA Network in a few minutes. It started on the USA Network because of breaking news at the very start of the day. Then around lap 8, it moved to NBC as it was originally scheduled. That same breaking news, I would imagine, is the reason for this race getting moved back to USA Network past the scheduled distance here to the finish.
Start this race. I'm not sure what happened. Wondering if the drivers moved the wrong first, but the rule is moves, the inside lane moves up, makes the 12 now the leader of the race.
Exactly right on all the rules. Remember this.
Tough to tell who fired first.
This year in Richmond, Hamlin got a great launch by a few feet. They didn't call it because they said it was so close. They didn't want to make the call. Very similar situation right here. See, a little bit of a hit right there from Gilliland from behind.
So I don't have a problem with the restart. Here's my thinking, though. Ryan Blaney is mentally preparing to restart second. That's a different approach, right, Jeff? He's like, all right, I'm going to judge this. The 6 is going to accelerate. Here's what I'm going to do. Then instantly, he goes from second to first. Now he has to change his whole mindset. He hasn't been prepared to roll them into the restart zone. When should he fire? His whole mindset has to change. And I just think the 12 would have got a better restart if he knew he was the control car. It was kind of dropped in his lap, Jeff, at the last minute.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Red flag condition here, as we will have another overtime. So another attempt at overtime. And a reminder, again, because of the breaking news that took place earlier today, this cup race coverage will be available on USA for the conclusion of the race. And we'll ask you to turn right over after the commercial break. And there's a possibility that we will go straight there as, again, they're trying to clean up the racetrack. This was a pretty big incident in turn number 1 involving quite a few cars. So as they're cleaning up the racetrack, the red flag has been displayed. There's still another opportunity in front of these drivers to win the Brickyard 400. Who is going to grab it? Again, make sure to join us on USA for the conclusion of the Brickyard 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series.
So, all right. Again, as reiterated by both myself and Rick Allen already, that the finish of this race will be moving to, except they have to do that to a crown jewel of all races here. One of the bigger races NBC has on their schedule of this season. So Kyle Larson will be the leader on this restart. Ryan Blaney pretty light on fuel. These extra caution laps not going to help him, I'd imagine. I think he's the only driver on this strategy of trying to make it to the end from lap 112. Was the last time he pitted. He's had several caution laps between them, but obviously we're going past lap 160 though at the same time with these extra caution laps to the end. This most recent crash that is going to put us into a second overtime finish here has caused a red flag, so that is why the cars are stopped on the front stretch. And red flag for the incident in turn 1 involving Denny Hamlin, John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Briscoe, Alex Bowman, and Daniel Hemrick. 5-car incident there. This is our 9th caution of the race today. All the race statistics at this point, Larson, this is the first time he has led today. 2 laps led for Kyle Larson in this race. He's got a shot to win the Brickyard 400. Most laps led is Tyler Reddick, who started on the pole. He led for 40 laps. Brad Keselowski led for 35 in the late going of this one. Strategy, unfortunately, didn't pan his way with these extra caution laps. Going past the scheduled distance on multiple occasions here, 2 overtimes at least now. Bubba Wallace led for 26 laps, 3rd most laps led in the race. He won Stage 2. Stage 1 winner Denny Hamlin led for 21 laps. John Nemechek had led 16. Unfortunately, was caught up in this incident. 8 laps led for Ross Chastain, 5 for Kyle Busch, 3 for Noah Gragson, 2 for Christopher Bell, and then 1 lap led apiece for Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell, and Todd Gilliland. "13 different drivers have led at least 1 lap in the race today. And amongst those 13 drivers to lead at least 1 lap, we have seen 19 lead changes in this Brickyard 400 so far. The next question is have we seen the last? I wonder how many people were watching Law and Order on USA Network the time of NASCAR getting moved over there, and they're like highly invested in the episode they're watching. They're just like, what's this doing on? NASCAR, what the hell? That was their reaction. They'll now be moving to a streaming platform to finish watching the episode that they were watching. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Try to get up to 100 likes on the stream. We're at 83 currently. So again, 83 likes is what we're at. Try to get to 100 here. Under red flag condition late in the Brickyard 400, as the race has been moved to the USA Network from NBC. 28 cars are on the lead lap. Now, Brad Keselowski actually pitting right before we went green. He's going to cycle ahead of the 5 cars that were involved in this incident. All had actually moved on the front stretch, so they are also in works of trying to get that back to where it should be, which is the reason why this red flag is a little lengthier than originally expected. So that concrete wall had moved a bit from the 42 and the 31 cars hitting it simultaneously after a bad block by the 42 in the front stretch, which caused this incident as we were getting and was able to get by Blaney through turn 1 to get to the lead. And Larson was led just 2 laps today. Out in front now in the Brickyard 400 late. Blaney close to maybe not making it on fuel. Other cars on the strategy at Blaney, there's a lot more than I thought that had last pitted at lap 112 that did not pit during the first overtime caution. We'll see if they pit during the second one. We haven't had pit road opened yet with them repairing the pit wall. So maybe we'll see more cars like a Gillen, Bell, Wallace, those guys to pit. But Gillen, Bell, Wallace, along with Blaney, of course, Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece, Daniel Suarez, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Looks like Corey LaJoie. Also, those are drivers that pitted at lap 112 or lap 113. One of the early cautions in stage 3. Primarily, it would have been the 5-car incident we saw at that time, which took Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano out of the race. This extra lap's definitely helping out Larson's chances. Not saying he wouldn't have won from third with 3 to go when the caution came out. He very much could have. But the probability a lot higher of him getting the win, getting to the lead on this restart. Keselowski pitting, coming to the green, and getting that better launch than Blaney in a more preferred line on the inside. I'd imagine, if we get back to the choose rule, that Larson will take the inside of row 1 again. It's going to be tough on Blaney, slightly older tires, to keep up with that 5 car, who definitely seems to have more pace than him. That's if the 12, of course, can make it on fuel to the end, because we don't know if that will be the case or not. So in the midst of this lengthy red flag here, we're going to take our last ad break of the stream. Unless we get another overtime restart after this, then we may have more. But this is the last for the foreseeable end of this race. Right now, while we're still under red flag conditions in the Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis, you're listening live on KRC. $6 p.m. It's not breaking news anymore. Yeah, it was breaking news about 4 hours ago. 3-4 hours ago. Who turned my Law and Order off? Why is NASCAR on my channel? Yeah, exactly. That's what everybody on USA Network was wondering. All the non-motorsport fans that were watching Law and Order on USA Network have missed the end of their episode. Get that off my screen, yeah. 5 to go. Yeah, it's because they're going to have to open pit road yet. Pit road hasn't been opened. So we get back to red flag after the caution is lifted. They'll open pit road the next time by. And then they'll get the 1 to go that following time. So that's why it says 5 to go right now in overtime. Because, again, they have not opened pit road. They went straight to red flag. Now, ideally, they probably should have had the red flag. Well, it would have been hard to get the red flag on the back straightaway because the wreck just happened in turn 1 and they were probably just backing down speed-wise on the back stretch, so it would have been tough to park them. Would have come, like, if the wreck would have happened in 3 and 4, for instance, under green flag conditions, maybe there's a chance that they could have stopped on the back stretch rather than the front stretch, and then they could have opened pit road. But just the time of that yellow, they weren't going to be able to catch back up to the pace car in time. So NASCAR needs their own network. Well, old races on. I don't think it's their YouTube channel. It might be another YouTube channel like NASCAR Vintage or something of that name. I'm posting a lot of old races on there. Maybe they'll move to YouTube sometime. If they do, I will be gladly able to commentate those races for them if they give me the opportunity. If they move to, we can just broadcast it right here on my channel. Actually, that'd be perfect. That'd be perfect for me. So the next NASCAR Cup Series race will be at the Richmond Raceway. Xfinity Series won't be racing again until Michigan. They will have 3 weeks off. Truck Series had 3 weeks off as well, as they did not race this weekend. Or I apologize for that. They raced at IRP. They didn't race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but they raced at the short track IRP Indianapolis Raceway Park this weekend. So 2 weeks off for Trucks and Cup during the Summer Olympic break. They'll both be back at Richmond. The Truck Series will be in their regular season finale at the Richmond Raceway on August 10th. We'll have live commentary coverage for that race. We'll also have live commentary coverage for Cup practice qualifying on that Saturday afternoon as well. And Cup Series racing will be on Sunday night when we return. So it'll be a Sunday night race at Richmond Raceway on August the 11th following this 2-week Summer Olympic break. So Truck, Xfinity, Cup Series will all be off. Again, 3 weeks off for the Xfinity. They will not be racing at Richmond. For that second day, they'll be back in Michigan. Alex Bowman's exited the infield care center and is standing with Kim Kuhn.
Like they normally are here. So, yeah, bummer day. We didn't have a very good day going with our Ally Camaro. We were pretty fast. We had some air on it, but just really tight and dirty air. Was stuck in traffic there and getting blocked all down the straightaway for 27th was pretty fun. So, just didn't need to be that far back in that position, right? We should be running better than that. And unfortunately, the way the strategy fell and the cautions fell, we got buried there and struggled to overcome it. But yeah, we had a lot going on. My dash was on fire at one point. That was kind of cool. Interesting day for sure.
On that restart, could you see what was happening in front of you or get any sense of what was going on?
Yeah, I mean the 77. So I just filled the middle, and then the bottom crashed and washed up across in front of me. So yeah, nowhere to go or anything we could do. I think I hit 42, and then really hit the side walls. So hate it. Glad everybody seems to be all right, but yeah, not the day we needed.
Hard hit for Alex Bowman. Glad he's okay, Dave.
Christopher Bell pitted on lap 112. I just checked in with his crew chief, Adam Stevens. I said, how are you on fuel? Bad. He said he thinks maybe they have 1.5 gallons left. Steve, so we'll do some math there. If it's 2.5 mile track, 1 gallon gets you 2.5 miles and a little bit more. So probably not much more beyond a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps here, Kim.
And Dave, John Hunter Nemechek has been released from the care center, also part of that stack up on the restart. Walk us through what you could see and what you knew what was happening.
I changed lanes there after the start finish line, got to the bottom, had a pretty good run, and everyone started checking up, getting in one. So I checked up, and I think I got hooked kind of in the left rear here. Not really sure. Moved down, and kind of just got me there. It sucks. Our Ty Barker, Toyota Camry XSE was really fast today. We led laps. Not leading laps at a speedway race, actually leading laps today. Proud of all the guys, proud of the effort. Ty Barker, Fire and Safety Colors, looked really good today. Thank you to everyone, Toyota, TRD. Everyone, keep us safe. That was a really hard hit. But overall, excited for a couple weeks off here after the last few weeks, but proud that we've been able to show speed 3 out of the last, 5 weeks. So looking forward to getting back after the break and seeing what we can do.
17-minute red flag, and the red has been lifted back under caution as they're doing some finishing touches to turn 1, and the field's rolling.
What's not to be lost in all of this chaos is what Cliff Daniels was talking about, fuel load and fuel burn, right? So everybody that hit it in lap 112, which is a majority of the front, is short on fuel check, and I was checking in with Cliff Daniels, but Cliff was saying, hey, I know it looks good because we came 10 laps later, but we were hammered down. The whole time the leaders were out there running 52-second laps, Kyle was not worried about fuel
he had to push it. So, Cliff was not one to normally make up a motion, but you did feel like there was a little bit of twinge, and I don't want to have a whole lot of these overtimes. Maybe Larson himself isn't good enough on fuel.
Somebody that has kind of snuck themselves back in this is Tyler Reddick. And how many races has he come so close to winning and it get away from him? He actually has a lap more fuel than Larson. So a little more insurance with him. He is going to be pushing hard. I mean, we've heard in those races where he's run second, we've heard the disappointment in his voice. It's devastated him to lose those races. And here he is at the Brickyard with a chance to win. And then lining up next to him is Todd Gilliland. A guy.
Yeah, I did hear that Jeremy C. in the chat. Thank you for tuning in, by the way. But mentioned in the chat that they were not going to move the race off the West Coast, which I did see that also. They said that local news is going to be on everywhere but the West Coast. And it sounds like, at least from you, that surfing is on. So, yeah, not sure what's going on there. Stinks that that's the case for many of you that are not able to actually visually see the end of this race. Again, it has been moved to the USA Network following this lengthy red flag period at the end. And breaking news regarding the presidential race in the United States from earlier this afternoon. The race had actually started on the USA Network for the first 8 laps or so. The entire pre-race was moved over to USA Network as well this afternoon. But a couple of overtimes pushing this race past the scheduled air time. This being our 9th caution of the day. So cars that have DNF from that most recent crash we just saw: John Henry Nemechek, Daniel Hemrick, Alex Bowman, Denny Hamlin. And Chase Briscoe had damage from the wreck, but I believe he's still in the race at the tail end of the lead lap. So 25 cars appear to be on the lead lap right now. And we have had 12 cars DNF from this race. Chris Buescher will get the free pass to get back on the lead lap. So these last 2 cautions now, Buescher is on the lead lap for the first time since stage 1, when he had his flat left rear tire under green flag conditions. So pit road opened that last time by, I do believe. And all the leaders stayed out on the racetrack. They're still going to try to stretch this fuel run out. Should be getting the 1 to go signal this time by, as they continue to clean the upper lane of the racetrack through turns 1 and 2 at Indy. And we are preparing for a second overtime restart. Thank you for everybody that has hit the like button on the stream so far. We're at 102 likes, so be sure to hit that if you haven't done so yet. We have well more than that many people watching currently. And I appreciate you guys tuning in every single weekend. We'll have a 2-week Olympic break before our next live commentary streams, which will again be the Saturday afternoon with NASCAR Cup practice and qualifying from Richmond and the truck race later that night. We have live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup Series races, Cup practice qualifying every week for races I don't go to in person. I will be at the Michigan International Speedway for the Cup Series race in about a month now, but 2 races from now. So I'll not be able to do live commentary that Sunday, but I will still plan on doing commentary for the Xfinity race as well as Cup practice qualifying that Saturday afternoon. So big fuel stretch. Again, pit road will be open this time by. Field should be getting the 1 to go signal as well. I would imagine Larson will take the inside row of row 1. And I'd imagine Blaney will restart in today's Cup race and what we saw in the Xfinity Series race yesterday afternoon. So there is that going. Everybody that last pitted lap 112, though, all stayed out on the racetrack, so none of them are pitting. And the 2 cars with a little bit more fuel in the tank, Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, going to be on the inside lane of rows 1 and 2 here. And the Fords of Ryan Blaney, Todd Gilliland on the outside of rows 1 and 2. Again, this is our second overtime restart. 25 cars on the lead lap. Quite a few cautions early in the final stage and late in the final stage, but we had a lengthy green flag run in the middle going of that third stage here, but a couple late incidences. First caution that set up the first overtime, Kyle Busch was battling Denny Hamlin for fifth, going into turn 3 with 3 laps to go. Overdrove the corner, a little tight in the center, slight contact with Hamlin. Around he went. Got up into the wall pretty hard. Caution came out there, and then that caution that we just most recently seen, which forced the red John Hunter Nemechek on the bottom of the racetrack. Both he Hemrick into the inside wall hard, shifted the inside pit wall to where they had to make repairs to that, which is why we were under red for about 17 minutes or so. At least with a red flag period, not as much fuel was burned under these extra caution laps for those that last pitted at lap 112, so there is that. If this isn't the final restart, though, how much longer can they go? And the only drivers who have pitted under any of these overtime restarts, or closest to those at the very front of the field that pitted during the first overtime caution, would be Ross Chastain, Zane Smith, Ty Dillon, and Austin Dillon, but they are all 15th on back. So 2 laps to go for overtime number 2 at the line. Larson on the inside of row 1, Ryan Blaney on the outside. It's been tough to pass the leader all day long today. This race could be won or lost in the first turn here. Going to be crucial to get a good push from behind. Not overdrive the entry to turn 1. Stay hard enough to the guy alongside of you, if not clear him. Especially coming off turn 2. If they're side by side down the backstretch like we've seen a couple times this weekend, it could be an interesting one. Green flag back in the air. Great launch by Kyle Larson. Blaney stays on his door. Side drafts him. Good launch by Ryan Blaney as well. Lane changing behind them. Through the first turn. Larson clear and in the lead. Reddick to the inside of Blaney for second. And Reddick is clear. Great restart by Reddick and Larson on the inside row to get to first and second. Larson leads down the back straightaway. Trouble, spin, off turn 2. Car into the inside wall. We do stay green for now. Will that car be able to get out of the way before the leader takes the white flag? Larson into turn 3. If the caution comes out before Larson gets the white flag, the race will end. Ryan Preece is trying to drive away. As of right now, he is up on the racing surface and is stalled out. Larson is coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go. He's going to get the white. This race is going to end here in a couple of hundred meters at this point. I mean, Preece is stopped on the racetrack. Larson with a couple car length lead on Reddick through 1. Caution is out in turn 2, and the race is going to be over. Kyle Larson is going to win the Brickyard 400, his first career win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on either the oval or the road course. Assuming, obviously, he doesn't run out of gas coming to the checker, but I doubt that's going to happen. He should have quite a bit in it. Kyle Larson executed the last 2 restarts to perfection to get to the lead, and then on this one to hold on to the lead. And this will be the 4th win in 2024 for the 5 of Larson. Reddick, who was a winner on the road course here 2 years ago, will finish 2nd. Be the 3rd top 3 finish in the last 4 races for Reddick in the 45. Margin of victory here under caution in our second overtime attempt. 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 29 seconds total time on this race. And we went 7 laps total past the scheduled distance. Last win for Hendrick Motorsports here at Indy was in 2017 when Casey Kane in the 5 car had won the Brickyard 400, oddly enough. A very paint scheme was the diecast showing for today's race. So, coincidentally here, Kyle Larson is the race winner also. Some shirtless guy with a Larson cap was screaming at the camera, and they panned to him real quickly. He's excited Larson is a winner today as well. I got to say a heartbreaker, though, really, for the fuel purposes for Brad Keselowski and Ryan Blaney. Blaney at least was able to get a third place finish, but unfortunately for Keselowski, he ends up 21st. Had to pit coming to the second to last restart, the first overtime restart attempt. Larson, who ran the Indy 500 here, had hopes of a better finish in May. Had a speeding penalty midway through it. Could not scratch and claw his way back through the field. Elliott got in the back of Preece off of turn 2, which caused the Preece spin, which sent us under the caution. It almost looked like Preece may have ran out of gas. Either that or he lifted off turn 2. I'm surprised Elliott caught him as quickly there. But in result, it allows Larson to win under the yellow. It was going to be tough for Reddick to get around him on that final lap, so I'm not going to act like, ruin Reddick's chances of trying to win this race. Obviously, he had 3/4 of a lap less in time to get to Larson, but Larson looked to be the quickest car on the racetrack on that final run and did an amazing job cutting through the field. Looked like he was going to run out of time these extra laps in this race. Panned out for him well. Executed the restarts flawlessly. He's had many restarts at the front of the field this season. I'm sure that helped in his timing of getting through this one. Again, 4th win of the season through these first 21 races for Kyle Larson. Remember, we've had 22 races, but he's only ran 21. He did miss the Coke 600 because he was running the Indy 500 and all the rain issues that we had seen that afternoon in both Indianapolis and Charlotte. So a good little redemption here for winning in NASCAR's return to the oval. We'll go through the full field finishing order as soon as we get the Kyle Larson race win interview. Again, 3 hours, 20 minutes, 29 seconds on the race, 7 laps, as I mentioned, past the scheduled distance with 2 overtimes. Average race speed today, 122.51 miles per hour. 24 cars finished on the lead lap. Larson led just 8 laps today en route to his race win. And then 10 cautions total in this race with that last one on the final lap.
During the month of May, these Indianapolis fans fell in love with Kyle Larson today. Here in July, he delivers them a win in the Brickyard 400. The 3rd crown jewel for Kyle Larson, the 11th for Mr. Hendrick and Hendrick Motorsports. Cheering Larson. I told you they fell in love with him during the month of May. Kyle, you've won some big races in your career, but this is...
It's for sure up there. Like you mentioned, this is just such a prestigious place and such hallowed ground, and pretty neat to just to get an opportunity to race here on the oval again. And what a job by our team. I mean, never gave up at all. And we had the pit stop issue there early on, and just fought and dug and had things work out. So just can't thank them enough. HindrickCars.com, Valvoline, Chevrolet, Junior Bar, Prime, all the fans too. I love you, Indiana fans. And I know you guys love me too. So how about we come back next May and try and kiss these bricks on the IndyCar?
Is that a guarantee you're doing the double again?
I'd love to. We'll work on it. So I hope we can announce something soon, and see you guys all next May.
Does this make up for the month of May that you had this year, Kyle, when you left very disappointed?
It does. I mean, I guess a little bit. I wish we could have got to do both and run the 600, because we had a phenomenal papaya orange car for that race too. But I think everything just comes full circle, and everything's meant to be. And today was definitely felt meant to be for us. With the way the strategy was working out. Brad running out of fuel, me and Harrington in the front row, and all that. Just a lot had to fall into place, and thankfully it did. So I just can't believe it. It's just surreal to win here, and I can't wait to kiss these bricks with my team. Rick Hendrick, who's here finally. My family, my friends, everybody. My parents are here, so
We'll be celebrating these next couple weeks.
There's only one crown jewel left for Kyle Larson to check off the list. That's the Daytona 500 because now he's a winner at Indianapolis.
So after
Big win in the career of Kyle Larson today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll go through the rest of the full field finishing order quickly right now. Again, race winner Kyle Larson. And by the way, Hendrick Motorsports also won the Daytona 500 at the beginning of the season with William Byron. So getting two big ones in the same season with the Brickyard 400 winner again, Kyle Larson here today. Tyler Reddick ends up bringing it home second. Ryan Blaney third. Chase Elliott fourth. Todd Gillen with a great top five run today. Noah Gragson sixth. Austin Cindric seventh. Rookie Carson Hocevar finishing eighth. Bubba Wallace ninth. Solid points day. He also won a stage. And then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounding out the top 10 in this race. Daniel Suarez 11th. Corey LaJoy 12th. Austin Dillon 13th. Ross Chastain 14th. Christopher Bell 15th. Michael McDowell 16th. Zane Smith 17th. Ty Dillon 18th. Justin Haley 19th, Cody Ware 20th. It looks like the finishing order has actually just changed a bit here under caution. Looks like Zane Smith moved to 16th, Ty Dillon 17th, Justin Haley 18th, Cody Ware 19th, and then Brad Keselowski 20th. 21st for Chris Buescher, Ty Gibbs 22nd, Chase Briscoe 23rd, Christopher Bell last car in the lead lap at 24th, Kyle Busch a lap down in 25th, Ryan Preece ended up DNFing technically in the backstretch there, was the cause of the final caution. He finishes 26th. Martin Truex Jr. 27th. Eric Jones 28th, 2 laps down. And then everybody from 29th on back also DNF today. With John Hunter Nemechek finishing 29th. Daniel Hemrick 30th. Alex Bowman 31st. Denny Hamlin 32nd. 33rd for Jimmy Johnson. Joey Logano 34th. Josh Berry 35th. Harrison Burton 36th, 37th for A.J. Allmendinger, William Byron 38th, and B.J. McLeod rounds out the 39-car field. A lot of DNFs in this race. In total, it looks like we ended up having 13 DNFs in today's race. I mentioned race winner Kyle Larson led just 8 laps en route to his win today, but looked to have the fastest car, at least in the closing fuel run of this race. Was able to push the issue on his strategy. Of course, that helps being on the forefront, but he was able to pass some quick cars in the process. When passing was very difficult all throughout this race. Tyler Reddick led the most laps today, leading 40 from the pole. Bubba Wallace led 26 laps after he had won Stage 2. Stage 1 winner, Denny Hamlin, unfortunately wrecked out today, but he led 21 laps. Brad Keselowski led the second most laps of 35 laps led in the race. 16 for John Hunter Nemechek, 5 for Kyle Busch, 3 for Noah Gragson, 1 for Michael McDowell, 1 for Chase Elliott, 1 for Todd Gillen, 2 for Christopher Bell. Those were all the different drivers that led at least 1 lap in the race today. So 13 lead changes, 19 lead changes. Or sorry, I said that wrong. 13 different leaders. So 13 drivers led at least 1 lap in the race today. 19 lead changes, 10 cautions total. And again, 2 overtime restarts. Average race speed 122.52 miles per hour. So those are some of the race stats. Pre-race predictions and how that all ended up shaping up right now. Kyle Larson was one of our 4 must-have picks for today. He finishes first. Another one of the must-haves, Tyler Reddick, finished second. Another one of the must-haves, Ryan Blaney, finishes third. The only one of the 4 that wasn't up there at the finish was Denny Hamlin, who was running in the top 5 for most of the day. Unfortunately, got in that final incident, which caused the red flag. So he ended up finishing 32nd. He was my race win pick ultimately in this one. But wasn't meant to be for him. But yeah, top 3 for the other 3 must-haves. So 3 for 4 on them at least getting top 10 finishes. As far as the sleeper picks, went 1 for 2. Ty Gibbs had an engine issue. Still finished on the lead lap, but was down a cylinder late, so he finished 23rd. Bubba Wallace did get a top 10 today, though. It looks like the finishing order has Bubba Wallace in 4th. Our unofficial results are changing.
Appreciate those hands. That's all great. That's that position. Got your cars fast. And we had really good strategy, kind of with the front guy of, having to save a little bit of gas and
I thought we put ourselves in a great spot. I knew the 6 was probably going to run out if it went green, and when it came to the restart, I couldn't believe they stayed out. I knew there was no way they were going to make it, and so I obviously chose the top because he might run out in the restart zone, and he runs out coming. Luck of the day right there, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what to be mad about. I'm mad at losing this race because I thought we were in the perfect position. But once I lost control of the race, and obviously I would have been on the bottom, but I thought the 6 would run out like restart zone or down the back. I don't know, but stinks to losing that way. But appreciate the effort. I hate we don't get to celebrate with Mr. Penske and everyone at Penske here. That stings a lot, but just try to keep going. That's all you can do.
Do you see any way of changing that restart situation as late as it happened after the choose? Is there any other way to do it?
Yeah, call it off and re-choose, because now you promote the third place guy, before the second place guy if the leader has problems. Like that's not right. And I mean, dumb luck, right, of where Brad ran out, stuff like that. And at this racetrack where the bottom's preferred, but like I don't know. I'm just upset. I mean, that's just that's a heartbreaker. I mean, we did everything right today. I mean, was in prime position to win and just didn't work out for us, and just got unlucky. But like I said, I appreciate Team Penske and everybody for the fast car. Gosh, we've been super fast, and it definitely showed again today, and just wasn't meant to be.
Ryan Blaney third today, Kim.
And Tyler Reddick and his team had a very solid day, led 40 laps, the most of any driver, ultimately come up one spot short in the Brickyard 400. How do you process that? What are the feelings right now?
I mean, it was a great recovery for us. We had our issues beginning stage 3, and I thought that was really going to cement our finish towards the back. But we just went with a different strategy and just had a really good restart. I was behind the 5 and the 9, and I got by both of them. And unfortunately, that move that Kyle was able to catch a lot of people off guard with today got me as well. So that's the bummer in all of it. We were ahead of him, but we let him get by us. So obviously, a lot of cars and a lot of things had to happen for us to get second. So I mean, honestly, it was a good day, but obviously, the return to the Brickyard, it's tough coming up short one spot. But I mean, once we got off turn 2 there, I knew I was pretty much it. He was gonna have to make a mistake. So glad we had a good recovery, another solid points day. Obviously, we didn't really close the gap on the 5 that much, but a little bit on the 9. So, in big picture, it was a great day for our team.
3 top 3 finishes in the last 4 races. We take this break. When we get back from it, do you feel like this team is playoff ready, or what are the things you guys still need to work on?
I mean, I thought today was a great recovery. I think that's the biggest thing that we've been doing really good right now is we haven't always had the smoothest days, but instead of letting them end our days, we found ways to recover from them. What feels like the last couple of months. So it's a great effort by the guys and men and women at 2311. So we'll go into our little break, ready to just relax for a little bit, recharge, get ready to go for the rest of the year.
So much consistency we've seen recently from Tyler Reddick and this team.
And we'll look at the playoff standings now, Larson.
Yeah, before we look at the playoff standings, I want to go back through the finishing order here again real quick, because NASCAR has adjusted the finishing order several times here since this race is concluded. Remember, when the caution comes out in the last lap of the race, they don't go to the last scoring loop. It's frozen. Field is frozen at the time of caution. So that may be why they are going back through. They're readjusting based off of the NASCAR rules as to where drivers were at the time of yellow and not in the last scoring loop. So as a lot of these drivers in the back half of the top 10, outside the top 10, were on the front stretch, 2-3 wide, jockeying for position. That's why we've seen a couple changes in position and still seeing that on a basis. So again, these results are unofficial outside of the top 3 that we know of for a fact are Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney. That's not going to change. As of right now, Christopher Bell would be scored in 4th, Bubba Wallace 5th, Todd Gilliland 6th, Daniel Suarez 7th, Austin Cindric 8th, Noah Gragson 9th, Chase Elliott 10th. So that is the top 10 that we have. And then 11th was moved Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was 9th. Hocevar was 8th, I think, and now he's 12th. Austin Dillon 13th, Corey LaJoie 14th, Ross Chastain 15th, Michael McDowell 16th, Zane Smith 17th, Cody Ware moved up to 18th, Ty Dillon 19th, and Justin Haley 20th. Brad Keselowski's been bumped back a spot to 21st. Chris Buescher 22nd, Ty Gibbs 23rd, Chase Briscoe 24th. So again, unofficially, those are the top 24 positions of those on the lead lap. Only official ones that we know for a fact: Larson 1, Reddick 2, Blaney 3. Point standings following the finish of this race. Larson, most playoff points of any driver this year with the stage wins and race wins alike. 4 race wins now for Larson after winning the Brickyard 400 today. Christopher Bell with 3 wins obviously locked into the playoffs. 3 wins also for William Byron and Denny Hamlin. 2 wins for Ryan Blaney, and then race wins 1 apiece for Tyler Reddick, Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Daniel Suarez, and Alex Bowman. 4 drivers above the cutoff line on points as of right now. Martin Truex Jr. plus 108, even with a 27th place finish today. Ty Gibbs ends up plus 42 points above the cutoff line. That has come down quite a bit with the engine issues he had late. Not a lot of stage points for him either. Chris Buescher, who didn't get any stage points, was 2 laps down most of the day and finishes 22nd. Tail end in the lead lap, unfortunately, is only 17 points to the good now. He came into the day plus 44. Ross Chastain, who came in plus 27, is now only plus 7. Wallace gains 20 points on the cut line on Chastain, and Chris Buescher falls 27 points down to the cutoff line with his poor performance today as well. So Wallace minus 7. It's a really tight race between those 3, and Gibbs 2 engine issues back-to-back weeks. Again, now he's within a race worth of points from where the cutoff line is currently. We still have Daytona left this regular season yet, so that could create an upset winner potentially. If somebody below the cutoff line wins, then Chastain would be the first out, Buescher would be the first in, based off of how we look right now. Other drivers below the cutoff line on points on picture would be Chase Briscoe minus 83, 18th overall. Kyle Busch minus 112, and minus 118 for Todd Gilliland. So that is the playoff bubble. And I'll fast forward in the broadcast, see if there were any other driver interviews. You'll get to listen into any of them. And it looks like they're on a commercial break. Or maybe just back from the commercial break, I guess, on the USA Network. So rest of the full field predictions, I was kind of going through them briefly before the interviews with Reddick and Blaney. So again, must-haves: Larson 1, Reddick 2, Blaney 3, and then Hamlin, unfortunately, 32nd. 3 for 4 in the must-haves. 1 for 2 on the sleeper picks. I had Wallace getting the top 10 today. He finishes 5th. Ty Gibbs had the engine issue, but even before that, he wasn't really in the top 10 most of the day, so finished 23rd. Wallace definitely had more pace than Gibbs, better strategy as well. So 1 for 2 sleepers, 3 for 4 must-haves. Don't have picks, both finished outside the top 10. That streak continues this season. I've been hot when picking a driver not to finish in the top 10. They typically don't. I think I was 37-8 with a record coming into the race. Now I'm 39-8 after today, going 2 for 2. I took Martin Truex Jr. not finishing in the top 10. He had 2 left rear tires flat today, finished 2 laps down to 27th. Ross Chastain on the lead lap, finishing 15th. And really on pace, Chastain had been outside the top 10 all day. He got to the front, led some laps on strategy at one point, led for 8 laps, but then obviously ended up having to pit, fell back off the strategy, and no pace, wasn't able to get back forward through the field, even surviving the carnage that there was mid-pack in the later going. So overall in the predictions, not bad. 7 for 9 for this week's race. 6 for 8, sorry, 6 for 8 this week. Had 1 less don't have than I usually do. Wasn't completely confident on that. So we'll pull the Fantasy League up now on the NASCAR.com website. If you weren't paying attention there was a quick link section at the top of the screen, and I clicked on the Fantasy Live tab. Our league is free to join. All you need is your email to sign up. And if you are a subscriber of the channel, and you win our series championship in both the regular season and or playoffs, we'll have 2 separate champions. You win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. So you'll definitely want to join the league. We only have 4 races to go in the regular season now, so if you're not in the league yet, you're obviously not going to win the regular season championship, but the playoffs you'll automatically be qualified for. Points will reset again. We'll have 2 separate champions. So I forgot my lineup coming into the week. And as a result of that, I have now used Byron for the final time. I wasn't going to take him today, I'm going to be honest. I would have used Reddick, though. That would have been the last time I could have used him. And this is the last time I'm using Denny Hamlin, too. But I forgot my lineup like 5 times this year, so I probably even have more usages left for those guys if I didn't leave them in for extra weeks that I shouldn't have. That's why I'm 12th in points. That's why I'm not in contention for the championship, I'll tell you that much. Because my predictions have been pretty good this season, just not taking my own advice, but get my lineup in early in the day. So I apologize for that. I really want to obviously win the championship as bad as everybody else in the league, and I'm not paying enough attention to it. So come playoffs, I'm definitely not going to be making that mistake again. The same for next year and beyond. But William Byron was on my team. Wouldn't have had him there. Ty Gibbs, I might have had him there. Bowman, I probably would have left him in. It would have been tough. He had pace yesterday, but not today. Ended up wrecking out. Reddick, I definitely would have had on my team. Hamlin. Probably would have ended up having Reddick, Hamlin, Blaney, Larson, because they were my must-haves. And then it would have been kind of a hodgepodge, maybe, of taking Gibbs and Wallace for the final two. Wallace would have scored me a ton. Top 5 stage win. The only ones on here that are in there that I probably would have actually had was Reddick, Hamlin, Gibbs. I didn't get any bonus points. If I had to pick bonus points, I would have taken Reddick over Elliott because Reddick was a must-have for me today. Blaney over Truex. Blaney was a must-have. Yeah, I mean, with Gibbs being a sleeper, it would have been a toss-up between Gibbs or Logano. I don't know which one I would have taken there. And then Bowman Keselowski off the top of my head. I probably would have taken Bowman and would have lost that. But definitely left at least 20 points there as well. Enough about me. This weekend's winner, with 239 points scored, as you see on the upper right-hand corner of the screen, is Shrineit 1974. He is our Brickyard 400 winner in the KRC League. Monster Jam X10 finishes with 229 points in second. Evan 4848 with 229 points, also tied for second. 217 points for fourth. EC23 Pishat Motorsports finishes in fifth with 216 points this week. And we'll see who Shrineit 1974 had on his team. And on the top right-hand corner of the screen, he had Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, who tied for the most points today. He also had Tyler Reddick, who had the third most points. Elliott had the fifth most points on his team. And Denny Hamlin, who wrecked out late, he had a decent amount of stage points still. He also won a stage, finished third in stage 2 prior to his DNF, so still scored 23, obviously enough for him to get the win. And Byron crashing in stage 2, he was able to get him in his garage in time. For his bonus picks, he had Blaney over Truex, Reddick over Elliott, Gibbs over Logano. 3 for 4. The only one he missed, he had Alex Bowman over Brad Keselowski, which was not correct there. So 3 for 4 on his bonus picks this weekend. So again, Shrineit 1974, our winner this week. Coming into this week, I'm not sure where he was on points. It looked like he was 6th in points coming into the week. So that's a big gain for him. Monster Jam X10, who finishes 2nd this week, will be our points leader with 4 races to go after the Olympic break. So again, NASCAR will be off for the next 2 weeks. All their NBC broadcasting crew, as well as camera personnel, going to be over in Paris for the Olympics for the next couple of weeks. So that is why NASCAR will be having off, with NBC covering this portion of the Xfinity and Cup Series schedule. And the trucks will not have another standalone event in the meantime as well on FS1. So we'll return with live commentary coverage in 2 weeks at the Richmond Raceway. We'll go over the start times for those streams that weekend. See here. Pull that schedule up. Is the Xfinity race at night? Oh yeah, they're not at Richmond. Truck race is at night. Okay. So trucks are also at night on Saturday, and then the Cup race would be a Sunday night for Richmond. So in 2 weeks, August 10th, August 11th will be the next live commentary streams. August 10th, Saturday, we'll go live Cup Series practice and qualifying, back-to-back, all in the same stream. That will begin at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So 4:30 p.m. Eastern, Saturday afternoon on August the 10th, will be our next live commentary stream for Cup practice qualifying. We will also have live commentary for the Truck Series race that Saturday night. Our Truck Series race coverage on Saturday, August 10th, will begin at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So back-to-back streams on that Saturday. And then Cup Series race coverage on Sunday night will begin at 5:30 p.m. Eastern with our pre-race show. Race will start at 6, so it'll start in the daytime, end in the nighttime. That will be August 11th, Sunday night. My birthday, in fact. So there we go. We're returning in 2 weeks. We will have some NASCAR 07 streams on our Cup Series season, trying to get Mark Martin his first career Cup title. For those of you that didn't check out any of the NASCAR 07 streams over the last couple of weeks, wrapped up the Busch Series season, just got Jimmy Johnson his first career Xfinity Series / Busch Series title of his career. So go check that out. Massive point situation, those final probably 6-7 races. I do plan on posting a video of the whole highlights of that at some point in time over the next couple of weeks. I started working on it a couple days ago. It's going to take me a while to edit to get everything in there because I want to kind of condense the final 9 races or so for highlights. So I don't know how long the video is going to be or anything of that nature, but I do plan on uploading that. Hopefully it'll be uploaded sometime this week. But I will be live for NASCAR 7 content during the next couple of weeks still, and probably over the weekend over the next couple of weeks as well, with no NASCAR being on. So a lot of NASCAR 7 will fill up the next couple of weeks. So this is just the last live commentary stream until after the Olympic break, but we'll still be live before that. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Yeah, also, this is Rick Allen's final broadcast on NBC for NASCAR, at least for the foreseeable future. Lee Diffie will be taking over NASCAR coveraging and play-by-play broadcasting for the rest of this season. We'll see how that goes for the rest of the year. If, maybe NBC decides to make a change for next season to bring Rick Allen back, that could be possible. Maybe Rick Allen is headed to TNT for next year's schedule. TNT and Amazon Prime, which will be hosting 10 races together. We know Dale Jr.'s over there now, so maybe Rick Allen will join him. But we will not be seeing Rick Allen cover any more NASCAR, Xfinity, or Cup Series races, at least for this season, on NBC. Lee Diffie will be taking over. So appreciate it. Again, I've enjoyed the first 22 races so far this season, bringing you live commentary coverage, a couple exhibition races in there, and all the Xfinity truck stuff as well. We'll be back better than ever with the live commentary stuff in a couple of weeks. Hit the like button on your way out if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content, live commentary streams like this. And thank you for watching today's coverage of the 2024 Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on KRC. See you in a couple weeks, everybody. Have a good summer vacation.